How could you not know what's going on? That the TV is going on in Russia. You have to, and they literally think you have to.
A lot of their worldview too comes through fiction, like TV shows,
Mm-hmm.
Netflix.
Yep.
So not even news, not even stuff that's being presented as truth. It's just subtly kind of programming and molding your perception of the world.
So
Yep.
the three main places I think we get our information when we're younger is the television, school, and church. And all three of those places, as far as I know, will never tell you the truth about the Earth being flat and stationary.
And therefore, they won't tell you the truth about anything because that's basically the most fundamental truth there is, like where you are.
And that nobody wants to realize.
Yeah, I liked it earlier when someone said, well, how does that work on a globe? And I'm like, well, no one's ever going to know that. It's ever. Impossible.
Yeah, how does that work in a totally hypothetical model of the world? I don't know.
Right. I mean, it's not reality, so how would we know? We don't live on a globe. There is no globe out. There's no globes anywhere. How are we going to know how anything works there? I mean, come on. That's an impossible thing to know. How are you going to know something about something that's non-existent? How are you going to know anything about it?
Ask somebody who makes video games that happen on a globe.
I generally don't ask people that play video games questions like that. I don't. Video games are, in my opinion, not really very good for people. Just the physical aspects of it, being in front of the screen, being exposed to all those frequencies and the lights and stuff all the time, can't be good for you. It's the whole thing's not good.
Yeah, I'm just saying, ask somebody who programs like artificial worlds how it would work. Somebody who made a game or something that takes place in a globe. I think there's Universum or something like that. It doesn't really look anything like life on Earth does, but maybe those guys have some ideas about how the mechanics of a globe world work. But, you know, those of us here in reality, no, not so much.
Well, again, you're talking about something that's being created. It's a fantasy. It's a make believe. So
yep, exactly.
We need to stop to that when Glovers come to, if they start with the sentence, if Earth is flat, we need to stop that immediately, every time.
Right.
Because it's like they are searching for something. No, man, listen, that is not the question. If Earth is a globe, then, because Earth is flat, we don't need to say if Earth is flat.
Can't really say if it were a globe either, because that's impossible. We all know that it can't exist. It's physically impossible for that to happen.
On that note of if it's a globe, doesn't Isaac Newton's Book of Law start with the word if? I'm going to go check. I'm going to fact check myself. One sec.
It might, might be
So does
all hypothetical.
That's all one big presumption.
If is a mighty big little word.
Yeah, but Modus Tollens begins with if. If P, then Q. If not Q, then not P. I don't see the relevance of Isaac Newton's if.
Well, because you can apply real numbers to the P and the Q. You can't apply anything real to if the world was a globe. You can't apply anything to that.
Okay, I got your point.
If Earth is a globe, then water must curve everywhere. And you must notice that. You must record that. You must measure that. Simple. It cannot be refracted, and if it's refracted, you still can measure. But nothing is working on globe. That's the problem. Really nothing.
I figured out a great way to know if someone has an ego problem or not. All you have to do is tell them the Earth is flat and stationary.
And then measure their response.
Exactly.
Using math is really well, it's a construct. We all know that. But let's say you've got 4. You say 2 here and 2 there. You put them together. You now have 4, or twice as much, or 4 items. But 4 or twice, they're still using math. Twice is like 2. It's really hard to. I mean, math it works because you can take 2 and 2 and get 4 items. You can take 3 and 1 and get 4, but it's still just a construct. What if they're all 3 different items? You have 4, but 4 of what? 4 different things. You have. I mean, there's so many scenarios that it's math is a very tricky thing that works with numbers and numbers only, in my opinion. If you assigned numbers to quantities, it's just strange. I mean, you have to be careful with math because you can be misled, you can be accurate, you can be all these different things with math, and it's just not something that is as cut and dry as people think it is, in my opinion.
I have one example. Let's say you are 10 meters from the wall.
Okay.
And you need to now to go to the wall every time half distance. That means now you are 5 meters to the wall. Then you are 2.5 meters. Then you are 1.25. You know. In reality, in one point you will touch the wall, but in math you will never ever touch the wall. Do you understand me?
Well, because you can't become part of it.
No, because you will. If you how to say, make the half way every time in the math, you will
Just
always
goes on
have.
forever.
That's what I'm saying. You'd have to become part of it, go into it. You can never. Yeah, I understand. I get you.
Mathematically, yeah, you will touch with your finger, let's say, but you will still mathematically will not touching the wall. You will have some space in between.
Right.
0.000 something.
You would have to become part of it.
Yeah.
To get there. Yeah. Yeah, math, like I said, math is tricky. You know what I mean? It's a very, very tricky thing. And people think it's just this cut and dry, 2 + 2 is 4, and it's always right. And, but there's a lot more to it than just that. Like you were just saying, there's a lot more to it.
You can use it to explain how Superman flies.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean he did.
That's right. It's very, very tricky.
I
It's
can
very
see that
misleading.
equation, sir. I'm kidding.
I mean, I imagine it's possible to prove with numbers. I'm not good enough with them myself.
Math works very good when you're building a house. I use it all the time. You need a 2x4 cut this many inches long. You measure it, you cut it, it fits. I mean,
So we have a practical use for it. It's good.
Yes.
So that's what's interesting, though, is because anytime somebody has a practical use for knowing the shape and the dimensions of the Earth and all that, they don't factor in these non-factors like curvature and rotation.
Right.
They just assume that doesn't happen.
Right.
I'm preaching to the choir big time on this, but yeah.
I mean, it really has limited uses, and people don't understand that. They think that it has all these capabilities, calculations, and blah blah blah, and they become fantasy very, very quickly. Very quickly, if not from the very beginning. They're just not even reality at all.
That's why I think that the practical use case for it is the best sort of example of what's real.
Right.
Maybe only that Fibonacci or numbers, maybe only that in nature you can, but I don't know how to explain that.
Like, do we have a practical use case for knowing, how many light years exactly the Vega star system is for us or something like that? No, but we do for building buildings and, aircraft and stuff like that. And in those cases, we don't talk about any of this theoretical conjecture of, the planet's rotation and its curvature and all that.
Yeah, like I said, I've used math my whole life to build
wizardry. It's wizardry at that point where they're talking about these distant, star systems and things like that.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Harry Potter.
We're not talking about anything tangible or measurable or anything that has anything to do with reality as we know it.
Right. You're absolutely right. Math has made my life easier in a lot of ways because I've done a lot of material takeoffs for buildings. Figure out how many 2x4s you need. It's easy to do. Take the blueprint, measure it, look at it, figure it out. Go make, figure for waste, whatever. It's very accurate, very, useful. But other than practical use like that, trying to make something fit or, I just don't. Excuse me?
beyond the practical use, it's just a story.
Yeah.
Really, really cool one.
Yeah.
But I think it's a kind of language what we are using in practical way.
Well, sure. You give somebody a number, they cut you a 2x4. They know what that number represents, so they go cut it, hand it to you. It fits. It works. Yeah, it's a language. I need a 2x4, 98 inches long. The 98
But for
inches.
example,
Yeah.
for me now when you are speaking, for me this is like 90-inch. I have no idea what the fuck is that in my head. You know, I can calculate that. I can look and I can how to say uh, translate that how much is that in meters and centimeters. You know, I know what is inch. I know everything. You know, but in my mind, it's not telling me. You know, because I learned meters and centimeters.
Well, yeah, but I could have presented it in centimeters or meters or whatever, and you would have understood it maybe better. But all you need to do is get a tape measure out that reads in inches. You need 98 inches. Go to the number 98. Make a mark and cut it. It's real simple stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
you don't really have to understand meters and inches or different. All you got to do is be able to read the tape, and it says 98 inches or 100 or 1,000 centimeters or whatever it is. You know what I mean? It'll say it right there on the tape. The numbers will be there, so you make your mark and you cut your board and it fits. I mean, it's really simple stuff. Very practical, good use for it. But like the other guy said, beyond practical uses for math, it's fairy tales. When you can't go out and measure the board and then put it where it belongs, what are you doing? I mean, you're making a calculation for what, where, when, and you're going to use it. You're going to put it where you're going to put it. You're going to handle it and put it in, make it fit. I don't think so. It doesn't work like that.
and if I can, if you count in inch, that means that in a time when you wanted to measure something, you used your finger and say this is like a sixth of my fingers. Is it inch finger that?
No, I don't think so. An inch is, well, it's hard for me to describe to you what an inch is. An inch would be, well, a tenth of an inch. A tenth of an inch is, or a tenth of a foot. They don't use feet though. They use, what do they use? Centimeters. The
I I'm,
centimeter.
I learned in school because I finished the shoe school, and I know that it's about 1 foot. It's about 29 something centimeters.
How many centimeters?
29, near to 30.
30 centimeters. Okay.
Yeah, like 3 feet will be near 1 meter, something like
So
that.
1 centimeter is 1/100th of a meter.
Yeah,
Okay. A millimeter is 1/1000th of a meter.
yeah.
Okay.
And each will be like a 2.5 something centimeter. Right. Because of that, I said this finger, say not finger, toe, yeah, smallest one, not the smallest one. This I don't know. I don't remember, but I think they was using that for the shoe in the time. in the
Yeah, a
past.
centimeter, 1 inch is 2.54 centimeters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have all this stuff memorized. I mean, I know how it all works. I can use it, but I can use tenth of inches, tenth of a foot, and I, don't, I, I know that when I go out to survey some ground off the survey stakes that have been put in the ground, they're in tenth of inches a lot of times, and so I have to do a little bit of conversion. Um, Either way, it's still a very it's just practically using tape measure or measurements to place something exactly where it's supposed to be. So you can build a building or a wall or whatever. Very practical, and it works very well. Um, so other than that, I just don't. I mean, math. It works very well for many other things. Like if you're going to try to make pancakes, you need 2 eggs, you need 1 cup of flour, you need a half a cup of water. I mean, they're measurements that are practically used, and it works very well. You follow the instructions. You put in the 2 eggs. You put in the 1 cup of flour. You put in the 1/2 cup of water. You mix it up. You got pancake mix. It's very simple and it works very well. But when you start applying it to things that are not tangible, where you can't handle them and make them, you can't grab the 2 eggs, or you can't grab the 2 stars, or you can't grab the whatever. I mean, when you can't have physical tangibility to these things, then it just becomes, I mean, you're talking about placing something you can't touch. You don't know what it is. You don't know really what it's made of or anything about it. Then you start applying math to it. I mean, you're just getting deeper and deeper and deeper into the woods at that point. I mean, everything has to be tangible, understood, handleable, testable. You have to be able to handle it, tangibly before you can apply math to it and have it be reality. I mean, it's like I said, math is tricky. I mean, if you can't make things tangible and use math in a tangible way, then it's not reality. It's just imaginary, is all it is.
Yeah, it's abstraction.
It's hypothetical. It's like it could be. You're explaining how things could work, but it's all based on a presumption.
Right. Oh, I forgot the 1/4 teaspoon of salt for the pancakes. I'm sorry. Oh, and the so many 2 tablespoons of oil of vegetable oil. I forgot those 2 ingredients. But I think the pancakes would have turned out anyway, edible anyway.
Should have studied your globe Earth.
I
Know
know.
these things.
I have one maybe stupid question. How 29 of February works on globe Earth?
How what?
29 of February works on globe Earth.
First of all, you got to show me a globe Earth. What?
No, 29 February happening every 4 years. We have 1 day more every 4 years.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about leap year. But
They just say it's not a perfect 365-day orbit.
Yeah, and we have then 366 in that year, and then that means that year when it's happening, it's not like other years.
It's 1 day longer.
I posted something about that earlier where they said that they don't have to use leap seconds like the last few years because the Earth's
Slowing down.
up. No, yeah, right.
That is so stupid. My God. They got excuses and reasons and, I mean, ideas from hell that just, all they do is boggle the mind of anybody that, if you believe and buy into that stuff, you're just getting deeper and deeper and deeper into the woods, and before long, you're going to be lost. I don't give a shit what anybody says. You're going to be mixed up and sorry.
No. I will always come back to the water.
Bad info. Yep, it's going to come back and bite you in the ass at some point.
I will always come back to the water because water is something what is doing itself in nature, doing something. And people are saying something opposite of that. Some people are saying water is curvy. That people saying, but water itself doing what water is doing. I trust more water than people.
So water is alive, or how's it doing this? I mean,
I don't know, but it's doing. I don't care. Is it live? Is it dead or whatever it is? But it's doing that what it's doing, or every time.
No,
But
it's
some
not.
people saying it's not doing that. It's doing something different.
First of all, you have to prove the globe. So see what I'm saying? You can't. Globes are impossible. They can't exist. They cannot exist. They're impossible to exist. A globe Earth cannot exist. Physically impossible. The physics for it don't work. The dynamics don't work for it. Like the second law of thermodynamics don't work. It doesn't work. Can't exist. It's fantasy. And people think, oh, what about the atmosphere would disappear? Well, the water would boil too. The oceans would instantly boil and vaporize with no atmospheric pressure. What about the water inside the earth with no pressure on the whole earth would come apart. It would explode, dude. Everything inside would expand. All the moisture would expand, turn to gas. All the water would turn to gas with no pressure on it to hold it down. The complication, what am I trying to say? The circumstances for a globe in a vacuum would be so devastating for the globe that that's why it can't exist. It would completely destroy itself instantly. Water would turn to gas. All of the water inside the earth, on top of the earth. What would that do to the dirt? What would that do to the terra firma? It would rip it to fucking pieces on its way out. That's what would happen. The expansion would be so radical that the dirt would just like fly apart, and it's ridiculous what would happen. I just don't see how they don't see all the ramifications of being in a vacuum. I mean, are you kidding me?
Not only that,
you can demonstrate this stuff right in front of your eyes. Build a vacuum and put anything pressurized in it, and see what happens.
Yeah, but I think that the people, when speaking about outer space and vacuum, they look in the sky and think, "Oh, that's the space," and vacuum is there, No, it's not that. We are in universe. We are not nothing. We are small little dot with atmosphere and water.
Yeah.
Comparing all this vacuum, it's I cannot compare that. What we are in that vacuum.
But anything pressurized in a vacuum, the human body is pressurized. You know that. To pressurize.
Yeah, but I'm saying this vacuum, this universe, it's not only this sky what we are seeing. It's everything. We are always saying like it's let's say how it's above us, it's next to us. No, it's not next to us. We are inside of that, and we are nothing.
Right,
you cannot
right.
See
what they're telling us is, yeah, we're inside the vacuum essentially. But put anything pressurized in a vacuum, see what happens. Anything, do it, see what happens. It explodes, bro.
Yeah, I know.
It destroys itself instantly. So yeah, we cannot be in a vacuum, not even around us, protected by air and gravity or what. No, with no atmospheric pressure, everything here would just self-destruct, just be gone.
It couldn't even form to begin with.
Well, exactly. I mean, I just don't see how people don't get that, because these things can be demonstrated. We can show you right in front of your face. We'll build a vacuum, put anything pressurized in it, anything. I don't give a shit what it is. It will destroy itself. It will expand and fill the available space and be no longer what it was.
Just add gravity and you get the Earth and all the things living on it. So God, basically. That's their God. Gravity.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
A pressure differential in closed system, like aeroplane. I heard that in aeroplane we have less pressure than.
Yeah, you do
We
have a
need
little less than down on the Earth. It's a pressurized system, but yeah, you can feel your ears
you
pop
need
and stuff.
yeah, you need to make less because of pressure outside. Is that true?
Well, you don't need to. It's just that I think that the airplane, when you get that high, I don't think they're sealed well enough to maintain the same pressure that we have at sea
Uh,
level. I don't think
okay.
they, see what I'm saying? They tried to
Yeah.
keep it pressurized, but there's leaks, and that's why your ears pop, and like you go to like a high mountain, your
And
ears
if you
will
are
pop.
on ISS and if you have 10 to minus 70 torr outside, what pressure is inside?
It would rip that thing to pieces, bro. I don't know what pressure would be there, but
It must be 10 to minus 16 torr.
yeah, maybe. I don't
You
know.
know,
I
something like that to be near. And that's not near.
It wouldn't be. It would just be destroyed instantly. That's all
And
I know.
It's like sticking your
practically,
lips on a cold pole, a frozen pole.
Oh my!
practically they cannot be without in the ISS without how to say suite astronaut suite.
My kid did that. Kid did that to a
Yeah.
flagpole once. He stuck his tongue on it, and it ripped a big chunk of his tongue off. Oh my god! It took years, 2 surgeries to fix it. It was ugly, bro. He was a little boy. He stuck his tongue on the flagpole, and when we it off, it ripped a chunk of his tongue off. Oh my god! It was so terrible. Caused him problems for like I don't know 7 years or longer. We finally got a surgeon to cut his tongue and then cut out the part that was ripped out and damaged, and then pulled it together and sewed it back together, and it finally fixed it. But oh my god, don't stick your tongue on a fucking frozen flagpole, please, or your lips, because you won't have them anymore. They'll rip that fuckers right off. Please don't do that, anyone. My poor little boy, he was just screaming and crying and bawling, and oh my god, a chunk of his tongue stuck to the flagpole. Fuck, it was ugly, bro.
Oh yeah. Most time the kids are smart enough to stop and wait, and then
Yeah, well, I don't know what possessed him to do that. I have no idea. He was only like 4 years old.
oh, that's what it was. A panic.
I drink
Yeah,
petrol.
yeah.
No, I drink diesel with 4 years old. One glass of diesel.
That
What did
might
it
give
taste
you
like?
that might give you a stomach ache. I wouldn't recommend that.
Don't piss it out either. What did it taste like?
I don't remember.
Man, hey, my nephew spilt gasoline on himself. He was like doing something in the garage, playing around. I don't know if he's gonna try to burn stuff or not, but we were like, "What the hell are you doing, messing with gas?" And he came out there. He was like crying, all sad, and we were like, "What's wrong?" And he spilt gasoline on his privates.
Oh,
Dang.
that burnt the shit out
Oh
of him.
my god! He was crying. That little boy can take some pain, and he was crying. I never seen him. I mean, I've seen him get hurt before. Never cry. That made him cry.
Hopefully, you guys got him in the bathtub as quick as soon as possible and got some
Oh,
soap.
definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. I'm just saying. That's
I
sad.
was
That's
like, "What
sad.
the fuck, boy? Are you? What the fuck? You know? Come on, come on."
Let's get you inside, get you in that tub, and get this taken care of as best we can.
Yeah. I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" He didn't say, but I was like, "What the fuck are you doing? Gasoline, man? How'd that happen?" He's like, "I don't know." You know, he's young. He's only like
Yeah,
5, 6, 7, something. You know.
right.
Now, I remember when I was like just becoming 12, 13, thinking I was hot shit or something, thinking, you know, hey, I'm going to freshen up or go smell good or something, you know. And my dumb ass threw some aftershave where it's not supposed to go. But I didn't, but I didn't
we,
know, you know what I mean,
we've all
myself.
done that, bro. I've done that too. So you're
Oh
not
my
alone.
God. Oh
You're
my.
not alone.
Holy fuck. Talk about never do that again.
Yeah. I've done that, bro. So I'm with you.
I was in the sink with the fucking thing running. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God.
What were you trying to make your junk smell good for?
Fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know. You just see the commercials and you see them dudes go, yeah, something cologne, aftershave, makes you a man. Brace yourself, fresh, something, you know what I mean? And you see them slap it on and they're like, yeah. You know, so I was like, yeah, I'm going to be a man. I'm going to brace myself. I'm going to put the freshness on. Holy shit, was I wrong?
That's a funny story, bro.
Oh my God.
But I have to be honest, I've done the same thing. So I'm not, you're
Well,
not alone.
I went to pierce my ear one time, right?
Yeah, I used to wear one earring long time ago.
Yeah, they told me, you know, don't do one wrong earring, you know, do this ear, not the other ear, you know what I
Right?
mean?
You don't want to be a fag.
All that, yeah, it was at that
Yep.
point in time. So I'm like, okay, man, piercing your ear is cool, something, you know what I mean? Because all, you know, I don't know, certain people had it done, and they were trying to put the appeal off that it's cool, you know. So my goofy ass, the only thing I had sitting there by me as a little kid, I was young, a coat hanger.
Oh
Thick.
fuck!
Look, I clipped it with the wire or just bent it to where it broke, and took it and went stabbed it in the fucking ear.
Oh fuck!
My listen, I was like, yeah, I'm cool as fuck now. It was bleeding everywhere and everything, and I was waiting for it to, stop bleeding or whatever and do its thing. And I'm like looking for an earring, you know. I'm thinking I'm badass. I go get like one of my grandma's fucking earrings or something. I don't know. So I get the earring. I soak it in alcohol like a dumbass.
Oh, that wouldn't sting a little, would it?
Well, hold on. It did, but it wasn't as bad as the other thing, the getting fresh.
Right?
So so I soaked that in alcohol to make sure it's clean, wash it off, and then I put it in. And when I put it in, the fucking earring went through the hole. Just fell to the ground. What the fuck? That didn't seem right. That didn't go right. Like that's not. And so I just never again tried to fuck with it. I let the hole heal, and yeah.
You made a pretty big hole then.
Oh my gosh, it was a big hole. The little tip of my pinky could go through that bitch, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Oh shit, I fucked up. That's a big hole."
Yeah, I had an earring once. My ear still fucked up from got a little like a indent in it.
Yeah, yeah, little scar dot, and yeah, that's what mine's got.
Yep, yep. I regretted it, of course. I wanted to be cool.
Yeah,
Like,
I did too. I did too.
you
You
know,
know, until it healed up and everything. Once it healed and scabbed over, I was fine.
yeah. Well, I used to actually wear an earring. I had it done by a person that did it right. But anyway,
Right. Had I done that, I probably would have kept it longer. You know, I'd have forced myself to keep it longer. Like, okay, you know, at least I paid for the fucking thing and had it done like this. You know.
yeah, I used to wear it like a yin yang earring is what I had. But
Yeah,
anyway,
my ass always tried to like be too cool too quick. You know what I mean?
oh, I'm with you, bro. We all do stupid things when we're young. I'm influenced by.
I
Stupid
mean, plus
people.
it's jewelry. You know what what the fuck? The whole everybody. That's all they. Jewelry, jewelry, jewelry. Cool. I mean,
I won't wear jewelry ever. No, never.
no, I know, but I'm just saying. As a kid, you see all
Yeah.
like the rappers, the singers, the rock and roll, like everybody, the ladies, the dudes, the
Well,
whoever. They
I'm
jewelry.
anti jewelry. To be honest with you, totally
Yeah,
anti
I
jewelry.
I am also today. I do have a cool gold ring that I favor that I like, but other than that, I'm not really about jewelry. No.
I got a friend that's got necklaces, and he doesn't have any earrings, but he's got expensive rings and this and that, and
I
bracelets,
used to
Harley
have.
bracelets, and all this shit. And I'm like, dude, he's always come. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, yeah, okay, look, fine, fine, whatever. But
And
yeah,
take that shit with you.
he's all into that, all that bling or whatever.
Yeah, I used to have all that.
I don't get it, but he does.
Well, when I was younger, I used to have it all, and then as I got older, nephews.
This guy's
Friends.
60 years old now, bro. He just bought a ring
Yeah.
yesterday.
No,
You
I
know,
wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
you know what I mean?
No, yeah, I think it's kind of pointless to do that now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But what
Yep.
I had, the certain one I like that I have, I kept. The other shit, like either got stolen, lost, whatever. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah.
But I used to have enough to fill up both my hands. I used to have necklaces, a lot of silver, basically, a couple gold, but mostly silver
I'm going to show
necklaces.
you. I'm going to show you up. I'm going to upload a picture of it. Really a cool piece of jewelry. It is cool. He made a
I'll show
what
you one too.
what do they call those things they put ashes in once you've been um
But what?
ashes when
An urn.
an urn. There you go. This is a little urn he had made. It is so fucking
Oh,
cool.
okay. No, I already know exactly what you're talking about because I've seen some. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I still like to see it. Yes.
Yeah, he had this custom made for his friend. One of his best friends died, and yeah, it's a cool urn. Very very cool.
Have you ever looked at my penny picture actually up close?
No,
Well, it's Abraham Lincoln with a yarmulke on his head.
with a what?
A yarmulke, a kippah. You know what that is?
No.
It's a Jewish hat or a rabbi hat.
Okay, the little cap. Yeah.
Yes, he has that on his head. Tap the picture and blow it up if you can. I own that coin. That's a real coin, one of a kind, rare. I'm not supposed to tell nobody I own it because there's a lot of people looking for that coin. They were looking for it like there's a thing like if
Right.
anybody
Right.
finds this coin, well I have it, and it was made by the mint because the mint mark is underneath the fucking design. So there's no way in hell somebody put a piece of metal on a piece of metal and still had the mint mark underneath it. There's no way. I mean, I don't see how it would be possible. But yeah, that's one cool thing that I have that I found in some coins one day. I always used to look at pennies all day, not all day, but I
Looking
would
for the 1943 copper penny.
looking for anything cool, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I found this one and I've never seen one like it ever.
Where did you post it? I'm looking at the live stream. I don't see it. But...
It's my picture.
Oh. Okay. My bad.
My actual picture.
Okay. Oh, I see it now.
The mark,
I
yeah,
got you.
the penny, yeah. So I'm just saying if there's a way you can blow it up to get a better image, I might have a picture.
God, I'm having a hard time finding that urn for some reason.
See the picture I posted it? The penny?
Yeah, I do.
Like tap it and blow it up and you'll see. On the shoulder, he's got the tails building like stamped on that side. On the head, it's a yarmulke, but actually it's like the bottom piece of another coin. They got like double stamped into it. And it says America upside down.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And on the other side, it says 1 cent. It says 1, and it's got the number 1. And then it's got cent.
Huh. That's a misprint there for sure.
Yes. Yes. And it's, I mean, dude said it can go from 15,000 to priceless.
Wow. How many did they figure that was made? Just the one?
Just that one.
Oh, wow. That even makes it more rare.
I've never ever seen. The guy told me if that fucking thing came out of the mint, it's worth a lot. That's basically what he said. The dude to the coin place I went to. He said if it's not from the mint, of course it's some kind of fake or whatever. You know what I mean? Hobo penny. But if it's from the mint, it's fucking valuable because it shouldn't have got out of the mint.
Now my phone is screwing up again. It won't take this image and let me send it. It just goes to I click on Discord and it goes to, I click on share. It shows me the Discord app. I click on that. And then it doesn't go to where I can share it. It doesn't let me go to that page for some reason. My phone was doing that yesterday. I shared one picture earlier about with my race car, but now it won't let me do it again. Maybe if I turn my phone off and on again, maybe that'll work. Anyway, this urn, it was a piece of silver that was on the end of it, a really old cane. Somebody made a cane, a walking cane, and the cap had a silver cap on it. And it was all handmade silver cap that went on. So he took that cap off the cane and then had a lid made for it with a piece of opal in the top of it. Anyway, so I had a jeweler do it. It's the coolest fucking urn I've ever seen. It's not very big. It's about the size of half your thumb. And it's on a chain and whatnot. But he sent it to the dude's wife that died. So she could put some ashes in it and wear it around her neck. But it's a one cool fucking, it's cool urn, let me tell you.
Hey guys, I'm just checking in with you. I'm doing a flat Earth discussion. Does anybody have the GIF where it shows the sun setting and then you zoom in with the camera and then it comes back up over the horizon? Does anybody have that? I need that right now.
You see that? It's a gold coin.
That's that head looking thing is a gold coin?
Yeah, it's a gold coin. It's a Native American headdress and an Indian face. It's got 2 diamond eyes and 2 diamond dots for the headdress.
Wow, that's cool.
It's a ring. It's one of my rings.
That's cool, for sure. What percentage gold is it? 14, 18? What is it? You know?
18 or 19, I think. Yeah, it's like 19 grams or 19 ounces. I'm sorry.
Grams.
No, not, ounces.
19.
Or grams.
Yeah. I was going to say 19 ounces. That'd be worth
19 grams, almost close to an ounce, like 9 short. Yeah. But I mean, it's pretty nice. I like it.
I think and there's a different measurement for an ounce of gold. It's called what kind of ounce is it called? I think they're 32 grams. They're called
Eric?
No, somebody's got to know what the ounces of gold is called. What is it? And a pound of gold has 12 ounces in it, not 16. It's a different. I don't know why it's different, but it is.
Right. I'm not sure. I might know, but I'm just not positive. So yeah, it's one of those things I might know, but I just had to be refreshed on.
A pound of gold is the same as a pound of feathers. I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, an ounce of gold is 32 grams, not 28. An ounce of gold is.
It just doesn't make sense. I'm not sure where you got that from.
I know what I'm talking about. Trust me. An ounce. It's called a. Oh fuck! Give me a minute.
I mean, it might be in a different measurement.
Give me a second. I'll pull it up for you, so you know what I'm talking
Silver
about.
and gold coins, and
Are you talking about the?
I just go by. There's 1 ounce of gold in each coin, and there's 1 ounce of silver in each coin. They're
just saying that they weigh metals. Precious metals are different in grams, in ounces. 32 grams of gold makes a. What do they call it? An ounce. What's the name of the ounce?
Troy ounce?
Yes, a troy ounce. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the troy measurements are different. Yes.
Yes, I know that. That's what I said.
Yes, you're right. I was thinking regular U.S. measurements.
No, they measure gold in troy ounces. And 12 troy ounces makes 1 pound of gold. Also, it's not 16. It doesn't change the value. I mean, it's still worth the X amount of dollars per ounce, but you see what I'm saying? Okay, here's that urn. It's coming up. Anyway, this guy made it out of the cap off of a walking cane, an antique walking cane, and then he had this cap put on it with a lid from my friend's wife. She's my friend and his friend, and then had that piece of opal put on top of it. I just thought it was cool. It was a nice gesture for him to do. It cost him.
I like stuff like that. All silver stuff.
Yeah.
I've had silver ink pens, silver knives that were pure silver, the blade, the knife, everything.
Right. Well, he made this just so she could have something to put some ashes in to, wear around her neck or whatever. So anyway, that silver part came off of a walking cane, the end of it. Really old antique walking cane. It was broken, but that part was still good on it. The bottom of it was broken off. I don't know how old it was, but you could tell it was really old. And
yeah, by the design of the type of wood, or yeah.
Yep. Anyway, there's a little button on that. You click the button and the lid pops open. And anyway, it's cool.
Yeah, that is pretty neat.
Like I said, it's about half the size of your thumb, the whole thing. It's not very big. It looks bigger than it is. So you can see the chain that it's hung on there at the top of the picture, but so it's not a real big thing. So it's like maybe a teaspoon of ashes would fit in it or something,
Yeah.
Cost him like fucking, I can't remember what he said. It was like $300 or $400 to have it made, to buy the stone and have the jeweler make this, put it all together and make it for him. It was. I want to say 400, but it might have been a little less. I can't remember. I'll have to ask him. He might show up here any minute. He's one of my best friends. He shows up and comes over every day. I've known him for like 40 plus years. I don't know how many people say they haven't got a friend that they see every day that they've known for 40 years. But I happen to have one. And he's a Glober, by the way. And so we just don't talk about it at all because we've had a little bit of verbal confrontation about it. And he's like, his whole thing is he's afraid to be embarrassed about someone calling him a stupid Glober. You know, he's like, I'm not. Aren't you afraid of what people think of you? I'm like, no, I don't give a fuck what people think of me. You know that. He goes, well, I'm not, I'm not even going to look at it because I don't want to be called a stupid Glober. And end of conversation. And for him, that was it. Not talking about it. I'm not going to say I'm a flat earther because no one's calling me stupid. Because if they do, I'm going to punch him right in their fucking mouth. he's a crazy fucker. He fights. He's been in so many fights I can't fuck. He's probably been in over 100 fights in his life at least.
Oh yeah, I can relate.
He's a scrapper, let me tell you.
I can relate.
He's all tatted down. He rides a Harley, and he's a really nice. He's a good dude, though.
Oh yeah, most people like that are. They're really nice and respectful. But if you like do the wrong thing, you know, you got to fight.
Yeah.
Same way I am. I'm bad. I'm the coolest motherfucker to get to know.
I just built an apartment in one of his shops for him to live in because he couldn't find a fucking place to rent. Find a place to rent around here is so hard right now. My God, and they want so much money. So he has a couple of shops that he does. You know, we build cars and stuff in together, and we do all kinds of shit. You know, so do some construction stuff and whatever. But we got a couple shops that we work out of. I just built an apartment in there for him, so he'd have some place to fucking stay and live without having to pay fucking $2,000 a month for rent on a fucking 1-bedroom flat or something. They're starting to build a lot of flats around here for whatever reason. Never seen them before, but fuck, they're putting them on every goddamn street corner now. I don't know if I'd like living in a flat like that myself. I don't. One or two doors in and out of the building. It's like being fuck. If they wanted to lock that door, you'd be like being in prison or something.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I got
I
a
can.
quick.
Go ahead.
So I was potentially going to be traveling out of the country, and the only holdup is I have to take a fancy test, and I don't want to do it because I don't trust it. I was just curious what your guys' thoughts were on the test itself.
Well, I would say definitely don't let them shove that thing up your nose and break that membrane up near your brain. If you spit in a tube or something, or like a saliva test or something, I think they're okay. I don't know about results being accurate. I don't know anything about that. I think that's very questionable in my opinion. But there's several different ways they test you. I certainly wouldn't let them stick up your nose and penetrate that membrane up high in your nostril.
Yeah, I hear that.
Don't do that one. I've heard that's dangerous, and actually people have died from having that test and breached the brain and caused you to have an aneurysm. So very, very rare, but nonetheless possible. Anytime they break through them, make you bleed up that close to your brain, bad idea.
So can I say a couple things? Is that okay?
Of course.
I don't like to talk about this too much and this is not medical advice, but I worked as a CNA for 14 months during this nonsense. So I've been tested over 50 times. And yeah, I've had that area stabbed most of those times. Sometimes the people didn't know what they were doing, and I was like, thank God, right? But yeah, so we'll see what happens with my face and body. But anyway, just if the only advice I have is if there's a way for you to try to get it at like your GP instead of like going to see. I had the military do it a couple times. I had people at Walmart do it. I had people at my job do it. I had hospitals do it. All kinds of stuff. Where would you be getting the test?
It's going to be at the Portland Airport, probably.
Okay. Well, then there's no. So listen, dude. You either take the test or you don't. And if you can do it without them stabbing your face. Yep. God reckons right.
Probably just go through and do it. It's to go to my sister's wedding.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen. There's not much you can do to be perfectly square with you. And like I said, 50 tests later, almost a year later, since no, that's not true. It's been like 4 or 5 months since my last test. But anyway, yeah, I've tested negative every single time too, by the way, which is crazy. But yeah, anyway.
Have you ever had your antibodies checked to see if you're immune?
No, I haven't. But I'm getting a physical soon, so maybe I'll have him throw that in there.
Yeah, I was going to have my GP do that. He said we can check and see if you've had COVID. He said if you've had the antibodies will show up in your blood.
Yeah.
And
well, anyway, so
there's no need for a test or a shot or anything after that. You've got your natural antibodies. Why would you?
Well, shit. Then I really need to go get tested for that. But anyway, let's try to keep it on Flat Earth.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I know we don't talk about that. So
no worries.
For me.
Sure, no problem, man.
We weren't really talking about the bee though, or anything. It was just about that test. And
yeah, I know. It's just.
I still think it's a bad idea to have somebody punch your brain like that. My opinion, not medical
You're right.
advice.
No, it's never good. Never good to shove anything up there. Never. No, you can't be fooling around up in there. So
right.
No, I get it.
What I'm saying. Yeah, it's just my opinion. I wouldn't do that, but.
Well, and it's funny too because the people at work, when the nurses would test me, they wouldn't jam it up there. You know what I mean? They'd just kind of swish around a little bit, and that's it. But yeah, the military, 19-year-old kid, then it was blazing hot outside, and it was the CHI Center. CHI is a health company here. And anyway, so it's the huge arena. It was emptied out, and they were doing tests outside in the parking lot. You had to go wait in line in your car, and they were doing it in your car. But anyway, so this 19-year-old kid's sweating his balls off. He's not even from the area. He just shoves this really long Q-tip up into my head and starts stabbing around, and he counts to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. He gets all the way up to 10, man. Stabbing and scraping. It was awful.
Fuck. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you're still alive, bro. Fuck.
No, it wasn't like that. It was just, you know what I mean? Like, he was a 19-year-old full of piss and vinegar. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't really care what he was doing. He'd been doing it all day. I don't blame him. So, anyway.
What about an aneurysm accidentally?
Can't hear you.
What about aneurysm accidentally?
It doesn't go up far enough for that. It just stays within your nasal cavity.
Okay. I was
You're
told
not.
differently.
Listen, I know you
but
were. There's a lot of
I know.
alarmists out there that love to say stupid shit. So, listen, I'm a CNA. I worked in. I mean, I'm just letting you know. They wouldn't have done that if it crossed the blood-brain barrier. If it had anything to do with your brain, they wouldn't even have shoved something up our noses or our residents or anything. So I don't believe that.
I'm my own personal MD, so there you go.
Well, it's funny too because the medical community, right, is pharmakia, is lesser magic, is all kinds of stuff. But I've worked in it extensively, and it's there's also benefits to it. So I don't know. Anyway,
You ever worked in a cath lab?
no, but I've done catheters.
No, I mean for the heart.
Oh, like a heart cath?
And yeah.
Angiograms and stuff?
Yeah, angioplasty. Yeah.
No, I haven't.
I've been there 6 times. I had a balloon shoved up my arteries 6 times.
Stint, right? They call that a stint?
Yep. The placement of a stent. Yeah. First they put a balloon up there and stretch.
Blow it up. They blow it up?
Yeah. Blow it up. Yeah.
It's the ultimate in vasodilation.
Yes. Anyway, sometimes the artery ruptures and you die.
Correct.
Yeah. Well.
6 times and you're still with us. That's got to mean something, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Fuck, I don't want to do that no more.
1 time, and there's a reason you're still with us. Let alone the whole 6. That's 2 hands of numbers.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
I feel extremely blessed. Let me put it to you that way.
Yeah, man.
To have made it through that, because I heard so many times my cardiologist, that bitch killed my dad, that bitch killed my sister, that bitch killed us. I'm like, slow down, that's my doctor. Well, she killed my cousin.
They're saying that your doctor killed people? That's what this
in the
person's
cath
saying?
lab, yeah, accidentally.
Oh, shit. Well, those people are going to be biased.
Yeah, but we have a saying in Spanish, and it's "Yerba mala nunca muere." Bad weed, bad weed never dies.
Bad weed?
Yeah, that weed that grows in the garden, and you kill it and kill it and kill it, and it always comes back.
Oh, yeah, so God Rockin's the bad weed that just won't die.
I'm a bad weed. Thanks for that, Jemsy.
You know, Jemsy, for being an asshole, you're really nice about it.
Yeah, you are.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean that in the most offensive way possible, so...
I 10 times that. I still love you, Jemsy, but for hell's sakes, I'm not a bad weed, am I? Maybe I am. Fuck.
I'm saying that
He's joking.
Weed never dies. So
and you better be joking.
You're a bad seed.
Ooh, that's different than a weed, but yeah. I could be both. You never know. Try not to be, but I'm not good at some things.
For that guy, real quick, he wants to go to his sister's wedding, just take the test, pass it, and go to your sister's wedding. That's it. Easy enough. It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
Enjoy your time with your sister. It's all good.
You might ask him to please be gentle. I don't know. I've only been tested 1 time.
We know Glaflow got tested over 50 times, and we know that's pretty common when you work for the government. They make sure.
That is crazy.
They make sure you're clean. Especially if you're a spy, you don't want to be going to places and spreading it around.
A spy? We have a spy on board?
Didn't you know Glaflow, he lives near the FBI building and near the government buildings. He gets tested 50 times every week. just to make sure he's a good employee.
Why are you
Did you know
really
that?
here, Glatt? Why are you really here, Glatt?
It's like a
Where'd he go?
five-star general of the Russian spy government. He works for the
He works for 24/7 at this point. Good hell, he puts in a lot of work. A lot more than I do. I'll tell you that.
He's up there definitely with the bandwidth consumption of the server. Yes.
Yeah, he participates an awful lot. You're right.
Same as you. Probably and I. So that's me. So.
No, Glatflobe gets paid well to actually, be here all the time. So
yeah, that YouTube revenue definitely pays well.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, he gets kickbacks from me because from my demonetized channel. Yeah, he gets a lot of kickbacks.
Maybe he needs a drop kick.
Well, I mean, say it now, but no. I was just thinking about what he was saying about the test through the nasal cavity and stuff. I mean, I'm sure that was a thing. If he was in the military and in hospitals and stuff, he worked in hospitals. I've never had that experience. I haven't had someone stick a 9-inch toothpick up my nose. But as far as I understand about these PCR tests, if you really look into them, they're not necessarily designed to actually detect this thing.
Prove it.
Well, you can ask the person that designed the PCR test. He said, "Well, it's not designed for that." Well, yeah.
Around. He's not a Russian agent. We all know that.
Yeah. Why did Glatflobe leave as soon as we started talking about this? No, he's like, back out.
That's very sus.
His fucking solicitor or whatever. Back out now. Back out now.
Suspect for sure. I agree.
no, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I know.
He might have had his freaking burrito blowing up in the microwave or something.
No, he said he had something to do.
Yeah, it's all good. That's funny.
How often I've been to the live stream a couple times, the chat, and called everybody out, say, come over, join, come over and talk.
I mean, a live stream's kind of a slow. I mean, we'll get anywhere from, at one time we'll have like 30 to 40, maybe 50 sometimes watching at a time. And a lot of them are repeat customers. As far as the statistics go, on the stats on the live stream, it's playbacks. So we'll have anywhere from 600 to 1,000 viewers on every 12-hour stream, which is pretty good. I mean, that's playbacks. That means somebody comes in, checks in, listens for a little bit, and jumps out. Now, as far as views is a different number. We get at least like views is when you click on the YouTube channel and then you watch it for a little bit. That'll add to your views number, and we get shit, now I'm gonna have to look it up again. I think it's like 1,500 a day, which is pretty good, right?
Yeah, that is. That is a lot more than I thought you was going to say. I just say, when I called them out, nobody showed up. You know what I mean? I did a couple times.
Yeah, but people, I mean, for various reasons, people either they're listening but can't join because they've already been banned, you know. So yeah, but a lot of people listen. That's that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Let me get you the latest data. Hold on.
I'm just saying I went over, called them out a couple times, never had nobody show up. I just wondered how many times that's happened to you. Probably many, many times.
Oh, well, actually, you guys are doing most of the work here. I'm just hosting it.
Right. Well,
I'm the producer. You know.
right. Well, I get that. I'm just talking about trying to get people to come over here from there. You know what I mean? Actually come over and participate, not just listen. If you're listening.
So what I've got over the last 28 days, your channel got 33,700 views.
Joe, YO.
So we have on my channel we have 3,223 subscribers. Watch time hours in 28 days is 16,500. We've gotten 55 new subscribers in the past month, which is pretty good because we actually at one time we had almost 100 every month, but it's gone down a little bit. But I mean, it's still progressing. So yeah, man, we're getting some. I mean,
that's pretty good numbers, actually. I'm
there's
surprised.
30 days in a month. I mean, there's over 1,000 people watching every single day.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Is that 1,000 different people? I mean, or is it?
No. That's just a view count.
Oh, okay. So somebody could be there 20 times.
Yeah, but the way YouTube does it, though, once they click on the video, if they come back to it later while it's live, it doesn't count it as a view because they've already seen the video that day.
I see.
So, but that's really good. So yeah, I mean, there's over 1,000 to sometimes up to 1,500 people every day. Like find the video and click on and listen for at least a little bit, and it'll give me an average view time on certain videos and stuff. Yeah, and it used to be more, but it's usually about 15 to 20 minutes average view time for someone, average view duration, and I can look up all the stats on different videos, but yeah, people are finding us and watching for a little bit, and we're
that's a lot of people, actually, Helio. That's a lot.
Yeah. We're anywhere from 1,200 to 13, sometimes 1,500 people a day find our channel and watch for a little bit.
And now, how many members are here now, 24/7?
On the Discord?
Yeah, how many members
we're a little
we have
over
here?
I think we're a little over 24,000 on the Discord.
Wow. That's a lot, because where are these people? They don't join very often, I guess.
Well, we try not to if we ban them outright, then it won't look as good. See, like on certain Discord things, when you just ban them from the channel and you just don't, if you want to make it an exclusive club, you're just like, hey, we want to keep them incognito so the number's there, so it's easier for people to find us in Discord as well. So that adds to our things, and then we partner with other things like Modern Day. I think that channel, right? Who are they? Well, the debates. I was talking to Modern Day Debate. I don't know who is admin over there. I added them as a partner, and they added us as a partner on their server. As a matter of fact, you guys should. I'm going to post that now because their server's pretty small right now, and they do a lot of flat Earth stuff. But I mean, they do all kinds of different debates over there. The Modern Day Debate channel, right? No, maybe not.
Yes, My mic was off. Yes, I do, of course.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I was talking to, well, not talking to him, but I messaged him and said, hey, man, I didn't know you guys had a Discord server. I said, hey, let's partner up. And I was messaging back and forth. I put them in the partner channel for us, and they put us in their partner channel too. So let's partner with
good.
them. And they have it looks like their Discord set up pretty well. So let me send a link for that for everybody here.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm a member to their Discord channel. I've been over there a few times and taught and joined and talked, and so. But
oh, really? Cause it seems like there's. Okay, cool.
Doesn't that make you a member? I mean, if you click on to go over there and then you join on and you.
Well, I'm gonna send a link, and then you'll be able to tell when I post the link. Well, let me find it really quick.
It'll say I'm already joined if I am, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. When I post the link, it'll already tell you. It'll say server joined.
Are you sending it to me a DM or is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna put it in live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because we're partnering with them now. Find it. And where's the partner? Oh, here it is. I mean, they have like 1,300 members there, so it's kind of new for them. I mean, they've been doing modern day debates on YouTube for quite a while, and but they haven't. They're kind of, and they have a lot of followers on YouTube, so they're kind of new to the Discord thing, but not all of their members. There are certain members there that are familiar with Discord, so it'll be interesting to see what happens if we can recruit a lot of people that follow their debates on YouTube, and then they can find their way here if they find their way to their Discord channel. So that's why I wanted to partner with them. So anyway, so here it comes. Here's a link. If you're not on the modern day debates. Oh shit. Here it comes. Yeah, I was DMing with the admin on there, and they said, "Hey, yeah, we can partner."
It says join.
You're already joined with them?
No, it said join, so I just clicked on it.
Yeah, join it, and then you can go into their channel and say, I'm whatever you want to do. I mean, just check out their server and follow their instructions. They have rules. I mean, it's pretty much kind of the same setup, like ours is, or however they set it up. But yeah, so anyone that wants to talk to people from the Modern Day Debate channel, they have their combo over there at least once a week, I think. Hey, God Rockin'.
Yeah.
Are you eating something?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. How long have you been eating? Because I was listening like 3 hours ago, and you were eating then. Do you eat constantly? I'm just fucking with you, bro.
No,
but just like I was listening a couple hours ago, and you were freaking sounded like you were eating something then too. You just munching on some strawberries?
No, probably my coffee.
I'm really drink fucking with you, man. But it really just like for the past couple hours, it seems like every time you talk, it sounds like you're eating something.
It's probably my coffee. I drink a cup, take a drink, and I'll smack my lip. I drink a lot of coffee, so that's probably it.
What were you saying, Jimsy?
I said,
Jimsy's probably screaming at his kids right now. What? No, I'm sorry.
I
Never
said
mind.
thank you.
Thank you for telling God Rock and to fucking talk when he's not eating.
Fuck you guys.
Oh man.
I thought you were being hard on Glatt. Now you guys are picking on God Rock. What's up with you guys today?
No, that motherfucker's been slurping and just talking while he's eating for a couple. It's like, damn. Man,
never mind what I'm doing, Elio.
No. You've been saying good shit. It just sounds like you're eating while you're saying it. It's just not. It's not. Doesn't. I mean, you should try your best not to sound like you're eating while you're talking on the live stream. That's all.
What if I am eating? How do I sound like I'm not?
Have you ever heard me sound like I'm eating on the live stream?
No, but I've heard you sound like you're swallowing your tongue or something. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean it's just.
I'll try not to
Yeah.
smack my lips after I take a drink of my coffee. Okay. I'll try very hard.
No, I mean it's okay. I mean, like sometimes you're just like you're eating something and you want to jump in. I don't know. I mean, whatever. It just I ain't taking the piss out of you, God Rock. I'm just saying it. Just like a couple times tonight, it was just like you're just like you're trying to talk while food's in your mouth and shit. It's like God dang it.
No, it's coffee, I'm sure.
Oh, it's the coffee.
Yeah. I always got a cup of coffee sitting in front of me.
All right, well, mine's always the beer, so whatever. It do what it do. I'm just making a joke. I love you, brother.
It's okay. It's all good. I understand. And no worries. I'm not mad. I never would be. Anyway, you can say anything you want to me, and just would fall off me. It would fall off me
like water off a duck's back.
Yes,
like one of those. Yeah.
Exactly.
We can take the piss out of each other. We've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, we can't take it personal, or this never does turn out good.
We'd all quit if we all took it personal, right?
Yeah.
After I heard Glatflobes, I don't think he would mind me saying this because he's worked in the medical field, and he was talking about installing, catheters. I private messaged him and said, "Have you ever had to do that for a woman?" And he said no, and I was like, which I've had a catheter installed, but it was by a woman, so I didn't really think it was that weird, but I think for a man it could be pretty weird.
I've had them like 6 times when I went to the cath lab, but I was under anesthesia at the time, so I don't remember who did it. You know what I mean? I just woke up.
Well, I've only have it done one time to me, and it was by a woman, but it was just like I was in my bed. I mean, I couldn't get up to piss, so it was just like only one that could do it was a woman. I'm not going to be like, no,
right.
I need a man, It's just like, but how many dicks have these women seen? And they know how to do it. It's like, but anyway,
yeah, they do. So, they grab a hold of that thing and take care of business.
Yeah, but yeah. So Glatflobe said no. I mean, I was just wondering if it would be weird, because women get catheters too. So
yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah, I've had one 6 times. Every time I've been in surgery for my heart. So, or not really surgery, like putting in a stent.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But I just woke up with it still in there, and I'm like,
Well,
I
I
don't know
woke
how
up surgery and
I don't know how it got there. You
in a
know,
lot of pain. And it was like, if you got a piss, let us know. I was like, my leg was hurting so bad, I broke my leg, and I was like, after surgery, I was like, I don't think there's any way I can get to the bathroom right now because the leg is killing me. But I really, really have to piss, and I can't get up. So they had to install a catheter, but
my
yeah,
father has one in 24 hours a day now. Hospice is taking care of him at home, so he can't walk, and so yeah.
I would just think of it as a man installing a catheter in a woman. And unless you're really used to it, it would. I think that'll be weird. The first time, I think it would be, wow. This is
Was it wow for you the first time?
me. I wouldn't know how to install a catheter.
I mean, when you had one installed,
Yeah, it was.
kind of wow.
Yeah, it was weird. It was like I could. I was awake and I was like, but once my bladder was relieved, I was like, thank God,
Yeah,
because
I hear that.
but yeah, I mean, I'm sure the nurse didn't give a shit. It was like just part of my job. But
Right.
yeah, it's like it wasn't even really that weird for me because I'm sure they do it all the time. I was just trying to. I mean, it's much. I think it's much different, when you have to do it for a woman. So it's.
I think I've had mine taken out by a woman every time. I don't remember a man nurse doing that when I'm getting ready to go home or whatever. I think it was a nurse woman that took it out every time. Just kind of, out it comes.
Yeah, it comes out really fast, and it's just whatever. No, it was just something I was curious about. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think they have men do that to women for some whatever reason.
It can be. It can. But
it can be, yeah. But I think the reasons are obvious why they don't usually do that. I mean,
what's the dichotomy there? I mean, it's just like if a woman can do it on a man, what's the difference, right?
Well, I just think
I
women
know
are a little
the
more
difference.
shy.
I'm just saying.
Women are a little more shy about that, I think. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, it definitely.
I mean,
I would think it'd be weird.
I'm not embarrassed to whip my thing out and take a piss anywhere in front of whoever, whatever. I mean, it's not.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just like every guy. It's like
women don't do that.
No. Well, some do.
Yeah, I've seen a woman stand up and pee before. I've
Stand up and pee, or just go to the edge of a parking lot and be like, I gotta piss.
I've actually seen one stand up and do it.
Yeah. Too, but anyway,
she was proud to show us all how she did it.
No, sure, but when you're in a precarious position and you have to have a man install a catheter, I mean, but in the medical field, it's not that big a deal. I mean, I'm sure women would prefer that a woman installs the catheter, but as far as men goes, if you're in pain or if you're just like, I have to have this catheter and you're awake for it, it's like, hey, I don't care what happens. I need this bladder relieved and I can't stand up.
Right.
Anyway, it was just a question there. I don't know what that has to do with flat earth or anything. I was just curious about.
Well, thank God water settles flat because it doesn't have to be all over you. It goes into the cup. Goes into the cup and stays there.
Actually, before that, I pissed my bed and it took them like 3 hours to come and check on me. And so I was just like, you know what?
The fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah, what the fuck? Where you been?
Yeah, exactly.
This was after surgery. I was on fucking morphine and shit. You know, I was just like, I'm sitting in my fucking piss for hours.
One time I woke up during getting a stent put in, and the IV had fallen out, and the medicine was, my back was all wet. And I woke up, and I'm like, oh, it hurts. What's going on? And the doctor goes, you better hold still, sir, or we're going to lose you. And I'm like, okay, but my back's all wet. Why? And they looked, and the doctor said, oh my God, the IV fell out. Get that back in there right now. He was screaming at this nurse. Anyway, so she got it back in, and that's all I remember, because whatever they injected me with, after that, I went out. I was gone. Because I woke up right in the middle of getting a stent put in, and I was like squirming, like, oh, it hurts. The doctor goes, hold still, we're gonna lose you, bro. You better hold the fuck still. I'm like, oh, okay, sorry, but
yeah, it's probably like a saline solution that you know, or maybe it was blood. Who knows?
No, it was for the medicine, and they put, inject you with the medicine to keep you knocked out.
But they have the bags, but then they have the thing where they don't inject you directly. They just put it in this, in the IV.
Right. Anyway, mine fell out.
That's well, you made it.
Yep. The doctor said, you better hold still. We're going to lose you. Okay.
You ever heard of those cases where people are getting major surgeries and they have them under anesthesia, but they're totally awake, but they can't move and they can feel everything? What's that called? There's something where...
Oh, I know what that's called. Shit out of luck. You wake up during surgery.
Well, you wake up during surgery, so everything's working as far as they're concerned. It's just like they're put out and they're performing surgery, but you can feel all the pain.
Oh, the anesthesia doesn't work and you can't communicate. Oh, that's
yeah. You're just laying there, can't move and shit, but you can feel the pain, and but you can't move or tell them.
Sawing open my chest and ripping my ribs apart.
Yeah, it's like heart surgery or something, which is not funny. I mean, it does happen. Some people it happens to. I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, that's pretty horrific. It's just like, wow.
Well, they check your brain waves. They could check your brain waves. If they're just like really chill, that means you're not experiencing pain.
Yeah,
if
but
you're all over.
Yeah, but I mean, in certain surgeries, they don't put your brain up to a monitor while you're doing.
Your blood pressure and everything. If your blood pressure, you'd be like, your heart rate would be freaking out.
Yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah, maybe it's a freaking myth or something about that.
You know what's crazy, Helio? I did hear about people that have died on the operating room table, and they came out of their body and looked down upon their body being cut open and whatever.
Yep.
And then they re-entered their body. I mean, I have no proof of it, but I've heard stories like this.
Sure,
people claiming this shit.
Yeah, I've heard some of that stuff too.
My dad claims that happened to him too. Yeah.
He did. Now, what did he see? Because Dempsey was saying something when his father died. He saw some kind of light. Like, he didn't die himself, but like before his dad died, he was drawn to some kind of light. Did your dad see a light that he was drawn to?
He says someone came for him and they took him somewhere and talked to him, and then told him he had to go back. He had some conversation with someone. He said he's seen family members that were dead. He's seen, I don't know, someone took him somewhere, and then he came back, and then they went back into his body.
What happened? Was he in a car accident, or what triggered that?
Open heart surgery. He died 3 times on the operating table, they said that day. They gave him a 1% chance of living when he went in.
Who was this, your dad?
Yeah.
And he's still around?
Yep.
You say he's a vegetable?
No, he just can't
Paralyzed.
walk. Yeah,
Okay.
paralyzed, yeah.
Oof.
Well, the reason I put it so unfriendly is because I feel like I kind of know some background. Just a tiny bit. And I don't know. It always has he been humbled by the experience, at least, Scott Rockin, at all?
Yeah, a little, I guess.
Okay. Let's see, it's not all is lost, I guess, but it sucks that people have to suffer to like learn lessons. That's what I'm pissed off about. I'm not mad at the player, I'm mad at the game, dog.
Well, I think we all suffer at some point to learn things all through life. I mean, a little bit, you know. I mean, sometimes the only way to learn is the hard way for some people, and that can be painful, either mentally or physically or whatever. It can be painful to learn the hard way.
Well, preacher, meet choir.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, what some of the doctors have said about these near-death experiences is the patient would come back and describe a situation that only the doctor would have seen or known because the patient was under anesthetic. So the doctor's like, wait, you couldn't have known this unless you were looking down over my shoulder on your own body. And
Right.
at least that's what some of the doctors have verified the statements. Like, wait a minute, there's no way he would have known this. That's the creepy part. It's like, holy shit, that was like his own ghost looking down on his body or whatever you want to call it, his soul.
I don't know about souls. I think that they're they're just aren't they just Karens asking for the manager all the time, like complaining about being in this physical effort-based painful ass body life situation?
That's your operating system inside the machine.
Right. I'm just being a bitch. Don't worry about it.
The machine don't last forever, but the operating system it's supposed to last. But
have you ever heard about
find out?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard about the observer? Where's the observer? Is he in the body or out of the body? The observer of you or you viewing.
Oh, yeah. If you're looking through your eyes or from above into your...
Right.
Yeah, I get you. So they say when you cut that, there's a silver thread, and when that gets cut, that's when you leave your body. There's a thread, some kind of thread, and when that's broken, you're done in the physical sense.
I had an experience once, an out-of-body experience, and it was... I almost have to tell too many details that I don't want to talk about, but it was during being confirmed into a church. Let's put it that way. The laying on of hands was taking place, and I was sitting there as a very young boy thinking, why are these people pushing down on my head so hard? It hurts. I'm scared. The next thing I know, I'm floating outside of my body. I'm like 15 feet off the ground. I can see myself sitting there, all these men around me with their hands on my head, and a silver light is coming off my head, and it goes up through the church, and the church had been dissolved by the light. There was a hole in I could see right through the church. The light went up through the church, went straight up through the sky as far as I could see. And I kept looking up and looking down, looking up, going, what is that silver light coming off my head? What's going on here? And then the next thing I know, I woke up and I was sitting in the chair again. And it was really strange. I never really told anybody about it, but it was while I was being confirmed and right after I was baptized.
What?
Yep.
So wait, you're telling me you had a white light experience, silver light experience?
Silver. silver
Yeah.
beam off the top of my head. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Was there any
Yep.
communication with any intelligence, or was it you just in a place doing a thing?
Well, I was sitting in the chair, and the next thing I knew, I was floating outside my body, watching this take place.
Uh-huh.
And there was a silver beam coming off my head, and I looked up the beam, and then there was a hole in the top of the church. The light dissolved. The building was gone. Part of it, a round circle, was gone. The light went straight up through, and as far as I could see, straight up into the sky. And I remember looking up at the light, like going, "Wow, that must be going all the way to heaven," I thought. And then I looked back down at myself sitting there, all these men around me with their hands on my head, and the beam coming off my head through their hands and straight up through the church.
Did no, go ahead. Sorry, finish.
And then, like I said, I probably sat there and viewed that for maybe 30 seconds or so, wondering what was going on, floating in the air 15 feet off the ground, watching this take place. And then all of a sudden, I opened my eyes and it was over with. They were done. And I'm sitting there in the chair. Again, I'm going, whoa.
Okay, so you're by yourself, right? Through the whole thing. I mean, there's people in the room in the reality,
right.
Which you'd left for a second, but you were separate, connected by a silver cable. So you were just experiencing, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some people describe this thing as like there's somebody else there, they're talking to me, or there's not.
No, I didn't hear any voices. Okay. All I seen was the silver light, and I remember thinking about what is going on here. What is that light? Where is it going? Why? What's going on here?
And you were what, 12, 13?
8.
8. Confirmed 8. Got it. Yeah, man. Awesome. That's awesome. Usually I hear about out of body experiences or NDTs near the experiences with, you know, like that's when the soul or what have you leaves the body and hangs around in the room a little bit and either gets back into the body or leaves. I don't think yet heard until now a story where there wasn't like a trauma happening that, you know, temporarily disconnected the body from the soul. You know what I mean? Like yours just happened to when some spiritual shit was going on in your life, right?
Yep.
That's cool. Yeah, I dig that.
Yeah, I didn't tell anybody about it for a long time because I didn't know what to say or who to talk to about it or like whatever. I just kind of kept it to myself.
Brother, who are you going to talk to about it? And you just tell them the story. And literally the only and best response, in my opinion, is just, wow, that's really neat. And what else are you going to say? You know, it's great. That's, you know, you survived it. You lived to tell about it. It wasn't traumatic, right?
No, it wasn't traumatic. At first it was. I was scared because it was hurting and putting all this weight on my head, and I'm going, wow, that hurts. Why are they pushing down so hard? It's scaring me. So I was scared for a minute. I was scared because it hurt. There was like 8 or 10 men around me with their hands on my head, and they were like pushing down it, like felt like they were going to break my neck or something, you know. Which I doubt they were pushing down that hard on me. I can't imagine them doing that for any reason, but sure felt like they were. And
they were just going to sleep and resting their hands on your head.
Anyway, it scared me because it hurt. And then all of a sudden I'm outside watching it, floating in the air, looking at it, watching the whole thing take place. And the light dissolved the top of the building, made a hole in it, and the light went straight up as far as I could see. I remember tipping my head sideways, looking up at the light, looking back down at me, and sitting in the chair, and then looking back up at the light, going, "Wow, where's that light going?" And I remember thinking, "That must be going all the way to heaven." That's what I thought.
Probably was, man. Shit.
So anyway, yeah, I honestly think that there was some communication with the Heavenly Father at that point. I do believe that. I can't imagine it being anywhere else, going anywhere else. You know what I mean?
Right.
because I'm very, I do believe in God, and I have a personal relationship with God at this point. I mean, I pray all the time, and I've had other experiences that I could tell you about that would probably blow your mind as well. Not out of body experiences, but I've had things manifested to me, let's say. Maybe we could talk about it in private if you want to hear about it someday or whatever. But yeah, some really cool stuff. I prayed for 3 days straight once. Didn't sleep. Never
It's
stopped.
crazy.
Yep.
Well, a lot of people we meet on this server and, in this vein, talking about flat earth and stuff, which is sort of the main focus here. But we only bring this up to introduce people to. We use the term flat earth. I don't. We even use the tag flat earther or whatever or at least I do say, yes, I'm a flat earther, because I do acknowledge the earth as a level stationary plane, but that's only because it is, for one reason, and another reason is when I realized that the earth cannot be a globe the way they prescribe it, and it is a prescription. It's a prescription for your spirit. It's a spiritual thing for them as well as us. They don't recognize the spiritual aspect of it, how they're being manipulated in their mind and their spirit, which are intrinsically connected, right? So when you introduce the idea of flat Earth, right, which is something that should be obvious to everyone, because we all experience the same Earth, in reality, not on TV. It has profound effects on what you might or might not believe about what you were told about reality in that sense. I mean, even growing up, like God rocking, right? I mean, you grew up as a Mormon, right?
Yep.
I grew up as a Catholic, and I had I won't say I won't say that you saw, but there were certain aspects of my life where I experienced things that I couldn't explain, in the physical. It's just it's only spiritual anyway, and not just in my youth, but through different areas of my life where I've always been a spiritual guy. So anyway, but as far as this flat Earth versus globe, this part of it really, they don't realize they're in their religion of the globe. And if you get down to the core of it, in my mind, all of these Big Bang theorists and everything, and I think Gletflo was talking about this earlier, the Big Bang ideologists, just like, where's your creation story? It's the Big Bang. It's just a little dot exploded, and then somebody was like, "Well, where'd gravity come from?" Well, it exploded, and then it's coalescing back together, and it just repeats the pattern. So, where's your evidence for that bullshit?
Yeah, and it's the most ridiculous story I've ever heard, to be honest.
Yeah, man, whose story is better? I mean, I can't prove everything about all of that, and all the creationists have different stories as well. We can't necessarily confirm everything, but we know in our heart and our spirit and our mind that what they're saying is complete nonsense. It's impossible. Because it's not because we're not educated. You know, that's the wrong answer. Oh, you don't believe us because you're not educated enough. It's like, well, how educated are you?
Well, I guarantee you, I'm educated a lot more than most people I know. I mean, I spent my life learning how to build, and I can build anything just about. And it's cars, houses, you name it.
Yeah,
And
hey, God,
then,
right.
and
I'm
then,
not
I,
talking about the people that you know and you're.
then I went to college. I
Yeah,
also went to college.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking about the people we talk to on here.
Oh, well,
That
regardless, I'm just saying that, for someone to come in here and say that I'm not an educated person is like they don't even know me to begin with. And I know how educated I'm not the smartest guy around. No way, just not. But
nobody is. Nobody is,
right,
man.
but I do know a few things. I do know I have skills that I learned with journeyman in like
Hey,
7 different trades.
but you know what? You know what's really cool is though it's not really hard to understand this argument, flat versus globe. It's
That's
really
what I'm.
easy
Yeah,
to
this is what I
understand.
was about to get to. I was going to say
Yeah.
that I'm smart enough to see that when I go out and look at the flat plane, and then we're not, the sun where it moves over the top of us, and just everything about it. I'm smart enough to see that what I'm looking at, I can understand it at least enough to know that it's not a fucking globe. I mean, it just can't be. Like you said, it's impossible. I mean, it's ridiculous. And so you have to be smart enough at least to be able to realize that once you look at look at the earth, look at reality, and then figure out whether it's a globe or not. And it's not that hard to do, but you can't not look at reality and come out with it's a globe. Can't be done because you see none of that. You see no globe evidence at all you see is flat plain evidence. So if you take time to look and try to figure out what's going on here, the only thing you find is for supports flat earth. That's the only thing you find. I'm
Yeah.
sorry for you globers, but if you haven't looked, sorry about your luck. Maybe you should take some time and actually look where you're at. You know what I mean? Look at what you're standing on for once instead
That's
of looking at
why most of
TV.
the YouTube anti-flat earthers that make videos about us, they're not allowed in here. But we get hundreds of people a month that come in here and ask us, "Why do you guys think the earth is flat?" Well, we don't necessarily think the earth is flat. Let's go over the evidence we've come up with so far over the past 6 years
Right.
or so, or 100 years or whatever. Let's go over the history of how they've convinced you that the earth is a globe. We'll and you guys are very patient. Everyone's very patient around here to go over the evidence, and it's really cool. We're not going to freaking argue with these YouTubers all day.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying through my investigation, through my personal journey, I found nothing that supported the globe.
Me,
And I was a glober just like everybody else in the
yep, me
beginning.
too. I'm
I
I'm
could
with you.
not find any evidence to support it, but
Me
I
too.
found evidence that supported it to be flat. So it was an easy decision for me. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I mean, when you can't find any evidence for the globe, and you're gonna,
Wait. You're already skeptical about a lot of the information they were spitting out, uh, of stuff before, right?
well,
Like the education system and how they were manipulating everyone into a certain understanding. I mean, the Hegelian dialectic and
Well, yeah,
what.
but not until I started doing research about, conspiracy theories and whatever else. I mean, before then, I was busy racing cars and running my business and, working and stuff. And it's not something I thought about. But the
Oh,
minute,
okay.
the minute I started thinking about these things, yeah, it was very obvious to me the direction where things were going. I mean, you can't, I mean, I didn't. There, it wasn't
So,
that long.
so
It wasn't that long ago where I actually thought the education system taught these doctors and whatnot truth and stuff. I mean, maybe 10 years ago,
Okay.
10 years ago, I thought a degree was the way to go. But now I realize that it's just repeat and regurgitate only what they want you to know, very limited information, no critical thinking whatsoever. This is what they tell you what to do, what to think. They don't tell you how to think about it. But as soon as I started doing my own thinking, it was very obvious. And it didn't take me very long at all. It took me 1 day to become a flat earther. That's it. Because I looked at everything I could find and went out inside and used my eyes, and it's like, no, there's no fucking globe here.
Did you look
Period.
at the sun and go, ain't no way that some bitch is 93 million miles away?
Fuck yeah, because I could reach up and feel the heat from my hands off of it. It's like warming your hands off a bonfire. You gonna warm your hands off a bonfire that's 100 miles away? I don't think so. You know what I mean? 93 fucking million miles away. You can hold your hands up and feel the heat from something 93 million. No, that's that.
Well, even the way it acts as it moves across the sky,
Right.
Compared to the clouds and everything, and the moon as well. It's just like once you see it, you can't unsee it. That way. I mean, if when you see it the way that it should be seen and the way that it actually presents itself, then you compare it to the heliocentric idea. Then you're like, then you nobody here is trying to convert anyone. This is what they tell us about this heliocentric model. That sun is 93 million miles away. The moon is 238,000 miles away, right? And so when you see these two bodies moving across the sky, compare and contrast what you observe here on Earth, the way that the sun and moon move. Now, you're going to have to get in a little bit of history, which I remember in high school, I wasn't a big fan of history. I remember being young and just like, oh, history, fuck that, it's not that big. Maybe I didn't have a good history teacher, which I didn't. I didn't really like my history teacher.
Well, it's the truth
once I graduated and I passed his dumbass history class, he was teaching me the standard. He was, whatever. It's just like he was just not. I'm sorry, Mr. Brandon. Anyway, you weren't helping me.
Well, I became very interested in history, but just recently. It's because I recognize lies a lot better. The flat Earth did that for me.
I became very curious about history, like not long after I graduated, and that's where I found my way to the history of the wars and the government and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I was already kind of privy to the lies of the government in the late 90s. Really was where I kind of got started, and so yeah, I was already kind of.
Yeah, well, my history stuff came after I became a flat earther, and I was interested in truth at that point. And I started looking at the history. It wasn't very long on it. This shit ain't real. These are fucking lies. And so I started trying to, figure out what the truth is. And
dude, once it hits you, it just hits you. Right.
Hits you fucking hard, yeah. So I spent like a year. You guys know I spent like a year down in the learning curve, watching everything I could on history.
Yeah, I think I remember when you first came in, Godrock. I think we were like talking about On the Fence and shit, or no,
you gave me the flat earther role. It was you and I think it was Crackmillan. You gave it to me the first day I joined. Because I told you I'd been on watching Nathan Oakley for 2 years before I showed up here. Okay. I told you all the arguments. So I knew. I mean, I went through everything with you for about 30 minutes, and you guys said, "Oh, we don't usually do this, but let's give him the flat Earth roll right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like once it hits you,
Yeah.
once you see it, you can't unsee it. You know, so
Right.
it's, you know,
I mean, I was very firmly a flat earther, and you guys understood that the very first time we spoke.
yeah, it's all good. Bro.
Yeah. So anyway, so I got history. I started looking into that, realized that everything we were taught, a lot of it, most of it was lies. And I'm not saying I uncovered the truth even still today. I don't know, but I know it's what I found out recently is different than what I was taught.
Check this out. You know, as far as recent history, which I would consider recent history, past 100 years, maybe 200 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, they don't know either. They don't know. They don't even know. They're making up stories. Just the historians, you know, in what they call what they're teaching in college. All of what they're teaching in college now, the anthropologists, the archaeologists, they're teaching the same shit about they're teaching horse shit. They're teaching that Earth is 4.5 billion years old. It's the same freaking nonsense. All of it's bullshit.
Yep. And
that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought up history. It's a spread out freaking line of bullshit that they can't confirm, and they want it to be that way to cause confusion. And who is the father of lies?
Well, of course we know who that is. It's
the
devil himself. Anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, that's how easy it is once you see the Earth for what it is. Now, I don't know what Earth is and how it necessarily came about completely. And there are a lot of stories, even inside religions, and age of Earth, and there's a lot of discussions that go on about that. But what they're saying about this ball Earth spinning around the sun, third rock from the sun, and creation story 4.5 billion years from a Big Bang theory, you know, and all of it's a pile of nonsense that they can't prove. They have no scientific evidence for it whatsoever.
Right. Same
and they never have. But they promote that, especially in the past century of human existence, and it's really a problem for people moving into the future.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of fucking horse shit. And once you realize that, and I just tried to find some truth. You know what I mean? I don't know how much I found, but I think I found some when I had none before, which is, to me is valuable. And so, I don't know, man,
What's this meme? Truth Flatter said, "I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just more aware of what the fuck is going on than you."
Oh, fuck.
That's a good meme. I like that one. Truth.
That's funny.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's like, hey, you think this shit's good? As long as it took them to convince the entire world that they live on a globe that doesn't exist,
that's fucking amazing how they did that.
If people are aware enough, we can actually convince them that they were full of shit.
Yeah.
Not that I have any influence. I mean, in any way. It's just like it should become obvious to everyone the way that it became obvious to us. You don't have to have fucking education or understanding about freaking physics and all this shit. Just look at the Earth. This is our place. This is what we have. It was created for us. Now, I mean, when it comes to creation and getting to religion and all that kind of stuff, that's not even necessary. this place is not a globe.
Right. And
It's
history will present itself to you in reality too. All you got to do is look at what's there, what's left, what they're telling you. You can find some truth. And you know what I mean, you can expose their lies about history as well. I mean, we've been lied to about everything, you know, not just the globe.
No, sure.
Every fucking thing's a lie, dude. It's all
Yeah,
been.
but and like I was saying earlier, I mean,
It's
I
all
found
lie.
out about the lie in the late '90s. Like it really hit me hard. Leading up to 9/11, even after 9/11, I was still like, oh shit, 17 or 19 box cutter fuckers took over the planes and that situation changed, you know, the perspective of everyone or whatever. I mean, it's
Yeah, well, you just look into it. And
well,
it just doesn't
yeah,
matter.
you look,
It doesn't
but
work.
but it took me several years to really grasp, you know, what was going on with that, and I was of course I was listening to Alex Jones and shit back then.
Dude,
But
that's how I found flat Earth. I was watching like 9/11 videos, Sandy Hook videos, fake moon landing videos, and they kept recommending it back when YouTube still recommended videos that other people watched that related to what I was watching, and I thought it was some kind of infiltration. I'm like, because they weren't censoring yet. YouTube was wide open. And I thought they were just trying to infiltrate the truth community with some bullshit. I'm like, yeah, they're trying to infiltrate and get people to say 9/11 was an inside job and the earth is flat. And then they're going to discredit all their 9/11 research. That's what I was thinking before I even clicked on it. I'm like, I'm not even giving these fuckers any clicks. I'm not going to click their fucking video. Fuck them. And then one day out of boredom, I clicked on a video and I clicked on another one and another one. I stayed up for 2 fucking days straight. I didn't sleep. I'm like, no, it can't be.
shit, I was
Be
I
true.
was on that shit for 5 weeks, man. When the flat Earth stuff started.
I watched everything in 2 nights, man. In 2 days, like
Yeah.
4. I watched everything. I'm like, oh. I was
Took me
like,
2
this is
days,
crazy.
bro.
This
That's
can't be
it.
true.
2 days.
Well, I mean,
and I was done.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, even back then, Ron, it's just like, do you think YouTube did that on accident?
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
I think that they were people. The algorithm was legit, and when you would search flat Earth, everything good would show up along with a couple mixed bags. You know, but you can sort out the bullshit from the truth pretty quick, right? And I mean, at least most people can. But I watched it all. I watched like every video I could find, and then I went to the Flat Earth Society, and I'm like, this is pretty fucking stupid. So I went back to YouTube. I watched their shit, and I ordered some books off Amazon. I ordered like Samuel Robotham. I ordered the
Well,
what's
it's
that
just
other
like
one? Edward Hendry.
it's like, hey, let's use our free platform for these new people that we're monitoring 24 hours a day to exploit our platform, and then say, well, you can't say that anymore, and or
Well, they
you
pulled
can
the
say, you
plug.
can still say it, but we're gonna adjust our, you know, our
The algorithm is hiding all the
algorithms
videos.
to. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, they plan. Well, I won't say they planned it, just like they did 9/11.
What did they call it? Delisting? They're going to delist or what did they, not delisting, but they demote. They're going to demote it. So when you search flat earth, all of the debunking videos are going to show up on the top, and maybe like 1,000 pages later you might find one nugget of truth if you're going to scroll.
But if they already knew it was happening, what? And then they come out with this congressional meeting where they're saying, "Hey, what are you going to do about these flat earthers?" And they say, "Oh, what we're going to do is we're going to." Well, they demonetize channels, they delete channels, and they say we're not even going to put their posts. If somebody searches for flat Earth, they're going to come up with all the debunked videos. Yeah, I mean, they testified before Congress and said that they're going to do this. And they
They
did it.
demonetized Helio. He was monetized for a little while, and they took away his
Yeah,
monetization.
I didn't make no, I didn't make much money off them. A few $100.
Well, no, I mean, but you put a lot of work in just to make a few bucks, and then they even took
Shit,
that
I
away.
spent money for another computer to actually make the live.
And you bought a subscription. You bought a freaking YouTube subscription, and you're paying them.
Yeah. Well, I've had
You
that
got the
subscription
premium.
even before that, but I mean, it's only
Right, true. But I'm saying you're a paid customer, and they won't even allow you to make any kind of monetization, even as as trivial as it was.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's just like YouTube on that video, which is on my channel. It's the highest viewed video on my channel of YouTube testifying for Congress, saying, and she looks scared. This is like this congressman going, so what are you going to do about these flat earthers on YouTube? And she's like, oh, well, we plan on we're going to go ahead and we're going to, well, she didn't say demonetize, but she meant that. And we're going to post stuff under their videos with, what was the word she used? Shit, I can't even remember it now. Pertinent information, something like that, where
Like reliable sources. I forget the word.
Reliable sources, sources that the
authoritative sources. I don't know what it was.
That's what it was. Authoritative sources. We're gonna let their videos go on, but we're gonna put a little block under their video that says this is an authoritative source, and they also put Wikipedia links about flat Earth, and
it's an arcane model of the Earth.
Yeah. They put out every single video we put out. That block is under our video, and
Isn't that odd? And
you know what? That's because the Congress of the United States of America said, "What are you going to do about this?"
You know what?
And the CEO, not the CEO, maybe CFO, or whoever this bitch was that was testified in front of Congress, said, "Hey, you know what we're going to do for you, United States of America, is we're going to put these little blocks under flat Earth videos. And not only that, we're going to take every time somebody searches for a flat Earth video, they're going to get all this Professor Dave fucking, all the other debunk videos before you ever find a real flat earther to talk to."
Yeah.
Pretty much what she meant when she was saying that. It was like,
they're going to shut it down, man. They pulled the plug on
this isn't a free platform anymore. But hey, as long as we're still here, we're still going to be here. And guess what? Hundreds of people fund our channel every day, Ron. So, we're going to keep doing what we're doing step by step.
Ride it. We're going to ride it till the wheels fall off. And that might be soon, but.
Yep. Well, I mean, if the wheels fall off, we're going to use another platform, but that's
we're going to push it on the ground. We'll make it a sled. I don't know. We got Odyssey.
Yeah, we have hundreds of people behind us. We can push a sled.
Yeah, well, we got Odyssey. Odyssey is a free platform. You could post anything you like there, but it's just we don't have an audience yet.
Oh, dude, we're gonna waste every popular. If YouTube finally gets rid of this channel, I'll fucking. Which actually, I'm streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and DLive, and Twitter. Twitter hasn't really given me any shit at all.
Twitter's one of the most flat earthers.
Twitter actually saves my videos past 12 hours, man. Twitter is, but my Twitter.
Who knows who's actually seeing it though? Only your subs. You know what I mean, or your followers. That's the only people who see your shit. It doesn't get put out for the general you know what I mean, for the general public. It's just, it's like an echo chamber. And that way you think that your shit's getting out there.
No, it's it's an echo chamber on the channels that aren't being watched, I guess. I mean, but yeah, you never know who's listening, right? So yeah, bro. I mean,
Oh, you know what they were doing on Twitter?
Hold on, Ron. The reason that I stream on multiple platforms is so that people can find their way here on the Discord. It's I'm not benefit. The only reason I would benefit from this is for someone new to find the platform that's curious about flat Earth. That's the only reason I'm doing this.
This is just a public information service that we provide for free to anyone who's curious. If you want to know, good. Here's the resource. If not, then go about your business. Go play video games or watch movies, whatever.
And I will say that it does cost me money to do this. So if you want to donate, the links are in the chat, but you don't have to. I've spent a lot of money on making this happen. That's all I'm saying. But you don't have to. I mean, it's not a lot of money.
So how do you make money then to support the server? I'm just wondering. Like, do you have jobs?
I have a cheap internet connection. I have a cheap internet connection, and I bought a separate computer that I have running in the background. That's where the live stream's coming from. It's totally. I don't do anything on that computer except do live stream. So that computer is completely separate from my other computer.
Like,
but I bought that computer. Yeah. I mean, I bought that computer. I pay for my internet. If you guys enjoy, what the content that we put out, just send me a few bucks. It's okay. But you don't have to, because I'm already paying the internet from the computer I already bought. And that was already covered by a few people that has already paid me. But if you enjoy the content, I wouldn't deny any money that you want to send me through PayPal, which is the links are in the description on the YouTube channel. Send me some PayPal link, man. Send me some money. I mean, if you guys enjoy listening to this shit, which apparently 1,000 people listen every day, send me some money. Because I made, this is kind of, I mean, people will give like $200 chats to some people on other YouTube live streams. Which I'm not begging for money. I'm just like, I'm doing the best I can make this happen, but I'm not, I don't know. It's just weird.
That cryptocurrency that I said you could go get for free? I
send me
signed up with
$5. I ain't fucking.
They didn't give me shit, Helio. They lied. You know what I mean? They didn't give out shit, dude. They lied.
Well, I'm just telling you. I mean, YouTube is allowing us to be here now, and I've spent a lot of time and money, doing this. I mean, if you feel like that my effort was decent, you can send me $5, man. Fucking crazy, man. I don't know, maybe nobody realizes that I'm,
You should get a crypto wallet. So
I don't give a fuck about crypto.
Well, wait a minute. You could get like a.
We're not gonna talk about it. I don't give a fuck about.
Well, no, it's it's equal to $1. So if someone sends you 5 tethers, it's equal to $5.
I want money. I want money to my PayPal. If somebody wants to send me,
you trade them for US dollars. You just cash them out.
Okay,
it's a digital US dollar. That's all it is.
I mean, I'm on Robin. That's just too much work for me. I'm already doing other shit. I'm doing this, and I'm doing other stuff. I'm just like, boom.
Because I don't have
really easy. Okay,
mine's all in digital.
You don't have a PayPal account?
No, but I don't use it. I got mine in digital currency right now. I don't have any.
Well, have fun with it. No, I don't do digital currency.
No, but they're US dollar coins.
Wait. PayPal's not digital currency?
Actually, maybe I could set. PayPal does have like a Bitcoin, Litecoin, and shit. I think maybe I could buy some Litecoin and I'll send it to you.
Either way, I ain't begging for money. Yo, I'm just saying, if you like this channel, send me
Please
some money
support media.
if you like it. That's all I'm saying. I
Got
ain't
it.
begging for it. Just send me a couple bucks, man. I don't give a fuck. PayPal only charges me 3%. If you send me $5, then it only costs me like 70 cents or something, 60 cents. Send me fucking money, because I'm doing this 24 hours a day and you guys enjoy it.
I would send you some bigger coins, but I'm kind of
I don't
broke
give
myself.
a fuck what you send me. You don't have to send me shit. I'm
I
just
know I
saying,
don't
if you
have
do
to. I'll
like it,
send you a few bucks.
you don't have to. I'm just saying, anyone that enjoys this channel, it's really easy to just click that fucking PayPal link and send me $5, man. Fuck. So I ain't trying to make a lot of money off this, but it does cost me money to actually make this happen.
Yo, what you asking for is 100% like understandable, bro. Like you going out your way to make shit like this happen. So, hey, if I'm ever right, I got you, bro.
All right, cool. Yeah, just in the YouTube channel in the description, just click that PayPal link, man. Send me whatever.
It's just like a lot of monetization talk here.
Do you accept?
No, it makes sense. Like people get shit all the time for doing nothing, bro.
I prefer
see it all the time.
if you want to donate, do it through PayPal. That's all I'm saying. PayPal is the easiest way for me to receive, any donations.
He
for
doesn't.
the,
I'll send you $25, but it's in Cum Rocket token. Is that okay?
Hell yeah.
No, do it through PayPal. However, as long as it comes in through PayPal.
PayPal takes Cum Rocket, I think.
Maybe.
These are Coomers.
I know they're fucking around.
They're Coomer trolls.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's an actual
dude.
you
you know how long it's been since I've asked for someone to see.
No, I got you, but you need a crypto wallet, bro. Just make a Binance wallet.
Fuck a crypto wallet. I'm not involved in all that. I'm just saying, hey, if you want to give me $5, fucking send it through PayPal. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so $25. Well, why don't you just download the wallet? Then I can send it to you, right?
I don't fuck
I'm sending you 5
2
app
seconds of your
coins,
time.
dude. He just tapped off.
Yeah, but a
He's
big
gonna
part
send
of
you
like
app
the whole
coins.
flat Earth thing is that you guys believe that like the government and everybody is kind of controlling the narrative on everything in your life, and like currency and fiat are like one of the biggest things that they do that with. So like, why would you guys not be on the road of crypto?
Dude, that was the first red pill, dude. I fucking learned that 20 years ago. The Federal Reserve shit. That's old shit.
Yeah, so why are you guys on board with crypto then? If you want to like find a way to defund the government and that kind of shit.
I do use crypto. Helio's just a boomer. He's a boomer. He doesn't want nothing to do.
Oh, hold the fucking phone.
Oh shit.
Are you fucking serious? You think the banksters aren't going to take over this fucking crypto shit eventually?
Not if I can do anything about it, dude.
Well, what do you have to do with it?
I'm a whale.
Really, you're a whale.
I'm what they call a whole coiner in the biz.
You have a whole Bitcoin?
Yeah.
He has a Bitcoin.
Dude, I don't even have that much. That's fucking
maybe
crazy.
one day, little acid.
Oh my god!
I have a whole Phantom too. I don't know if you guys know about Phantom token, but
hold on,
it's gonna be bigger than Bitcoin.
I'm gonna stop this talk. I mean, maybe we have to create a fucking crypto channel on here.
Yes,
I think we already did, right?
Exactly.
That's a great idea.
Hey, well, man.
Exactly.
That's a great idea.
I think we already do have a crypto. Yeah, do have a crypto channel.
I think we do. Yeah.
Isn't crypto a scam? Have flat coin.
It's just like, hold on, man. I mean,
make flat Earth coin.
Wait. It sounds like you think I was begging for money, which I already said I don't need to keep this stream going.
I'm trying to give you money. I was trying to.
All right, well, give me money through PayPal. That's what I was saying. If you want to give me money,
I don't have any fiat anymore. out of
through
the fiat
PayPal.
system.
All right, well then, fuck. I don't need it. Then I can only get money through PayPal.
Hold on.
It's the only thing I can use.
Wait. Why are you using that tone? I was trying to be nice. I was trying to give you something out of just kindness. Like, why are you talking
to
like
be
that?
honest, I don't think that's necessarily true because
but he doesn't
pretty sure
accept
you're still on
Bitcoin.
fiat.
No
I'm
Bitcoin.
pretty sure you're still on fiat dollars. I'm pretty sure you're still on fiat dollars. So you're a liar.
Me? You think you don't believe me, dude?
I use
well, so when you go to buy groceries, you use Bitcoin.
Publix
Yeah,
now.
dude. I use a debit card through a crypto bank.
You
Boom.
can get
I have like $18 in Bitcoin. So
well, you can convert that to PayPal and crypto, and then convert your crypto to PayPal, and then
that puts me on the books.
PayPal
okay,
does
well,
have
fine. I mean, be off the books. Fine.
Well, we call
that's
it
fine.
so-called paper trail. Can't
But
leave
this
that.
is, hey, you know what? This isn't a crypto server. This is flat motherfucking Earth.
Okay, so tell me what flat Earth is about then. It's about how the government and all those people control the narrative of your life, right? Well, the methods of which they do that are controlled by fiat.
No shit.
How are the corporations going to pay off politicians without dollars? They can't. They use crypto. We can track them.
Do you think you're bringing new information to us?
No, but I wonder why you guys aren't like bigger on the whole crypto thing.
Well, not all of us are. Well, a lot of us are, but some of us aren't.
Well, let me ask you something else. Let me ask you this: Do you own any commodities with your cryptocurrency?
No, I own stable coins that are pegged to the value of commodities.
Which commodities?
Gold, silver, oil, all of them.
What do you have, like Bitcoin Gold?
No, I use stable coins that are tracking the prices of those things. It's not like Bitcoin.
Oh, you got a stable gold?
I have Cumrocket Gold.
Exactly.
Cumrocket. See, these guys are Coomer coin, man. These guys are trolling you.
No, that's an actual cryptocurrency, though. That's the thing. Like, it's an actual token.
Yeah,
I was just trying to send some because I have.
I have coins that are pegged to the value of like cotton, like metafabric and things like those.
Like,
he made a deposit.
I know it has a funny name or whatever, but it's an actual application. You can use it and buy stuff with it. Like, just has.
It seems like it just sounds to me like you're doing more work than you have to.
Sounds to me like you're just a part of the system.
Well, I mean, shit. I guess I am. I use dollars. I don't know.
Do you think that dollars are too big to fail?
No, of course not.
Fair enough.
I think you can exchange.
At the end of the day,
you can exchange. You can exchange dollars person to person without anybody knowing the transaction took place.
There's anonymous transactions on certain cryptocurrencies, though. I don't know much about crypto. I've read a little bit.
Yeah, there's some privacy coins, but just wait.
I thought that this shit was a scam, though.
It's the illusion of pulling away from the system. That's why they sold the Bitcoin initially to the anarchist and libertarian movements.
I think it's usually a scam when it goes down, and then if it goes up, maybe it's not a scam, but I'm not really sure. I'm still new to it.
Bitcoin, all cryptocurrencies or currencies are a trap. You watch and see. It's just my belief. You
What
get
makes you
into
say
it,
that?
you're going to lose everything you got. Trust me.
Yeah, I saw something like that in a dream.
And if you're in the banking system, you've already lost it all.
Yeah, well,
I read an article like that. It was like, source, trust me, you know? It was good.
Yeah, the source, the bankers are very, very close to covering this whole thing. So you're going to be right inside the same banker system very soon. So if you think crypto is like some
I'm 2 steps
like
ahead.
back door into like real money,
And the banks think crypto is Bitcoin.
nah.
Are you that naive?
Shit! Oh, this dude said the banks think crypto is Bitcoin.
Exactly.
Really, you think
you seriously think
the banks think
only
crypto
that
is
crypto
Bitcoin?
is just Bitcoin? Are you that naive?
That's
I
how they
don't really
perceive
know what
it.
crypto
But
is.
when somebody says crypto to a bank, they immediately think Bitcoin. They don't
When
think
you
of
say
Oh,
the
what
millions of
bank?
other
What
things.
bank are you talking about?
Every
like
bank,
old
old
people,
boy.
anyone like over like 40,
Jesus
they think
Christ.
Bitcoin. That's the only one they know. They don't know anything
Are you
else.
guys familiar with the FATF?
Exactly.
I don't really know what crypto is. I just seen it on Reddit. Like they had Cardano on there, and I just clicked that.
Well, you sound like a smart guy, so start being smart.
Yes.
I'm trying. That's why.
Wait, what's Cardano? Is
I'm
that
trying to
the
learn.
ADA?
I don't really know. I'm trying to learn. So
It's an ADA.
Hey,
No, but you came in
think Phantom
acting
would be a
like you
good
were
fit for you.
smart,
You
and
seem like
then
you'd be into Phantom.
no, I was just trying to. I was trying to give you some of the crypto that I have because, like, I just wanted to help out, and I don't have that much.
He's
dollars.
still acting.
well, like I said, the only thing I can spend is American dollars now. So if you
No,
want
I
to send
get.
me money,
Yeah,
send me some money through my PayPal.
You have like Amazon wish list. I could probably like send you a gift card or something.
Now I can send you information from my YouTube channel. You don't have to give me shit.
All right, move along, move along. Enough about the monetization.
Yeah, Bitcoin's a trap. That's all it is. You're going to get trapped into having to use a tattoo on
I'm
your
barely
wrist
in
to
Bitcoin,
access
dude.
your money. And if that's what you want, then you keep buying it.
I believe that. Yeah, no, I believe
Exactly.
that. I think the chip's real.
Bitcoin's
You
less
wanna
than
take-
1%
you
of the
wanna
whole
take-
thing.
No, have you not seen the movie Democracy? They're gonna put the tattoo on you.
That's
Literally.
right. If you want to take the mark of the beast to get your money, then just go right ahead. Keep buying Bitcoin.
How
We're
do
gonna
I
have
avoid
President
Good luck to
Camacho
you,
in
Mark.
fucking charge here in about
How do I
5
not
years.
use the mark?
You guys
Good
don't
luck
even
to you,
know.
my friend.
No,
Good
I don't
luck.
want the mark though. How do
I was hoping
avoid
to
that?
speak about some flat. Do you guys talk about flat Earth like a good amount in here?
We need to.
Well, wait.
Usually all
yes.
we talk about, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
let's
actually
talk
new
about
here,
that.
so I just kind of I didn't want to speak up, but I just was wondering, like, you know, what
please bring it back to flat Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
ask
good
him
idea.
the
Do you mind
question.
if I? Do you mind?
Three questions? You want to ask him the three
What's going on
questions?
right now is very rare. It's usually flat Earth subjects all the time. So
Oh,
Let's
gotcha.
let him ask a question. Let's let him ask a question.
Oh, you don't mind?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I had watched some YouTube videos about kind of the different ways that you could view the flat Earth, and it's you know, how you're able to observe and measure it. What I was wondering is, how do you address people in your family, like once you have decided that, you know, what you believe to be is true, or however you want to put it, that you subscribe to belief of the flat Earth, the provability of the flat Earth. How do you address that to your family and friends? Because that's what I'm trying to do right
I'd
now.
like to answer that because I have two brothers.
Yeah, go ahead.
One is a globetard and one is a flat earther. One of them took the vax and one of them didn't.
Is the one with the vax gonna die?
No, I didn't say anything. I just said I have two brothers. You know, you heard me. Just you could read between the lines.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna listen. I'm sorry.
Just saying, if you believe the official narrative, right? You believe you live on a spinning water ball, you're in the matrix. You're swallowing blue pills. If you want to open your eyes and look at reality, you can see that it's flat and you can feel that it's stationary. You can feel right now that you're not moving at all. But they tell us we're moving in all these different motions at the same time. But we don't feel anything, just trust them. It's happening.
Yeah, but like once you're driving in a car and you're up to speed, it doesn't really feel like you're moving.
That's a linear motion. That's one straight line. This is not a linear motion. We're
being in a
spinning
circle,
while traveling
going
in an
around the
elliptical
sun.
pattern.
Yeah.
But couldn't you argue on like such a big piece of land, like spinning would basically be a linear motion when you're at such a small scale?
No, it's not. It's not one motion. Take a cue
Did you
ball
take
and you
physics?
spin it and then put it in a corkscrew and then do a barrel roll and then you feel none of that?
Yeah, but when you scale that up to be massive to the point where you're like less than 1% of 1% of 1%.
We would be obliterated traveling at those speeds.
That's a standard Glober fucking excuse, dude. That's way to say, oh, but it's
Well,
too
hey,
big.
I'm not trying to
It's
come
not
after
too
you
big.
guys. I'm coming from like my
No, I'm
place
not
of
saying you're
knowledge.
coming after me. I'm just telling you that's what
I
they
feel
all say.
attacked.
It's all a bunch of horse shit. You would feel every motion. If we were moving like they're saying we're moving, doesn't matter how big it is. If it was the size of a pea or the size of a million Earths, you would feel spinning and going around the sun and flying through space, all these different motions they say we're doing. You would be you were going 5 different directions all the time. You'd be feeling it, bro, big time.
Did
No
you
way
ever
around it.
ride in a vert ramp on a skateboard?
Hell yeah, dude! I was a skater when I was young.
Okay, so you know when you hit the transition, you're going down the
Yeah.
vert and you hit the transition, and then there's a change of direction. You go from vertical to flat, right? And then you do the same thing on the next wall. Okay, that's what we're doing around the sun. We're coming in an elliptical pattern, and then there's a transition because it's an elliptical pattern. It's not a linear motion. So you know how you compress when you're at the flat bottom, you feel
Yeah,
all that
little
forces
pumping.
pushing down. Yeah, you're pumping it. So, but you feel all that compression when you're coming down to the flat bottom. That's what we're doing going around the sun. It's like a big elliptical
But
pattern.
wouldn't we feel that?
You would. It would rip us apart. That's what I'm saying. There's a change in direction. It would 66,000 miles per hour. That's your vert. You're coming down the vert at 66,000 miles per hour. You're hitting the transition, and we don't feel any of that shit. The water never moves. Like you go look at a pond in the morning, it's as still as glass. It's as flat as glass. You get a perfect mirror image. The only way to get a
Because we're
perfect mirror image is with a perfectly flat
moving.
surface.
It's because we're
If the
not.
water bends at all, you're not going to get a perfect mirror image on the lake.
It's because we're not moving. We're not doing what they say is going on. It's not happening. That's why we feel nothing. Because it's not happening.
Exactly.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I was more interested in, I guess, not to say I wasn't interested in that, but more interested in how to try and talk to my family and friends about this.
That's tricky, bro, with everyone. Everyone's different. I had problems with my family. Everybody does. I finally got through to a couple of them. It's trial and error. It's, whatever. I mean, some families were more acceptant of people just because of their family members. And I mean, to advise someone on that is very, very hard. All you can do is do your best. Tell them what you think. Show them the truth. Show them
Are
something.
you
that
completely
prove.
sure that none of your family members are flat earthers?
No, I know 2 or 3 of them are because
No,
I
I'm
I
talking
showed them the
about
truth.
not buying. The guy's asking, like, how sure are you that all of your family members are globetards?
Well, so I only know 2 of my family members, unfortunately. One, my father, he works in a factory, and then my mother, she's a microbiologist, so she's a science type. And I tried to explain it to her, and she kind of came from a place of pure science and not really having an open mind. And the argument got quite heated. I was trying to show her some evidence, and I even asked her to, think about the times that we've gone up in planes, like flown over the earth. That like the plane flies straight, and the nose never has to dip. And if that was the case, we would just immediately fly out of orbit, right? The plane should have to dip further into the atmosphere over time.
Physics.
Right. And so she had no way to prove that that was untrue.
Well,
And
then
that led to more of a heated conversation, and it eventually led into a lot of screaming and yelling and tears and things like that.
So if your mom's into science, she should definitely be into this topic.
Exactly.
Water finds its level, and then let her know that, like I said, the little drawing. Like if you get a toy or a demonstration like that, get a little toy and hold it a certain way, and be like, "Look, how can this stay the way it is around this thing without tipping its nose down? Like, show me, Mom, how that can work." And if
Is
she
your mom
can't,
close? Is she like upstairs or anything?
I don't want to say. I do live with my parents though.
You should go put her on fucking VC and let us convince her.
Well, think about this not buying. If you had told her something real crazy, like, sky's green or whatever, she would laugh. Right? She wouldn't be emotionally invested. Right?
Would you guys be willing
might
to
be onto
talk
something
to her?
there.
Maybe
I
for
mean,
a
this
minute.
guy's probably fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring her on, dude. Bring her on. And you know what?
Mom!
We'll address it
Mom!
scientifically.
Mom!
She went to go get milk.
Hold on.
Are you winning, son?
He could just go walk down instead
Holy
of
fuck, I'm
staying.
dead. I'm fucking dead.
Let's go. Yeah. Leave the computer and go talk. Hey, Mom, come here for a minute.
Are you winning,
All right.
son?
Unfortunately, she won't talk for right now, but
But you can talk, right? So
Toddles,
yes,
what are you
no,
laughing
no,
about, dude?
I'm able to
Talk on her behalf. What do you think?
Well,
she
no.
would
So
say?
basically, what I was
no,
saying
don't
is,
talk on her behalf. Don't talk on her behalf.
no, I won't. I won't. I won't.
So pretend that I am one of your family members, and I say, "What do you mean you think the Earth is flat?" Go ahead and explain to me why you think the Earth is flat.
So, Mom, based on what I've seen through proofs, measurements, documentaries, serious individuals kind of displaying the evidence out to me, I've come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat through the evidence provided to me.
Oh,
And I think
really? What evidence and proof have you seen, Sonny?
Well, I've actually saved quite a bit of evidence. I've put it all together. I put all the evidence together.
Like just one specific piece of evidence.
Right.
Can you
Well,
give me any of that?
I put it all together. Like all the evidence is together, and we can look at it together.
What does that mean?
Okay, let's go through the first one. What's the first piece you got?
So the first one is, Mom, do you remember those trips we'd take as a kid? We'd fly up in the plane, and
Yep.
So the plane would be flying straight once we arrived at 10,000 feet or whatever the standard height is, and then
30.
Oh, it's actually 30.
32,000 feet.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, between 20 and 32. Anyway, that's fine. Doesn't matter.
Essentially, Mom, we arrive at this height, and
We're going
flying
all the way up.
We're flying what seems to be straight, but if that was the case, we would fly straight out of orbit. And so I just drew I'm drawing while I'm saying this a basic illustration of a globe, and then the plane going up, and it would just a straight line on the globe. What's going to happen?
No, Sonny. Gravity's just holding the plane down.
So, Mom, what I would say to that is that I have met people with a wealth of knowledge, both on the internet and in real life, that could explain to you why that's not the case. Now, it's hard for me to reiterate that. I have a tough time, holding in knowledge, and you've seen that on my...
Well, we know that. But what did they tell you about?
I mean, that's actually true regardless of the story.
Right. I understand.
Right. So
So
Mom,
what
at the end of the day, I've seen these things. Are you open? Are you open to even learning
do you not
about
believe
this?
it? Do you not believe in gravity?
Are you not even
believe
open
in
to
gravity?
I mean, Mom, not even
I'm a
willing to
scientist.
look-
That shit don't
Gravity's
curve,
some
Mom.
made up bullshit.
Mom,
Gravity's made up
Mom,
I'm a
Mom,
scientist. So give me the scientific method that you use to figure out what you're talking about.
Mom,
That shit don't curve anywhere, Ma.
Mom, you have to understand that I'm trying to learn about this, and even with your science background, I think you could provide me such a great amount of help. If you could only support me in this process.
Let's walk you through the scientific method. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Mom, do you understand the flaws with the scientific method? Do you understand the flaws?
What?
Bro, your troll is just breaking apart. Like, we understand that you're not a flat earther. You realize that, right?
Why do you keep saying Mom?
What?
Because
That's part of the act.
his act
It was a role play.
That's all right.
Tell me how.
Okay,
tell me how
Meow.
to talk to my
Okay,
family
Meow.
about this.
I think I got it, Meow.
Why do you keep saying
Meow, you're
meow?
not a fucking scientist.
You guys are doing an actual role
Meow,
play.
you're
like-
not
I don't
a
understand.
flat earther.
I don't
The guy that
understand.
was playing the mom, though,
And
needed
if you
work.
keep
Happening right
Meow, I'll smack mute the fuck out of you.
I
They're
didn't
doing
even.
a role
I don't
play or
even
something.
understand.
He's
You guys are just
pretending
making
he's
fun
his
of me.
mom or something.
I was trying to role play, trying to understand how this would even take place.
Who taught you that role playing is proper anyway?
You sound like you got split personalities and mental issues.
I thought you guys were both talking like in third person.
I think the guy playing the mom didn't really sell
I
very
think
well.
that's what they're doing. I think they're talking third person.
Well,
I'm confused.
The guy playing the mom pretty much exposed the fact that the guy's trolling.
That's fair. I just think he should have done a better voice.
His mom sounds like a dude.
No,
I'm not
Okay, I
trolling.
get it.
I'm
You
not a
believe
female.
what you want.
No, I think I understand.
So not buying. Not buying. You still there? Nah,
Yeah, I
he's
don't
gone.
understand why you guys need to belittle me.
Belittle you? You did it to yourself.
Aww.
We don't.
I mean,
we don't need help.
it was partly a joke. I mean, I thought the role
You don't
playing.
need help.
I
You're doing
seriously
fine.
wanted.
You're on your
I
own.
seriously wanted info about.
I shit you not.
You know, flat Earth, but I thought the role playing was more of a joke. I mean,
I think
but I
he's
mean,
new
I
to that,
appreciate
yeah.
the help. I don't know.
So do you sincerely want to discuss the flat Earth? Or did
Yeah,
all
no,
of
that was my
I'm here
original
for a
intent.
little
That was my.
trolley
I don't
troll?
need to speak like
Just
further. I'm
tell
not
him.
even trying to.
Like,
I'm
tell
not
him
trying
what
to
you
mess
guys
with you
do.
guys.
So,
'Cause he's new.
so
I
let's,
think he's
let's
new.
talk seriously then, right?
I felt
So
mocked.
so you tried to role play as if you're a flat earther and that the scientific method has flaws. Do you know what the scientific method is?
It's a 7-step method, right?
Is it common for people
You
like
tell
this to
me.
come into the server?
Excuse
Tell me.
I believe it's a 7-step.
I don't know. We
It's not.
forgot to
It's
take a
not.
survey on that.
Hypothesis.
Hold on. I have an opinion on that. It's not necessarily common for people to just kind of come in as a comedian, try to roast us. When they do stuff like that, they're doing a weird roast.
I'm doing nothing
trying
of the
to.
sort. I'm doing nothing of the sort.
All you're
Okay, so,
doing is
so you're very serious. Hold on.
Let him get his. Let Helio get his piece out, please.
You guys are
Hold
gonna make
on.
me quit eating my biscuits and gravy.
I
Damn it!
know. Eat
I'm
your
the king
biscuits
troll
and gravy
here. Are we
because I
trolling?
got this,
Oh,
Mike.
that
I got
sounds good.
this, bro.
All right.
This
You needed to
was
say troll.
This guy was asking questions that were never asked, and he was presenting freaking straw men about something that nobody said anything that he was saying. So we had a different conversation. All of a sudden he came in saying something that nobody here ever said. So you came in with some presumptions and you're asking us questions that you're making presumptions about us that we never said.
Wait, what did I say? I didn't make any presumptions. What did I say? What presumption did I make?
Exactly.
I would rather I don't know about this guy, but I'd rather just learn more about flat Earth and talk
Yeah,
about this
me
dude.
too. I mean, this guy obviously is brand new to the discussion. So he's asking marshmallow questions that
Right. No, I understand. I'm not trying to make any assumptions about anyone's opinions or about any. I asked a sincere question, and he wanted to role play. I kind of took that as a joke, but overall, I've had that conversation with my mother. She is a microbiologist. I don't know much about the subject. I'm here to learn. Like I told the VC check-in people, so I apologize.
Can anything about microbiology prove anything about astronomy or astrotheology or anything like that?
No, honestly, I think her being indoctrinated into the current like science landscape is probably like hindering her open-mindedness. I don't know. I was literally.
I mean, it's like I know microbiology goes smaller.
Probably just a glober.
Is astronomy fake? Like that's fake, right?
Well, is astronomy fake? I mean, there. See,
It's not a
when you observe the sky, and there are a lot of assumptions that can be made about what you observe in the sky. But I mean, in modern astronomy, of course, they said that we're the third. Yeah, it's philosophical. We're the third rock from the sun, and then you make a lot of assumptions based on that. Go ahead, Michael, if you want to go.
Well, it's just not a natural science. We can't experiment on anything we see in the sky. We can't have a control. We can't have an independent variable, dependent variable, or control. So we can't do science on that. So the actual scientific method doesn't work on astrology. You have to use philosophy.
Okay. How do I learn more
So
about
when
that?
he was talking
Wait!
about,
I want to hear your mom's response to that.
Yeah, because he mentioned the scientific method in his little role playing thing. You know.
I mean, I'm not trying to impose your opinion. You know, the opinions that you guys had. It was just a role play.
It's not an opinion. We're talking about natural science.
Right.
Yeah,
No, I meant more about
as far as I'm aware, the flat Earth, this survey, they talk about things that they can measure. That's accurate, right?
Empirical.
Yeah, things
that can be
you
demonstrated
on your own.
You can assert whatever you want, but if you can't demonstrate it, then who cares?
I think NASA's like a film studio, and they just make like propaganda films.
Well, they own a few.
Hold on, well, we can get into that later. Let's fulfill this talk here. We're talking about whether astronomy is a
Philosophy of
science
astronomy.
or not. Yes.
Oh yeah.
I'll give them. They can call it science if they want, as long as they tell people it's philosophical, theoretical.
Yeah.
There's nothing tangible about any other than observation, and that's just one part of the whole. So the whole doesn't exist in every part of it. It takes the sum of the parts to make the whole.
Yeah, there's nothing more frustrating than when somebody presents like a concept as absolute, like just the absolute truth, and there's nothing nuanced about it. It's ridiculous.
I mean, they want to call this.
It's ridiculous. I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
They want to call this a conspiracy, but they're not willing to call like that stuff a conspiracy when it probably is. Probably a pseudoscience. Probably
When
not
it's
even
postulated but not backed by scientific experimentation.
Exactly.
There's no established cause and effect relationship, so it's just bullshit. It's a colloquial version of theory.
Speaking of conspiracy,
someone comes into this room with physical evidence that what they're saying is true about the Earth being third rock from the sun, spherical shape, 3,959 radius, spinning around the sun, and the sun's traveling around the Milky Way galaxy. Let's find some physical evidence for that. And if anyone come in here and prove that, then you might have something to work with here.
I find our biggest problem is they put a greater standard of evidence on the flat Earth than they do on the globe. On the globe, they accept the theory given to them. Flat Earther can come up with a good theory based on applied sciences, and they'll be like, "So what? You haven't done it. It's just talk." Well, 90% of the globe is built on talk, assertions, postulations, and not one bit of experimental proof, like astronomical distances.
Michael, their evidence is what they saw on television, or in mathematical quote unquote experiment.
Yeah, and in finance and economics, we call this transaction costs, what it costs you to do a transaction or do an action. And I think a lot of the issue what we're talking about here is for them, the having to do your own research, having to actually question things, having to observe things on your own and come to your own conclusions. That's a cost. That's a transaction cost that they're just not willing to pay.
Yeah.
It's just easier for them,
Let me answer this, Michael. Just give me a second. You know what happens with whether it's this phenomena, which would be the globe, or whether it comes with spiritual things. This is it costs you something intellectually. And I've said this for
Acquisition.
many years.
You have to
This
acquire it.
costs you something intellectually to actually spend your spiritual spend your spiritual money on this to actually. And I'll tell you what. I mean, it really it affects you physically because your spirit is connected to your body, your intellectual and your spirit, and everything you experience here in the world. It costs you intellectually to believe the nonsense that they present you. It costs you spiritually and intellectually. So it's since your soul is connected to your body, it's really kind of hard to balance the two. Go ahead, everyone.
No, I think that's
DeFi
perfectly well
kingdoms,
said, dude.
DeFi kingdoms.
And it's not connected to any dollars or bitcoins or anything like that.
No. It's an economics of your own spiritual health and well-being. I completely hear what you're saying.
Starting to wonder if this Totalis guy is an incel.
I think it's the intellectual cost is the more important part because that leads to the rest. I mean, of course, we're spiritual beings, but the intellectual cost,
Right, the inability to think, to reason,
yeah,
right.
how they, intellectual.
Hey, Helio.
Go ahead.
We got another new guy. Can you give me a sec?
Sure, go ahead.
RTC watch battery. How you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good. How'd you get to our server? How'd you find us?
Taylor Street linked it to me.
Oh, you guys are all buddies. Can we count on you to be reasonable and respectful?
Yep.
Yeah, our
RTC
live
is
stream.
cool,
man. All right, here you can join the conversation.
Hey, can you unmute Dino? Let's go, Brandon. He's a friend of mine. He's also a flat earther too.
Who is Brandon?
Google Let's
Dino?
Go Brandon.
Yeah, Dino.
Is Dino's mic working?
No, he needs to be verified if he wants to join the server. He needs to talk to a mod.
That's what I'm doing
Go
right now,
ahead.
bro.
Yeah, no, I know.
Dino,
you
oh
are.
boy,
I
do you
was telling the
copy?
other guy.
Hello, how are you, boy?
There you go. Hello, man.
Hey, how are
doing?
you? Great. How are you?
Good.
What's now? What's new? What's new? Is everything good?
Everybody's
For the
hanging out on the
record,
flat
this
earth
guy's a
Discord.
little weird,
Yeah,
but he is a
everything's
legit
good.
flat earther.
I wanted to basically listen to the guys who really know everything about it because they have a lot to say. So
I'll be glad to listen to that.
I was gonna ask Helio, what do you know about? Because obviously NASA's a scam. It's like a film studio. It's like CGI and stuff. It's not real. So do you know anything about that?
Yeah, it seems pretty silly to me as well. I mean, to be honest, when I first heard about flat Earth, I mean, supposedly ISS was already up there, and have you ever seen any footage of them building the ISS?
No, just what I've seen in here.
Well, if take some time and try to find footage of them building the ISS, you won't find it. Don't waste your time.
They try to tell us there's no light.
So what does that mean? That there's no
That means
what's
that
going
they
on?
never built the ISS. The ISS exists on Earth, and it's all in a film studio. It's same as the moon landing. It doesn't exist. Nobody's on the ISS floating around. It's what 240 miles above Earth, just like floating around, dropping screws and shit. I'm taking the piss out of them because they need to be taking the piss out of because they're lying to you. A bunch of fake astronauts that don't know shit about space. They ain't doing anything in space because nobody's in space. Doesn't exist.
So what do you think about?
It only exists if you get in my face.
What do you think about the ice wall, old boy?
No. Well, let's stay on this before we get into the ice wall. What do you think about what I just said? What do you think about what I just said?
Well,
why are they?
Hold
why are
on,
they making
ask me a
propaganda?
question. I want him to respond.
Like,
So
why are they making propaganda like that? Like, what do you think they're trying to achieve? Like, they're obviously trying to deceive us, right? So, like, what do you think their end goal is?
Who are you asking the question to? Would you like me to answer?
Helio.
Hold on. Anybody can answer, but ask me a question. I answered it. What's their angle? Why are they doing this? But there could be multiple reasons to convince you that the ball Earth exists, which, I mean, it was, maybe it was easier back in the day to convince people of the ball or whatever. I didn't even find out about this ball Earth deception until like 6 years ago.
Yeah, it's about when
necessarily it wasn't really a big deal to me, but I already knew about the fake freaking evolution deception like for many, many years before that.
What's the evolution deception?
There's no such thing as evolution.
What do you mean? Like, it just doesn't, it's not how things evolve. Like, then how else did things evolve the way they did? Just genuine question.
Evolve like fish to humans or something? Is it fish to humans or like
I mean more of
bacteria to
like
humans?
Just read
you
the
know how
Bible,
like
dude.
you know how there's like a base like rat species that most mammals are supposed to come from.
No, you
and
can't prove any
not
of
true,
that.
boy.
Yeah, sure. So
I mean, that's what
kind of
conventional science says.
that's what I'm saying.
Evolution
Conventional
isn't
science.
limited knowledge.
It's not backed by science.
Anyway, so yeah, you guys continue. Well,
I'd like to comment, by the way. So the last conversation I had with some individual that will remain un is that we talked about the Galapagos Islands, right? And how many different bird species there are on the Galapagos Islands, and how it was difficult for them to actually be created versus evolution and all these types of things. But in all honesty, the whole idea of evolution is asinine, because you have to look at you're saying that something's going to change shape and form and functionality over a period of time. I agree with it in some level, to the smallest degree. Like if somebody loses a tail, for example, or you fail to have other teeth that you fail to need throughout time. I don't necessarily think that proves evolution as a theory of biological evolution, right? That's just a small drop in the bucket, right?
Yeah, Dino. Almost everything they say about this evolution theory defies their own arguments, similar to what they describe about space.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah, that's
to Dino, what you just talked
that's
about right now with
macro and micro.
mutating and changing shape and shit.
It's whether
is it possible that DNA can warp or change over time due to certain things?
No,
I wouldn't believe so. So
No.
here's the thing: is that DNA has just recently been decoded over the last 30 years or whatever. And the thing is that they talk about all this junk DNA, right? And when they mention this junk DNA, they've actually found the people that have found the genome that dissected the DNA genome, the helix that is there. all this junk DNA actually has coded messages in it, and you can actually find Yahweh's name coded
Exactly.
in
What do
your
you think's in the
DNA.
vaccine?
It's to break the Yahweh code, and then you're not human anymore, and then you are totally destroyed. And so the thing is that they literally know what's in this so-called junk DNA, which is actually not junk DNA at all, but it's God's programming, the Creator's programming, whatever you want to call it. It's actually legitimately right there in your DNA.
People are worried about robots. We're already the robots.
They can be once you take the injection, and once they implement true 5G, they're going to be able to program you. They're going to be able to send a message out that's going to coordinate with your vaccination and your graphite vaccination.
Dana, are you scared? Are you scared? Are you scared of 5G, Dana? Are you scared of 5G?
Okay,
We're gonna have to stop you there. This is controversial topic, and it gets
Why?
servers taken
What
down.
the fuck, old boy? What the fuck is that all about?
I got a question for the flat earthers. You guys
So,
are into
Dino-
flat earth.
Dino,
What
is it
other
true-
conspiracies
If
are you
I
guys
can do
into?
this
Are you
without
fucking
being
kidding me,
interrupted.
old boy?
Dino, wait a second. Wait a second.
Yeah,
Dino,
look,
is
I'm
it
not
true?
gonna let
Hold on,
everyone
he's just very passionate. He's just a very passionate guy.
interrupt me. Or I'm gonna mute
Everyone
every fucking
shut
one of you.
up except
You
for.
too, Julio.
No, I was going to say everyone shut up besides
listen,
Battlemon.
we've been doing this 6 years. We don't keep getting takedown and having to build new servers because we don't allow controversy. If you want to do controversial topics, just go to a different voice
You guys
chat.
are a fucking joke, old boys. Are you fucking scared of this shit, old boy?
Hey,
Come
I got
on,
a
man.
question.
Dino, they live stream on
Dino,
YouTube.
if you actually want to have a conversation with us, then you're going to have to fucking calm down a little.
Hey,
man.
Dino,
You're not
they
gonna
live stream on
ridicule me.
YouTube, and anything
Excuse me,
you
man.
say can
Excuse
possibly
me.
take down their server, and they don't want that to happen.
Yeah,
so we
Dino
can't
just runs
swear.
a
We
lot.
can't.
It's kind of his thing.
I don't
He's
care
very
about your
passionate.
opinions.
Hey, everyone else, go ahead,
Irrespectful.
Battlemon. Everybody shut up except for me
I
and
don't care
Dino
about
and
your
Battlemon.
opinions or your fucking feelings on it. We put the work in on this server. We want to keep it. Keep your goddamn opinions to your fucking self. We're gonna
He's-
start banning people.
He's just a little
Don't
passionate.
ask another
just a
dumb
little
question about moderation.
Did
What's
you
the
look
point
at
then?
No, I agree with him.
my
The
guy?
point is to
Can I-
not let
can I ask
you
a
get my
question?
server taken down, motherfucker. Do you get it or do you want to go?
No, we got it. We got it.
Well,
Dino,
so you guys,
Dino, follow the rules.
Battle
you
Mud,
guys
Battle
are
Mud.
flat
And
earthers,
talk
right?
one at a
So
fucking time.
can I ask a question?
Christ, act like an adult. At least try to.
It's all good. It's all
You're
good.
the one cursing and screaming, my guy.
Oh, we can fucking
Thanks
say
for
whatever we
coming,
want
but
to
you're
on
not-
our
You're
server.
not what we want here, my
Okay,
guy.
well, I'll go.
All right,
I'll go
let's
back
get
to
it on,
asking a
guys.
question
I see
if
that
we
we're
want to
all
like
adults
steer
here.
this in a good direction. You guys are flat
You're
earthers,
not
right?
driving, though.
Are there any other conspiracies you guys believe in?
Flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. Do you have a different dichotomy?
Do you guys believe in conspiracy theories?
Yeah, dichotomy. Like an entomology.
That's a poor use of the word, old boy.
Do you guys like to talk about conspiracy
Call me
theories?
an old
then?
boy
Like
again,
flat
motherfucker.
Earth
It's
out
not
of
a
it?
conspiracy theory, man. It's just reality.
We
So,
like to talk
first of
about
all, fix your
demonstratable,
wording.
Piss me off.
It's reality.
repeatable, testable, provable, demonstratable stuff. You got any demonstratable tides or currents or little balls with water or air stuck to them we can demonstrate in the lab?
It's all on the blockchain.
Oh, not at all. So physically, you can't produce a little ball globe anywhere?
Well, I mean, physically, we're not together. We're on a Discord server, so no, I can't.
No, that's not what I said, stupid. I didn't say I'm giving you a hug. I said, can you fucking produce a ball float, water on it in a lab?
Physically, he obviously can't. He doesn't know what he's
So,
talking about.
so there's no address we can go to see water or air or anything sticking or forming a sphere. But where the fuck did you guys get the idea this could even happen? If you have
Don't
no
worry,
proof,
he doesn't know what he's talking about. That
My
other
science teacher taught me it.
Narnia, did he produce a globe for you? Did he produce water and dirt sticking together in a ball?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
You don't recall that? Then where the fuck did you get the idea that a water can stick to a ball if you've never seen it or never produced it?
For people trying to spread a message, you're doing it very aggressively.
Dude,
All right, cool. Well, hey, check this out. Hey, check this out, though. We've been doing this on this channel. We've been doing this on the server for longer than we've been doing it 24 hours a day on the YouTube channel. And we've been asking the same question that Demok just asked you. Where's this goddamn curve?
So what's the like? Okay, say it's not a globe. Like what do you guys think it is then? Just flat, completely flat?
Well, we know there's mountains, dips, valleys, peaks. There's dirt like a sandbox, you know what I mean? There's water, and the portion of water is 71% for the surface, and that's flat as fuck, straight, horizontally flat, yes. And there's 29%, which would be protruding from the water, which could be dirt, mountains, or valleys, dips, whatever. It's it's dirt, actual dirt, and you got water. The water's level, 71% level, straight as fuck, and you got a little bit of dirt sticking out. Do you understand that? Can you comprehend that?
Yes, sir.
So it's a level, straight plane or realm that we live on. Other than that, we don't know. We haven't been to anything farther than the area that we know, because if it's too cold to go beyond and the government stops you at certain parallels, we don't know any more than what we know.
I
we
mean,
know
so there's a lot of science that like we don't understand, right? Like there are things in the Earth
Yes,
that we
you're
don't
right.
understand. Like how do we know that maybe the Earth is round and we just don't understand how or why it's happening?
All right. Well, hold on. Let me ask him, Devon. So, what science are you talking about? Astrology?
I'm just saying
astronomy?
science in general. Like the whole thing with science is like you
Yeah,
do experiments to try and
general
prove
blanket.
Wait
theories,
a
right?
minute.
Like,
I think you might. You're afraid to say it, but I think you're referring to astronomy, right?
No, not at all. I'm just
Hang
talking
on.
about the
I have
topic
a-
of science in general. Like science is like a process of proving a thesis, right? Like let's say
Yeah,
that the thesis is that the Earth is round. Like how do we know for sure
Nope,
that
that's not science.
it isn't? But
Well, why would
we
you
just don't
think
know
it?
why.
Why would you think it's round? As you said, whatever round is. I thought we were talking about globes and flat, but now you say round, whatever that is.
Okay, a global.
All right, Earth is a globe based on what, in your opinion?
Okay, so here, let's say that this is the thesis that the Earth is a globe for whatever reason, but I have that thesis because that's what science has taught me from when I was in school or whatever.
Hey, no shit. All of us were taught that. All of us were taught that.
But here's my thing. Like, what if it is true,
Where
but we
does
just
the
don't know
thesis fit
why?
in the scientific method?
What? No, not no what ifs. If it's true, you go out and measure the ground. You
Listen,
see
bro.
you see that's a globe. You see you live on a globe. You measure it. You can measure it. You can map it out. You'd be like,
I don't have
okay,
a big
look.
enough tape measure to like do that over a far
All right.
distance. Though.
Well, and that being the case, how were you convinced that the Earth is a globe?
Because that's how I was convinced. That's how I was programmed.
Because everyone told you that,
Right.
right? Okay, cool. So if you wanted to find out for yourself whether or not the Earth is a globe, what would you do?
I mean, I guess I'd have to go to space.
No.
Really?
And see it from afar.
All right. Well, here. All right. That being the case, here I'm going to give you. Do you know what what they claim the size of the globe is?
Very big. I know that.
Well, I'm going to help you out here. Here's how you can figure out whether or not what they're telling you about this globe is true.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the basics of it. They have given us a number. We're the third rock from the sun, right, in the solar system.
Correct.
Right?
It's a bunch of numbers.
Cool. And there's a lot of numbers. Are you good at math?
I'm pretty decent with numbers.
All right, cool. So we're the third rock from the sun.
Correct.
Do you know that? You know what they claim the distance we are from the sun is?
No, but it's very far.
Yeah, it's
90 million miles?
It's 93 million miles. Yeah,
Okay,
it's pretty close.
93.
Pretty cool.
I'm good at that.
Real big,
Right,
very
so
far.
the
It's a real
radius.
specific guy.
All right, cool. So the Earth itself, the ball Earth they claim is approximately 3,959 miles. Right? You can Google it. You'll find out I'm right about that.
Okay,
I thought the
what was
Earth
that
was
number?
like 26,000 miles.
What was that number?
24 to 26,000, right?
That's circumference.
That's circumference.
man.
No, I mean,
Okay.
but you can do the math and you'll figure out that it's 3,959 miles radius.
And then pi r squared is your circumference.
Yeah, pi r squared.
Yeah, 24,901.
And then you can figure out if you're looking across Earth, you'll be able to figure out what you should or should not be able to see based on the height you are above the surface, across a body of water, which water is level, right? Water maintains level bodies of water.
Straight, horizontal, flat level.
Yeah,
Yes.
horizontal flat level. So you should be able to figure out what you should or should not be able to see over a certain distance when you're standing on the shore when you're at sea level.
But doesn't light create refractions due to different circumstances?
Does light make you see further?
No, but light is bent.
Does light make the Earth grow?
It can, by the way.
So hold on. So what
No.
does make a basketball grow? So if I got a basketball,
So it can, oh boy. So like if you have a telescope or you have a water droplet, you can actually make a
I have a
lens.
feeling you already knew this, and he's freaking.
I have a feeling you have no demonstration of a basketball growing with light. Please show me.
With water
that's
and
too
light
small of a
refraction.
scale. If we were the size of like fucking cells, yeah, we'd probably be able to.
Refraction. You talk about it. Can we have a demonstration of a basketball growing or shrinking from light?
As long as the light and the water, if you have a water refraction, you can actually make that happen.
We keep talking about Narnia.
No, they can't.
No. Well, we have
That's
light
a
refractions
lie.
even in
One
the
at a
desert, though.
fucking
If you're
time.
in a flat desert, you would see.
We're gonna have to do this one. Hey, listen. We have a couple of you guys in here that really have some good questions about this. I established, this, what we were talking about, the standard. We cannot have 4 people talking at a time. We're going to have.
Yeah, so let's go
one
back to the
person.
question.
Go ahead,
The question
Michael.
is, can refraction extend the distance to the horizon? Go.
I would believe.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead after you, please, sir.
Refraction creates illusion. It creates things. It lets you see things that aren't even there. That's why when you're in a desert, you see pools of water.
You see a mirage.
Hold on, we're not looking at water, birds versus turkeys. We want to know if the Earth's flat or round. So, does it make the Earth bigger or does it make it shrink? What does refraction do? Can we get a demonstration other than your picture story from your mind?
Shouting at me will not help you figure it out, old boy.
Well, neither will lying. You lying won't help me either. So can I get
You shouting at me is not going to get anybody anywhere.
Hey, you give it a
Let's try it
demonstration.
this way. Hold up.
How about you shut the fuck up and give a demonstration?
Yeah. So let's just try giving a citation for refraction's ability to not just shorten the distance to the horizon, but increase the distance to the horizon.
Maybe we should start with the
see around
definition. Maybe we should start with the definition of
Well,
horizon.
here's the problem, Helio. They always say, "Oh, yeah, light can bring things to your eyes." Yes, refraction and light is said to deliver things above the horizon, not things.
Well, light doesn't bring anything to your eye. I would.
If we're talking about the
Can
refraction
I
of light,
finish what the hell I'm saying, or do 5 more people want to talk? So objects above the horizon can be loomed or miraged to your view from a distance. Yeah, but it's said nowhere in refraction that the horizon itself can be loomed or miraged.
The light is not bringing. If you're done, the light is not bringing anything to anyone's eye. I would love to see a demonstration of that, where a cherry floats from one area through the air to somebody's eyeball from light hitting it. I'd fucking love to see it.
if you're talking about
I'd
water,
like to bring that. I'd like to bring up something in regards to light. So, like, depending on whether it's the twilight versus like when the sun is setting and the various horizons versus the sun coming up versus the sun going down over water features, you can have very unusual effects, right? So I'm not.
You have a demonstration.
Wait.
Pair of glasses.
Such as Dino, such as.
Can any one of those effects extend the distance horizon? That's where we started.
No, I'm curious if he
I'm just trying to
understands
keep
the
people
different
on
effects.
point.
No,
They're talking about miraging, looming, steeking, slooping.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was asking him if he knew. That's why I said
Fucking
that.
shit you're talking about extends the distance to the horizon.
Wait,
So here's
hold on.
So here it is.
You can't even give me a citation for a form of refraction that extends the distance to the horizon.
I haven't had an opportunity to speak.
And listen,
so
guy,
defensive,
you're going
by
to
the
learn
way,
to
right?
shut the fuck up when I'm talking, or I'm going to
really?
mute and ban you. Yes. How can
Yeah,
I
Dino.
moderate when you refuse to be quiet?
Yeah, Dino, chill out, man.
Oh, I should be
What
quiet.
are you,
I'm
a
so
fucking
sorry.
child?
Yeah,
No,
Dino.
yeah,
Dino's actually a flat
I
earther.
seriously doubt. I mean,
want this motherfucker to answer. Can you guys shut up? Can you act like an adult, sir? Or are you going to continue to act like a child and I'm
Yes,
a
sir.
babysitter? I won't babysit your ass. I'll bounce you the fuck out of here. This isn't romper room. I'm sick and
Listen,
tired of
old boy,
hearing.
you don't
I'm
like
sick
you.
of, listen here, old boy. I'm tired of hearing 5 motherfuckers talk at once. And this person that talks over somebody is out by default. I maintain a respectful lobby in here. If you can't be respectful, you don't need to be here.
I'm
don't
sorry.
waste
I
my
have not
time with this
disrespected
dumb
you,
shit.
by the way, old boy.
Interrupting people and talking every time they talk. That's not
I
rude.
haven't done that, by the way.
That's
Hey,
respect.
Dino, can you call him by his name? That would be respectful to say, "Hey, Battle Mod."
You'll obey the rules, old fucker.
But I guarantee that Dino was not going to say anything about any aspect of Mirages that Michael just said. He was just being an asshole just for the sake
Yeah, I
of it.
still want the citation for the circumstance under which refraction can extend the distance to the visible horizon. I'm waiting.
Overlord, may I finish? You'll fit in right into the Great Reset.
Battlemod, who are you asking the question to? Are you asking it to Dino? or are you asking
Dino's server muted. Anyone can answer the question that.
Hey, Indio,
Answer
can I
the
get a little
fucking
help
question.
Yeah. Hey, I'd like to comment.
Answer
I'd like to
that
comment, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So when you're
Okay.
talking about light being refracted, there's different properties that play into the difference of mirages versus depth perception. If you're dealing with light refracting over a flat surface of water or a clear body of water, it's going to be different. You're going to see different refractions. If you're dealing with it over land, you're going to see mirages, and it's affected by the coolness of the water, the heat level of the water. It's affected by the gas above the water. In the desert, it's affected by the heat and light reflecting off the sand.
90% of my
There's a
people
lot of
here,
factors that play into
listen,
it.
90% of my people here already know all this. Changing media, changing
Okay.
refraction index.
So
We know this.
Well, you're asking me for a citation. It's as simple as this. I mean, you could find
I
evidence.
did ask for a citation for the form, and there's only 5 types of refraction. Can you give me a citation for the one that extends the distance to the visible horizon? I know for a fact refraction can
No, I can't.
shorten the distance to the visible horizon, but it can't extend it.
Well, and I also
you can't
have a
find that citation.
yeah. I have a
May I
question
speak,
about
please?
that. Yeah, go ahead.
What
We're gonna
the
have to.
fuck
We're
is
gonna
that?
have to. If
What the
the
fuck
Earth,
is that?
What's a refraction?
whatever the yelling was, let's start from a standard, right?
Tell
If
your
the
mom to
Earth,
shut the fuck up. No, I'm just kidding.
if the Earth were a ball, the horizon, we often should start from the standard, right? Which is, the black swan, right? If the Earth were a ball of a 3,959 radius, then the horizon can be no more than 1.2 miles from the observer's height. 1 point shit. Now I'm forgetting. If the
Yo,
Earth,
man, you're not that drunk. No way.
no, it's 1 point.
You remember
Not
this
yet.
shit?
Not yet.
1.22
times the square root of the observer's height and feet. I just got it. All right. God dang.
Jake, you owe me a Coke.
Even if I wasn't drunk, I would have got it eventually. Anyway, so if you were standing on the shore of an ocean, no matter what the refraction index is, when you're looking across the ocean, it can, if you're 1 foot observer's height, it can be no more than 1.25 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, there you go with, it's like, well, it looks like this because I believe it, and there's all these different types of refraction that could cause it to look like this. But no, we're talking about the curvature of the Earth now.
And it sounds like you're making excuses for why we can't see it.
there is no curvature anyway, so.
Yeah, I know there is no. I'm not making an excuse.
No, I mean,
I'm
not you,
asking
just
the
talking
other. Yeah,
about
he's
Glover
making
in general.
excuses for why you wouldn't see that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, of course. Of course, I'm sorry for my slip up there, but yeah.
So I have a question. Can I ask a question? Can I have a question, please?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So okay. So
Already
like
had 3.
So if you were to tie a balloon, a hot air balloon, by a tether, right, and you have that tied to the Earth, and you fly it up as high as you can, and if the Earth is rotating, will you not sense a drag on the balloon? Would that
There's actually a better experiment to discuss this. It's Foucault's pendulum. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
Yes, I know a Foucault pendulum.
No, tell us more. No, please fucking don't.
I have one.
So I guess
have
what's
one
your
in my own
answer to that
collection.
then? What's your answer to that?
That's nice.
How about we address what you might or might not be able to see across Earth if the Earth was a sphere?
He said
I think
drag,
that's what we
bro.
were talking about.
Listen, this motherfucker said Aries isn't drag from being spun. So you listen, Earth doesn't have to rotate to have winds. If you look at all the wind cells on Earth, they all go opposite different ways.
Absolutely.
So even by
You're
your own
so right.
wind-
You're so smart. My gosh,
Yeah,
thank you. I never
by
thought
your
about
own-
that. You're
And
so
can
smart.
the sarcasm. Just let him finish.
By your own wind map, you couldn't attribute it to any rotation, just high pressure and low pressure.
Never thought of that. You're so smart. You know what? You're right.
Dino, man, stop being rude. What the hell's going
Clown.
on with you?
Dino's projecting. He's very embarrassed that
Can I
he's
ask
really
a-
ignorant.
can I
And
ask a
so that's
real
why
question?
he's doing this.
No,
so
that's
Dino,
you
fucking
can't
mute
ask another
yourself
question.
and
And
be
we're going to
embarrassed.
skip you for now.
Can I ask a real question?
No.
Hold on,
Really?
how about we all
Twice in the
stop?
middle of it, Helio said.
Don't let Dino make you to be like that. Don't take
I'm
your
done
anger out
fucking
on everyone.
around. It's either be
Start muting
respectful
everyone.
or get muted one time. What's up?
Look, this shit's a train wreck, man. Train wreck. You guys are just jumping all over the fucking place. You guys are like ferrets on meth. Okay? We stick to like one fucking subject, bring it to its logical conclusion, and then fucking go on. Amen. We're like whack-a-mole here.
Let's do it.
You want
Let's do
Foucault's
it.
pendulum?
Let's do
You want
it.
Coriolis effect?
Let's do it.
Pick one.
Let's do it.
Okay, so I want Clovers to explain the Foucault's pendulum. So when they set one up in so-called South Pole, they're supposed to measure.
Wait.
supposed
You
to
got to slow
measure
down. You're
one
talking too fast for me.
Oh, sorry. Do you want too many syllables?
No, you're just too fast. Too fast, old boy.
Okay. So they set up a Foucault's pendulum in Antarctica, the South Pole. That's what they said they were, right? South Pole. They're supposed to measure.
No, you can set one up pretty much anywhere.
50. Well, I'm just going to tell you this one.
Yeah, that would be. Hold on, Indio. Let me ask you. If you build a Foucault's pendulum, it should work the same way on everywhere on top of a globe.
Exactly.
It should work the same way. Right?
Exactly.
I think so.
Okay, can I finish now?
Yeah.
Please do.
So first of all, they set one up in where it's supposed to be the South Pole, 15 degrees per hour, one rotation every day. What they measured was one rotation every 2.24 days. How do you explain that?
That's a lot of wind noise, old boy.
So how do you explain that when during a lunar eclipse the Foucault's pendulum goes back?
Your mic just got really quiet, man.
Indio,
Yeah, we
something
can't
happened to
hear
your
you, man.
Yeah, I know.
He wants to know. Oh, you're back.
I do want to retract my statement.
So there's the
It
Elias
wouldn't work
effect,
the
right?
way
When
it's
there's a
saying.
lunar eclipse, Foucault's pendulum spin backwards. Why is that? Does the Earth spin backwards during lunar eclipses?
Wait, hold on. Say that again. I between your mic cutting out and stuff, I think I've missed something.
During a lunar eclipse, Foucault's pendulum spin backwards.
Were you there to see
backwards.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Do you have video
Well
of that or
documented.
something?
It was even tested by NASA.
Do you have like a video of that?
Oh,
or
so
something?
now you trust the
Well,
space
NASA's
people?
fake.
NASA's fake. Yeah.
NASA tested it. They never.
You can't
Do
trust
you guys
NASA
have
at
a real
all.
response, or are you just going to be dicks?
Well, I mean, if the answer is that you guys expect somebody to be there and test the data themselves, and then you provide data that you didn't test yourself, that feels a little
Look,
ingenuous.
This is your evidence. This is your fucking evidence.
Yes, I've made a
You
Foucault's
brought up
pendulum, and
Foucault's
I've seen it
pendulum.
work.
Oh, really? How many
Yes.
degrees per hour did you? How many degrees
What's
per hour did
crazy
you
is
measure?
Dino
I
is a
didn't.
flat
It doesn't have.
earther.
You don't have to
He
measure
may
the
not be a part
degrees
of
per hour to
your
watch it
part of
work.
the community, but
Then
he's
you
a
don't
part
know
of
how
the
it works.
spiritual
Then
part of the community.
you don't
To
even
see
know
it
how
work,
works.
See it work though.
How many
Wherever you-
degrees? How many degrees should it be at? What should be the maximum?
Depends on where you're located.
Indio and the guy
What should
that
the measurement be?
hold on.
I got this, bro.
Indio. All right, go ahead, Mike.
I'm just muting every motherfucker that overtalks people.
Yeah, Indio and the guy that was talking about Foucault's. Just Indio and him, please.
Let him get back to it,
Foucault's
bro.
pendulum
I'll call
doesn't
this
measure
out.
anything. Okay, if you look at Foucault's pendulum, a manual for a scientific grade Foucault's pendulum, they're driven and adjusted. Right, you can just type in Academy pendulums in Google, Mark V, and look up the manual. Tells you how to adjust it to get the result you want. It's called cherry picking the data. Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove shit. Okay, gets anomalous results depending on how you set it up. No way an experiment that proves anything.
Christ, dude, can you not talk while other people are talking?
Well, listen, Oblate.
No, they can hear everything I'm saying. They're trying to play stupid.
No. But listen.
Yeah, it's not going to work here. Everyone, whoever brought up who was it? It was what was the guy's name that brought up Foucault's?
Just let Indio and them go back to it.
No, I just want to make sure that it's just Indio and that guy.
They said that this was the best experiment they had for rotation of the Earth. But we have experiments that categorically disprove the rotation of the Earth, namely Airy's failure. Have you ever heard of that experiment? Done by George Biddle Airy, the Astronomer Royal for the Royal Society. He tried to prove stellar aberration, and he actually disproved it. He disproved the Earth's motion. That's why they call it Airy's failure.
Hang on, I'm sorry. What is this called? I'm going to look this up.
Airy's failure. AIRYS.
And the keyword is failure.
So what's supposed to happen if the Earth is in motion, right? A refracting medium will deflect light in the direction of the motion. So he looked at a star through a telescope, and then he filled the telescope with water, right? And because it has a higher refractive index, the light should be deflected more. It was not deflected. This proves the Earth is not in motion.
Can you link a study?
Yeah, sure. Hold on.
Thank you.
George Bedell Airy? You're talking about George Bedell Airy, okay. And this study was done in 1890.
1890.
What were they
So I posted a
trying
link.
to
I posted a link to
discover?
the paper and everything. Okay?
No, I've never
Read
heard of
yourself.
it. That's why I wanted to look it up and read about it.
Yeah,
I've
what
never
were
heard
they trying to discover in that test or experiment? What were they
They're like
trying?
used car salesmen, right? They don't tell you the shit that's broken. They only tell you
Whether
stuff that works. They cherry pick data.
they were trying to discover whether Earth is moving or the heavens are moving.
In this thing called stellar aberration, it's part of the so-called cosmic distance ladder, where they get something called stellar parallax. So you have to come up with physics that says, well, the star's not really there. That's just an apparent position. It's really over there. And where we calculated it to really be in reality, that's where it really is. So that's the parallax. And now we know how far away that star is. Now we have a distance. And now we're going to sit here and tell everyone things are
I
billions
see
of
that you
miles
guys
away.
are trying to silence the bringers of truth now because I was the one having the discussion about Foucault's pendulum and then I got muted.
Yeah,
Dude, you got muted for being a jackass. That's the thing.
I didn't interrupt the
for
stream.
talking.
bringer of truth.
Christ.
Be nice
When you
and
ask
stop.
people a question when you're done
being
talking,
sarcastic.
please let them finish. You won't be
Exactly.
muted again.
Well, no, I
Nothing
did.
but feelings.
And then he
I'm
asked
scared.
me about if like measuring the degrees at which my Foucault's pendulum was spinning, and
Bro,
like
I was here. I don't need play-by-play on my fucking life. I just
that's
lived through it. Now
speculation.
you're repeating it to me. You know how that's asinine.
Well, I mean, have you guys ever
Are
built
you
a Foucault's
assuming I don't
pendulum?
comprehend? I just go through life not remembering it. Is that what you're
Why
saying?
would we use a non-definitive test?
Well, so
why would we do that?
Here is my issue with it: is that you guys discussed that you need to measure the data and do the data yourself, and then I said that I've done it, and you started asking questions.
No one said that.
The
No one said that.
Foucault's pendulum.
No one said that.
X, Y, and Z. Like that, it wasn't.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, you're just making stuff up.
Nobody said that.
That's what I heard.
Well, yeah,
It's a
bullshit, you're
sophomoric
fucking
move there, kid.
mute him. I guess his ass out the server, dude.
For
We
what?
don't tolerate liars. For lying.
Because
Nobody said that shit.
I'm kind of scared to ask a question though. Whenever it comes time, I feel like I'm going to get yelled at for being a noob.
Well, no, just be honest, and then you won't have problems.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. I mean, when we
there's
get
no point in talking to people that are going to lie, dude. Like, there's no
yeah,
point.
it's really. I mean, we get triggered when people aren't trying to be honest. And that's when everything
It's
turns to
counterproductive.
shit.
Even if it triggers somebody or not, it's just counterproductive.
It's
That's
just
all
like,
there's to it.
hey, why do you guys think this? And then we give an honest answer, and then when we try to give the honest answer, and you start to scream or talk over us. That's when shit just really gets triggered, So if you're very curious about our position on this or our answers, just be honest with yourself and with us, and then we'll have an honest conversation, an open discussion. Holy shit! I mean, who ever heard of that? Fucking A.
If I could, real quick, like what? I've been playing video games with the kids, and it's just like I don't know. It's kind of hard. I feel myself kind of slipping. Like Kerbal, that shit'll get you believing.
What?
It's fun, man. You get locked in these video games, and I can see where they brainwash.
Trans tastes.
Oh, got it.
All right. Well, see, that's what I mean. I'm scared to say
Kerbal
anything.
Space Program. I never played it, man. Never played it.
Well, either way, I thought we were gonna.
The problem with Foucault's pendulum is that it yields inconsistent results. Some results, if you say, "Oh, the Foucault's pendulum does X, Y, Z because of the rotation of the Earth," when it spins backwards, you have to conclude the Earth is spinning backwards. No one's going to say that.
Well, the major issue, I think,
it has inconsistent results. Period. It's not an experiment. It doesn't measure anything.
Well, in my mind,
parlor trick.
Well, sure. In my mind, I think if Earth were spinning, according to Foucault's idea, wouldn't they just level it and
exactly?
They would just build this. I don't even know how the whole idea is dumb anyway.
Wouldn't it build momentum, or I don't know? I mean,
it wouldn't move at all. It would just.
No, it would.
It would be level and plot. If the Earth were moving, it would move by itself according to the construction of it.
Well, can we get back to the conversation?
You wouldn't have to start it.
Oh my god!
You just
don't ramble for 10 minutes again, please, bro. Can we get back to the conversation we're having?
All right. Well, I mean, somebody brought up Foucault's, and I'm saying it would. The original idea would not work. That pendulum would
Can we
stay
get Dino
still.
unmuted, please? I feel as he's been unmuted for too long.
Go ahead.
I just had a question about, do you guys think more people in the media will begin to talk about Flat Earth?
Only to deride it.
I couldn't care less, but somebody else can answer that, I guess.
You guys, I'm sorry. I've been looking up George Bedell Ari, and I'm just led to an unfathomable amount of information that I'm not able to process correctly. This is something that I would literally have to study for years in order to offer a proper debate to you guys. So I'm going to just give up and stop reading this because
for years.
There's so many references that side shoots to different data, and I just can't do it. I'm very sorry.
What are you sorry for?
Not being able to offer a proper debate because I'm not properly informed on the history of everything you guys just mentioned.
So you're apologizing for being refreshingly honest. Got it.
Yeah.
That's fine, dude.
Hey,
Learn
listen,
up, bro. Learn up and
Yeah,
come talk to us.
don't apologize for being ignorant. How did you find us?
Just farting around Discord, honestly.
All right, cool. You're fighting around Discord. You're just like, hey, these flat earthers. All right, what do you think so far? Have you listened to what we've
Honestly,
been talking about?
There's, from what I could see, there's evidence on both sides that proves each other to have a run for their fucking money. That's what I see.
Well,
I see questionable evidence on both ends.
All right, so all right, go
What's
ahead.
one of the questions that's
It's
got you
kind of
hung
like
up?
it's kind of like a Catholic versus an atheist, right? Like this person can't prove God exists, and this person can't prove that God doesn't exist, right?
It's unfalsifiable. Correct.
And
So what's got you hung up? What question?
I don't have any, honestly. I've just been listening to you guys go back and forth and then trying to comment, but I'm not educated to where I could offer a legit debate. And I don't think most of the people in this Discord who are debating against your theory of flat Earth are.
Well, two things. Hold
get
on. Two things.
Oh,
It's
wait,
not a theory, and anybody can talk to anybody. We're all human beings.
What? And I'm curious, how long have you been following this topic, or how did you find your way here? I mean, this is a very
I'm in a trading server called Wall Street Bets, and earlier this year they were talking about this server. A bunch of us joined. We came in here. Some of us had a debate. Some of us got banned for trolling. Some of us actually.
yeah, we're familiar. We're familiar with those things. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I'm
It's all
asking
good.
you.
Welcome back.
Is it really all good?
Yeah,
No,
well, I mean, this guy's all good. I'm just curious about how he found his way back
It's
here.
all about
and
how
he's
you
just
act
really
right now.
curious about this. Yeah,
Right this very moment.
I would honestly want to.
Well, that
hear,
goes for everybody here.
Well, and the moments moving forward, but yes.
None of us that are even questioning whether the Earth is flat or round can. We're not space physicists. We're not astrologers, astronomers. We're not like none of us here have really a science degree that specializes in any field that can offer a proper debate.
Hold on.
There are
Hold
people in here with
on.
science.
I'm not talking about you guys. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about the guys that enter this server that try to prove you and your theory wrong. Right?
It's not a theory.
We're trying to meet you, brother. Hey, we're trying to meet you, man. We're trying to meet you.
Helio,
Fuck
give
all
me
those
1
other
second.
people. Go ahead, bro.
Flat Earth is not a theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a hypothesis or a thesis. A thesis is something you do at university. Flat Earth is an observation. You can walk out your house every day and observe a flat local plane with topography.
I'd like to request time, please. May I have time? May I request opportunity to speak, please?
Who's that, Dino? Can you wait till other people are done doing?
No, let's let.
Really?
What the fuck are you saying? That's what I fucking did, old boy.
Let's listen to what he has to say.
Listen,
Right.
dude.
So listen.
I get really fucking pissed when people cut in before
I
I'm
actually
done talking.
requested time to speak.
I
That's
know.
what I
In
want.
the middle of my fucking sentence, dude.
Oh, what the
I'm not going to play this game with you too much longer, man. Respect
All right, listen
is
here.
my biggest pet peeve. I'll give you the same respect you give to me.
Hey, go ahead and continue speaking to homeboy Michael. I
got this,
muted
Helio.
him. Yeah, go ahead. Fucking asshole.
No, I want to give Brandon the opportunity to speak, bro. I just want.
No, I was talking about Dino, man. I muted him because he was interrupting you.
Yeah, we're talking about the same guy. Damn it.
Brandon. It's not funny, but it's funny because people still think it's funny. Anyway, go ahead.
He's doing his part.
I have two comments to make. And please, old boy, don't interrupt me. You're supposed to be about all the rules, don't you know? So here's the thing. So the idea is this. If you guys want to bring people into your community, you should be more accepting and more...
Isn't it funny we've been doing this for fucking 4 years?
Can you let
and they're
him
going to recommend how we're going to bring people in our community.
Can you let this guy get his fucking word out so he quits feeling the way he does and he quits acting funny due to his feelings?
Let him dig his own
Please.
grave.
Take a breath, man.
Listen. So look, if you want to bring new people around to your ideas, I would strongly suggest you become more accepting and maybe just a little bit more soft.
Yeah,
in
I
your
got something
delivery.
for you when you're done too.
And you know what, old boy? I got something for you too, and it's in my pants. In your mouth, you motherfucker.
Okay, Dino.
See,
when your
Dino,
ball,
if
you know,
you'd
when your
like to
ball
go
drops.
someplace and be welcomed in, you should become a more welcoming person.
I think he's pretty funny.
You want respect.
That sounded kind of rapey.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
not as
think he's
funny
very
as,
funny. I
your
think
You
he's
sound like you have some
Warren,
pre-latent
chill out.
homosexual
You guys are
tendencies
faggots.
too. Do you talk to a therapist? Dino?
I have a therapist I talk to all the time, and
I
she's your
bet.
mother.
That's kind of funny.
It is funny,
Yeah.
dude.
No, it ain't.
Listen,
Don't
you
quit
little
your day
fucking
job.
plebeian piece of
Sorry.
bullshit.
Mother jokes are kind of like on the low end of like being funny, to be honest.
I'm just playing with you, man. I'm sorry, boy.
Oh, you're not playing
I'm
with
sorry.
me.
I'm
I
sorry.
told you, you got some homosexual tendencies there.
I'm just playing with you,
You
man.
went from playing with yourself to playing
Listen,
with me. What the fuck?
Brandon, yeah, you gotta chill out.
I'm sorry for laughing. Sorry.
If this is
what I do.
Yeah, if you let me or
quality of-
Michael go
on your
on him,
service.
man, it's gonna get worse.
Can I ask a real question? Maybe steer this back into a more
That was a
productive
question.
direction. Do you think I could ask a more serious question?
You can try. There's a lot of
All
over
right, so-
talking going on tonight, and it's starting to
so
piss me off.
what do
That's
you
my pet
guys-
peeve.
What do you
Hey,
guys
I'll
think
shut up.
about?
I'll shut up. You guys continue.
Like,
What do you
yeah,
guys
My
think
bad.
about the
hold on,
pollution?
hold on. 1 sec, dude. Listen, 1 sec. I'm the admin. I'm gonna say some shit, dude. The peanut gallery fucking comments, immature, especially the people that have been here a long time. Can they just stop so we can actually have a productive conversation instead of this locker room bullshit? Thank you. Have a nice day. Go ahead. Who's gonna talk?
Hey, Indio, sorry about that. I really want to hear what you had to say, but your microphone is kind of shit.
Okay, the guy that wanted to talk, go ahead and finish what you were talking about.
What do you guys think about the renewable energy sources that we're currently making? Do you guys think it's a good direction for us to head in?
We're a flat earth
think
server. I really rather not let anybody even address that.
Okay, sorry. I can I ask my flat Earth question then?
Sure.
So, what do you guys think the future of the growth of this, this knowledge will be? Like, what do you think are going to be some big catalysts to spread the growth and overall awareness of this knowledge?
I mean, what we're doing
Nobody
right now.
wants me to say anything about it, apparently,
Well,
but I have.
Can you ask the question again?
Nobody wants me. No, I understood the question, but nobody wants me to talk about it.
Nobody opens
Why
their
not?
fucking mouth, Helio.
Come on.
Why do
Let's
you, why
hear
do
you.
you feel
Come on,
that
old
way?
boy.
All right, so how can this grow? See, ask that question again because I want to hear how the question was expressed, as if the way I heard the question expressed was like, there's nothing for you guys to do, and it's sort of fruitless for you to even be involved in what's happening in the future. That's what I heard.
I have a different answer. My answer is you got to get out on the street and hand out flyers and talk to people face to face. That's how.
Okay,
Really?
okay, yeah,
That's how you
he's
do
not.
it?
Yeah, so I'll repeat the question. He basically addressed my question. Basically, my question was, what will be the major catalyst to the spreading and overall awareness of the flat Earth, its knowledge, observations, and truth?
You're not the person that asked the question, though, are you?
I am the person that asked the question.
So I would actually. Well, go ahead, please.
So how do you spread the message?
By telling other
the
people.
What will be the primary way that this exponentially grows in mass awareness? What will be the exponential
If
catalyst?
any money gets behind it, but there's no big money behind the truth.
Right. Well, I mean, go ahead, guys.
What is with this sociological bullshit?
I know. Group collaboration leads to innovation.
I have
It's that
something to add.
simple. Transfer information that's done with communication.
So I would actually say that these rockets that Bezos and the fucking the Virgin Atlantic guy is putting up, I think these are going to expose flat Earth for legitimate, because they can only shoot them up and they only go up for a short amount of time and they come back down and they barely even go up through the stratosphere into what true space really is, because they can't get through the dome. So I think this is going to be, this space tourism thing is going to be the ceiling they hit their head on.
Yeah, but only flat earthers see through that bullshit, right?
Well, apparently not true. He just said it, didn't he?
Oh, what was that?
Like Hillary says, we're going to have to break through that higher glass ceiling. You know,
Yeah,
see,
just
in my
like
line
Hillary
of
Clinton
business, you
said.
have to keep propagating the
What the
propaganda.
fuck,
You have
oh
to
boy?
keep propagating the
was
propaganda. What, dude? I didn't disrespect you. I said you said it.
I was giving you a reason why.
Your liberal offense is putting a bad taste in my mouth, bro. So this is the last time I'm gonna ask you to just be polite.
What did I say that was wrong this time?
You've already got more fucking.
Said old boy 75 times. How about that one?
You don't like that, old boy?
Normally, I would have banned you at the second.
It's
Oh
played
boy,
out, dude. Played out.
that old
Wasn't
shit's
even
been
funny
played
to
out
talk
since
about.
1933.
What would you like me to call you instead? How about that?
We call you by your name, or the profile name you have, right? Do we call? Is it that I got to teach you etiquette, motherfucker?
Well, no. By the way, oh boy, you don't have to teach me any sort of etiquette, motherfucker.
Hey, motherfucker, I'll address you any way I please, bitch.
Can I ask
you
Battle
can't
Mod a
address me
question?
by my name.
Can I ask Battle Mod a question? What would
How come you guys always get a light bulb in the middle of somebody's sentence and you feel like you got to talk? It's like I'm fucking
I
with a bunch of
apologize.
10-year-old kids.
I
My
apologize.
16-year-old daughter can sit there and be quiet till somebody's done talking.
Excuse me, but did you just disconnect me?
I did.
No,
That's
if
the
I
one-
did, you wouldn't have been able to come back.
So listen here, friend. I'll tell you
Really?
this: that we should all be on the same side. If you're considered a flat Earth fellow, you should actually be taking up the entire community. You shouldn't actually.
What community?
Pip,
What the fuck are you even talking about?
Who the
fuck are you
fuck is
babbling
this
about?
guy? God damn!
This
He
ain't a
came in with
fucking social
another
club.
group, and I mean, and everyone was trying to. All of his friends were trying to tell him to shut the fuck up, and he wouldn't. And so, yeah, I mean, why the fuck is he still here?
Helio, look, we come from a trading server where people are just yelling and shouting over each other constantly.
Okay, well, that doesn't fucking happen here.
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
well, talking. Yes, it does.
I mean, sometimes it does, but
listen,
not that
motherfucker.
way. Not
Listen,
that way.
motherfucker. You didn't wait till he was done talking before you cut in to say that doesn't.
My
fucking
bad.
happen here.
My bad.
Think about it for a minute. Let me cut you off, motherfucker, because we don't overtalk each other here, motherfucker.
Son of a bitch.
No, hey, you guys.
No, he was being an asshole for like a half hour, and it was
You
just
got to
like,
understand, dude. We come from a trading Discord that spawned off of another trading Discord, and the idea of our Discord
Listen,
spawning.
we got it. You guys are used to kicking your shoes off and being rude. That don't happen here.
No, that's not it. What I'm saying is that
Yo, whoever's
Yeah.
talking, can you shut
Oh,
up? You
boy.
sound like a jackass.
Fellow, I am.
No, not you. The other
Alright,
guy.
cool. Hey, let's.
Alpaca or whatever.
All right,
Alpaca.
so you guys found us, and you found our server, and you wanted to come talk to us about Flat Earth, and one of your asshole friends was being a dick. So tell us how. Tell us how. I mean,
See, I
are
actually
you
have
guys curious
jackasses
about
that roam
why?
around here.
That's okay. It's okay, but this is not the way this platform works. So
No, I
it
get it. I
doesn't
get
work
it.
the same way over there.
We're all
as
guests
it does
here, and this is your territory. We're subject to your hospitality. You're not approaching us. We're approaching you. I get it. I got no ill will towards you guys. But hey, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna get back in the other Discord. It was wonderful talking to you guys. You guys gave me a lot to think about and read about. Till next time.
Yeah, cool. Come back.
Yeah, maybe
come back
next
as
time
long as
it'll
you
be
can.
productive.
Yeah,
I appreciate the conversation. You guys have a good night.
Seriously, come back, because usually like this is just this was a shit show. Total shit show.
Well, you guys are getting attacked by 5 different people all at once, right? And it's hard.
It wasn't really an attack. Listen, we've been doing this long enough. We're smarter than to take that bait. But apparently not tonight.
All right. Hey, does anybody in here trade from the Flat Earth Discord? The regulars?
Trade
crypto, stocks, options, forex, futures, anything?
Not here. We don't.
We mostly trade information, and so that's what we're good at.
Okay. Well, if any of you would like to join our Wall Street Bets Discord, we're in there constantly talking trades. It is very unmoderated, so it's 5 people talking over each other. You guys are more than welcome to join. Just send me a DM and I'll invite you.
Yeah, a bunch of us were on the older one. So.
Oh no, that one's straight up homosexual.
Yeah, I know.
Personification of homosexual.
Well, I don't know about
grade A homosexual.
I'm talking about the one that disappeared.
Ours is much better. That's what I'm saying, brother. But I'll catch you another night. It was good talking, man. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, no one cares.
All right.
Hey.
Bye.
All right. So what I'm curious about is why people like Elon Musk don't talk about the flat Earth.
No, you're not.
What do you mean?
Why, he sent people to space.
Right. I mean, he just taped a video camera to a car and sent it out into space. How did he fake that?
Wait. He also
because it looks too much like
too?
that movie Gravity, bud.
Why are you guys talking
Elon
over
Musk
each
is
other?
a puppet for the New World Order, man. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Why do you think? Well, why do you think that was actually real?
I mean, do you not trust the video?
No.
Have you actually watched? Have you watched that Falcon Heavy video?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question about it? Well,
yeah.
So the last listed altitude was 111 kilometers. So is that video accurate?
You have to repeat that.
The last listed altitude in that video was the rocket was at 111 kilometers and it stopped.
What do you mean it stopped? Why does it?
The altitude, the little graphic that says the altitude of the rocket, it ended at 111 kilometers. Never went higher than that.
So are you saying within the video they had something tracking the stat of the height?
Yeah. So in the video,
okay. So what if their stat was off? And what did the video show though?
Okay, so that was just a segue to this other little piece of information.
But what did the video show?
They altered the video. Provably altered the video. So the original Falcon Heavy launch, right? They had a split screen, and it was supposed to be a camera on each rocket, but it was a duplicate of one feed. They went back and they edited it. And they added the other duplicate. YouTube let them do this somehow. Didn't change any of the views. Didn't change any of the likes. Didn't change anything. Somehow they got to alter a video without re-uploading. How did they? Why would they be able to do that?
That might be confusing with the Falcon thing too. The landings,
with the two video videos. That is up right now. It still says it was streamed live at such and such a date. And the video was altered.
It was.
There's listen, it's undeniable. It was altered. It even
I don't think so.
The video that's up
and like you were saying about
because they have a counter, T+ counter after the launch. 10 seconds.
Into your mind.
So that's why I'm asking you, why do you think that video is real? You never even looked at it with a critical eye.
I mean, I just trust Elon Musk. He's probably one of the smartest men there.
Why? You a personal friend of yours?
Yes.
You think Elon Musk is one of the smartest people there?
He said Elon is not smart. He is literally autistic, dude.
I mean, do you not think autistic people are smart? You know, autistic people are some of the best quantitative analysts on Wall Street. One of the hardest jobs that there is.
They used to call savants.
Hold on, instead of taking the piss out of Elon Musk by his interviews or whatever, let's go over the footage of the Dragon capsule, just like Leo was saying. He said that the last thing we saw was 111 kilometers or something, and then we get footage of astronauts bouncing around. They don't have any real footage of them actually.
What do you mean by astronauts bouncing around?
Talking about the. Listen,
Talking
Helio,
about the
Falcon Heavy.
when the Dragon capsule connected to the ISS. Yes, that's.
Oh, I understand. No need
Yeah,
to
but
yell.
you don't have anything in between. I mean, anyway,
No,
go ahead.
I'm open to changing my opinion on this. I appreciate the evidence presented. I didn't look into it too deeply. I was simply just asking questions. I really was.
No, cool. I mean, yeah, it's something you should.
I
look
just don't know why
into,
you're
but-
raising your voice and like yelling at me. It's just I don't understand.
Well,
Elon wants you to put a chip in your brain. Do you think you would rather put a chip in your brain?
I would never
or
connect my
figure
brain
out-
to a computer.
Okay,
I know
good,
that's not
good.
the way. That's not the way.
So,
this is
so now
this
that
is
you're
his
being
agenda.
so gentle, then I won't think that you're asking dumbass questions anymore.
Hey, is that Joshua Matthew?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up? I remember you from another server.
Cool.
Hey, Sally Snowflake, is Elon Musk smarter than the second law of thermodynamics?
Is that the real John or is somebody playing a clip?
No.
Is that a trick question?
Who was the Sally Snowflake? You were raising your voice.
That would be not buying.
Sally, is Elon Musk smarter than the second law of thermodynamics? I bet you don't even know what the second law of thermodynamics is, do you? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, all of a sudden, cat got his tongue.
Yeah, go back to picking up cans alongside of the road, supervised. Okay? Thanks. And if you come back, make sure you come back showing a curved adjacent where your fairy tale religion just imploded. By
You'll
the
be
way.
the curved adjacent.
Damn, John, you should have been here like 30 minutes ago, man. Freaking getting crazy.
Yeah, sorry I was a little late. I was.
It's all good. It's all good.
So, Mr. Sally Snowflake, scroll up to 23 minutes after the hour. Go through number 1, number 2, and number 3 questions. They're very easy, almost rhetorical. And then welcome to Flat Earth, unless you can show me a curved adjacent. It's all over.
He doesn't even know what that is.
Yeah, I thought.
Came from one of the finance servers.
Can you hit the quality button on your mic?
Hey, it's a little windy, man. Quality button. What's that?
Turn that
next
button
to
up.
What?
111 kilometers
Hey,
up.
you would have liked this. There was somebody in Helio's YouTube chat today that said you don't need a triangle to use sex.
Yeah, that's brilliant. You don't need hydrogen for water.
I think it was Sean Hawkins undercover.
Oh, goodness gracious. He doesn't even know what gas is.
He's like, I kind of like rank some of the Globers like in order like dumbest. Like he's like at the bottom or second from the bottom.
Oh yeah, he's a moron.
It's a fight between him and John Panda. I'm not really make up my mind.
He's top 3 idiots for sure.
I think he's dumber than Brenda is.
Pretenda?
Yeah, Pretenda and Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy that doesn't know what a circle is.
Pretenda's pretending a lot of things.
Yeah, Sean Hawken. He's like an.
Do you guys think that
crawled
Jeff
out-
Bezos is helping to perpetuate the
He
globe
crawled out
lie?
from the abominations of the earth. We don't care about Jeff Bezos. Is that Sally?
Do you really
Yes, that is
think?
Sally.
You really think that commercial space flight would ever actually be financially viable?
They didn't think that about air, like flights like we have now, but that eventually happened.
Well, because we fly places. Well, we're talking about Narnia. We're talking about the politics of Star Trek. Who would win arm wrestling, Kirk or Spock?
That's what you're
I mean,
talking about.
I don't know why
Sally.
you're trolling me. I was asking a serious question.
Sally, no, these aren't trolling questions, you fucking muppet. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Yo, there's no need to talk like that.
Shut the fuck up. Don't instruct me. Sally.
What?
What?
You're looking like a
What's
snack.
the second law of thermodynamics? Give me it in equation form and then a brief description right fucking now.
The what?
That's what I thought. You're done. Go back to picking up cans alongside of the road like I told you. Your Elmer Fudd sophistry is not going to work here. All right? Go play dumb. I don't think you're playing, by the way. I think you're fucking stupid. You think you can Elmer Fudd sophist your way around in this form? Really? Yeah, bye.
Sounds like the kind of guy with shoelaces because shoelaces are too complicated.
No, there's some Wall Street Bets kids in here. They were just being like, clowns, whatever.
Yep.
Way out of their league.
RTC watch battery. I put you on mute about 5 minutes ago because I heard you banging on your fucking keyboard. I messaged you and said you had a hot mic. So if you're still awake, give a yo here in chat and I'll take you off mute.
Isn't it obvious that Kirk would beat Spock in an arm wrestle?
Well, it depends on what warp they're at, right? So, yeah, the warp speed. Because Kirk's bone matter gets denser the closer they get to warp 7.
What if he uses the Vulcan mind meld?
And mental muscle doesn't count, right? Indio, you had me laughing for about 5 minutes when you said that.
Yeah. It's, well, I mean, we're talking about such abstractions. It's like, they live so far into a fantasy, they believe that shit. They really just believe it. And it's almost scary.
They say it like it's matter of fact just 'cause it's on TV.
Well, yeah, but they really believe it. It's like as they say, man, just as sure as the sun's gonna come up, man, there's people in space.
I'm pretty sure Vulcans are a lot stronger than humans, right?
That is purely illogical.
Aren't they like 10 times stronger than humans?
They measure strength in two different ways.
Yeah, I think it's about 6.5 times precise.
Yeah, or about 100 IQ points.
SpaceX stuff is like a parody, man. Landing rockets on a boat, on a carrier, landing a rocket vertically on a carrier. That's a parody, man. It's like we're watching
Yeah.
Mad TV or something.
Have you ever tried to stand up on a lie-low in your swimming pool? Or any kind of flotation device in a body of water, and tell me that that's easier than landing in dry land?
Yeah. Landing a pencil vertical. Very, very heavy one. And they just happen, the camera just goes black every time it's about to land, and then all of a sudden it's just sitting there. Like, how can you possibly believe that? I almost don't even know. It's when you see it, it's almost like they're not even claiming it's real. Like it's just known that it's a parody.
And the weight implication of landing 50 tons to 60 tons on an ocean vessel, that wouldn't need to be significantly more buoyant to then be able to take that weight. And when we watch the animation that they give us as truth, you see that there is no weight difference between an empty barge and the fully loaded barge. And like you say, landing a pencil on its end point, you could throw a pencil 1,000 times and never once land it on its end. But yet, put a little bit of thrust to it, and suddenly, instead of it becoming a Catherine wheel that spins around in circles, it just lands perfectly perpendicular.
Yeah.
It's like the
Almost
common
like mysterious
sense
skills.
should tell you that it's wrong. But even a normie will look at it and say, no, nothing to see here.
Yeah, it's laughable.
Part of the reason is because they've been accepting fantastic claim after fantastic claim without analysis for so long. They can basically say anything. And these guys are just like, yeah, they just eat it up.
It really can. Because there's no way everybody could be in on it. No matter how ridiculous it is, they'll show a unicorn land on a boat one day. And be like, well, there's no way that many people could be in on it. Like, you gotta be kidding
I don't
me.
even think the last guy, the Elon Musk, dude was talking about Elon Musk. I don't even think he thought of even that far through it. It's just like he said he did it. I saw some pictures. It happened.
Well, in
But
the nerd world,
I was
in the
gonna say,
nerd world, he's
I
supposedly a
exposed to
genius.
him that he didn't really even analyze it, right? So, like, if they got on TV and said, yes, we got video of aliens, I'm gonna analyze that video because that claim is crazy fantastic, right? Aliens from space. I'm gonna critically think about that. I'm gonna check that hard. I'm not gonna just accept it. They just accept it.
Just like the so-called Bigfoot video, everybody analyzed the hell out of that and tore it to shreds.
Oh yeah, too true, man. Definitely.
Yeah, you would think that you would, but yeah, it's
part of it's motivation because they want to believe that crap, man. They want to believe it. They go, oh, I'm going to space someday. Gonna bang me some alien hookers with 3 kitties. Going to space.
yeah.
Like, nah, dude, you're not going anywhere.
Those nerdy guys, Elon Musk really is like a hero for them. He really is a so-called genius with all the stuff that he pulled. Allegedly, he's just a character, obviously, but they believe that character. And he's kind of like he's supposedly bucking the system against the government, which we all know is nonsense, but it's kind of like a way for nerds to let their hair down and be rebels. A champion in him. He's like a nerd's revolutionary.
Well, it's almost like double down, right? Like, they so much believe in the it's like the cult of tech almost, right? that we're super smart and we can solve all problems with our tech and our robots and our AIs and like all this stuff. And they think that like what they're rebelling against, they think that the mainstream's holding everybody back. It's not like people that are more conservative think like, you know, the mainstream is like tweaking, you know, traditional values and destroying the family, which is all true, but they're on the other end of the spectrum, right? They're on the other end, like we should all just be free atheists. We can do anything, and the government's just holding us back. They're attacking from a totally the other side.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a cult of personality.
Definitely, you're right. It's the same thing that the T word, Mister T, I'll call him, is for so-called conservatives and Republicans. It's for them to LARP around with him as their savior, and then the little nerdy guys on the other end can LARP with their little savior.
The Rick and Morty cult.
I was chatting with a normie last night who was saying that there's two types of belief. There's like the religious belief where you know it's true and that it doesn't need any more convincing. And then there's the belief when you say to your friend, hey, I'm a doctor. And they say, I believe you. And they said that their whole belief is hey, I'm a doctor. Okay, cool. I believe you. It's plausible. You seem intelligent. So therefore, why wouldn't you be a doctor? And that's where they pack all of that belief set into that very shallow sort of quote unquote belief. Whereas they can still use the word belief when it's absolutely proven because it's religious, you know? I'd never heard them argue two types of belief. I was trying to explain to him that everything is in his belief set, or we were asking him to explain to us his beliefs, because he believes in gravity and he believes it's a sphere and he believes, etc., etc.
That's how you end up buying a whole crate of snake oil.
Yeah, I believe that shit works.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
the funny thing is,
what he was talking about, so yeah, it seems like some good oil to buy and inject.
funny thing is, what they think is plausible, their mind is so twisted, it's actually not plausible if they actually think about their everyday experience. They're very far removed from like reality, like the everyday experience that they experience with their senses. Like if you look around, like where I live in a city, so they're putting up buildings all the time, right? And we've been building buildings for a very long time. Still takes like years to build, like a sky. They think they're stuff that goes like millions of miles away in a few years. It's crazy, like what they believe. But if you look at like what human beings actually do in your experience, we're limited. We're way more limited than what people at NASA and SpaceX and all those places actually say.
That's what's so beautiful about their ego trap, that they get you stuck in your ego thinking that we're so great. I often get it that the normie or even a baller will start talking about the Black Ops space program where, you know, that they've got technology that we can't even think of, and they're actually traveling to planets like backwards and forwards. They've got all this other technology which they haven't told us about, which means that anything that they're claiming now is like child's play by comparison to their imagination of warp drive travel and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, man, the Nazis had a base on the moon. You didn't know that?
That's what the moon landing did.
That's why they had to fake the moon landing, because they accidentally got a picture of it, so they had to fake it.
That's what the moon landing did, for especially for Americans. Ego.
I just said that's definitely more probable that there is a moon base and they just haven't told the public about it, then that we just can't go back there.
Many years ago, that's because I've always known the moon landing was fake, but I just assumed that maybe they actually went to space, but they were hiding what they actually saw or whatever. I just assumed that many years ago. The moon landing has always been laughable to me.
But based on what founding or on what foundation did you have the idea that we've achieved more than what they told us?
In reality, no foundation. But at the time, I was just assuming it. Like, I didn't have any evidence. I didn't research or anything. I listened to those so-called unreleased audio tapes and all that, where they ended up being all BS. But just in general, the fact that the government lies and covers things up. So I figured they were covering up. I didn't realize at the time it was a complete hoax altogether as far as space.
I think I'm a little bit different in that I only discovered that the moon landing was fake after I knew that the Earth was flat. To me, simply being told that water was level rocked my paradigm because I've experienced that. Using lock systems when you're going on boats from a harbor into the ocean, and they have to drop the entire lock level to get back down to sea level to raise you up to the lagoon level. There's always a lock system because water is level. And then when you construct with water, you get self-leveling screens, which literally level themselves just simply due to the properties of the water that's added to the mixture. And when they said to me, water is level, it was like one of those, everything just stops. And I started digging in. And then when I looked at the moon landing, it was so obvious. Like literally an afternoon and you can disprove the moon landing. And to see how many people won't even start there. They won't even start looking into the moon landing. It's quite sad that people don't actually want to know the truth.
There has to be something psychological when a grown adult can look at the moon landing and think it's real. I think you were right about the ego thing, especially in America. That was a major ego thing. Americans are the best. We landed on the moon. Like, that was definitely, and they wanted it to be true. So when they saw it on TV, it was true.
Hello? Okay.
Robot.
Yeah, you're robot. All right, bro. I like to think about, like, what's the fakest thing about the moon landing? Totally go the other way. To me, the fakest part of the moon landing is the actual part where they're landing and they're talking to NASA over this, over the microphone, right? Over the radio. They're talking to NASA. They're supposed to be sitting 3 feet away from a 34,000 foot-pound thrust rocket, right? Right under their ass. And they're having a conversation. Like, no, that's so crazy, man. If anybody has been near like an airplane, like a jet airplane, has gotten close to it when the turbine's fully going, it's just probably like 5 times louder than that. But being 3 feet away, no way, man. It's like, no way.
Be holding your head, man. You'd be holding your ears. So damn loud. That's a good debate right there. What is the fakest part of the moon landing?
I know we should do an episode. We're going to do that this weekend. I decided we're going to do a special 24/7 Discord. Everybody's going to get to what their fake moon landing part is. The fakest part.
I love the part where the main picture they show where it's the reflection in the astronaut's helmet, and you can see behind in the reflection you can see the lander casting a shadow all the way to the horizon, and then behind the astronaut himself, the horizon's like 30 feet away. So it looks like the diameter of the moon's like 100 feet wide. I love that one.
Well, there's one of the famous photographs, right, where he takes a photograph and the other astronaut's in front of him, but the camera is supposed to be mounted on his chest. So what is that astronaut, like 3 feet tall? That they send midgets to the moon?
And then the takeoff, man, the little sparks, and then it
the takeoff with the sparklies.
The camera pans up, like that's so goofy.
Sorry,
So
Helio,
they had-
what did you say? What did you say was the fakest one for you?
Oh, them landing and talking over the radio while they're landing, right? When they're like right about to land, like right on the surface, right? When they're like, yeah. So like they're sitting on top of a 34,000 foot pound of pressure rocket. They're like, it's right under their ass. You know what I mean? It's like 3 feet away from them, and they're having a conversation like nothing. It'd be so loud you would not be able to hear yourself think. Your teeth
Wearing
would
motorcycle
probably
helmets.
vibrate out of your face.
Super bad robot.
You know, I think old Don Pettit said, or no, it was Bill Nye. He said that, you know, the cost, the paperwork, the planning, the salaries, just that alone it would cost more to fake it than to actually just do it.
Yep. Just the lunar lander itself. Simply looking at the lunar lander, it's got to be the silliest shit.
Hey, Indio, do you say you want to do a special on the moon landing for Christmas?
Yeah, we should do that, man. What's the fakest part of the moon landing?
Not a bad idea. Let's do it this week.
That's awesome. Listen, we'll have like a top 10, man. Fakest part of the moon landing. Like, remember like Dave Letterman? We'll do it like that.
Hey, bro, we still have a few days, man. Everyone compile their information. Let's do a big special on the moon landing for Christmas. Here's your special Christmas for everyone that thinks that they actually landed on the moon. Let's freaking show them that that's impossible.
Didn't they go in December 23rd? Apollo 11? Wasn't it around that time?
I think so.
I'm not sure of the dates, but I'm sure a lot of people are more familiar with than I am.
I like just show a picture of the lunar lander and mic drop just on a picture of the lunar lander.
Yeah, I've heard Clovis basically say that we flat earthers made that picture because there's no way that thing could have got to space, which is our point. But they want to make it out like, no, we've doctored evidence, manipulated something. But I like the way that you phrased that question, India. It's kind of using the Bayesian principle of propaganda by saying what's the fakest part. It's no longer questionable whether it's fake or not. It's just which part is the most fake. So you kind of
the most fake.
That's so tough, man. It really is.
Well, it's like which moon landing is the most fake? What, 6 of them? I don't know. Which one's the most fake?
Oh, yeah. Which landing?
It's the Apollo 13 mission where the public had lost interest and then they pretended to kill people in space so that the whole public was sitting on the edge of their seats. You know?
Which is the one showing the lander like flying in the air and like turning on a pivot and shit? Which one was that?
It was the first one.
I think.
Oh God, that was bad.
Apollo 11.
I think I have a meme for that. Hold on.
Still wondering when they're going to go back to get the guy that panned the camera.
Don't give it away. Don't give my answer away, man.
I got a meme for that shit.
And the one where that astronaut floats away from the spacecraft and then his whole helmet swivels. They like waves.
Spacewalk.
I'm like, I'm like, they're gonna have a show. I better keep my answer to myself than Indio has to spout it out.
Oh, it doesn't matter how much we spoil it. We're still. I mean, if we get enough people to get involved and everyone compiles information, we'll just take the piss out of all.
Sonny,
of
there's so many to pick from.
They won't remember. Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm.
I heard the only time they went back to the moon was to pick up that camera guy.
Then they got scared because they saw some aliens.
No, obviously it was Iron Man, and then he just flew back to the ship after he filmed it.
Might as well have. Yeah.
Or it was live streamed.
Iron Man.
All are arguing that someone on the Earth raised that camera upwards, that they had practiced for months in terms of what the delay would be.
Oh, here we go. I found it. Here's a meme I made for that one.
Yeah. We'll have to do another show after about what the hilarity of what they talk about after, where it's like in the 90s when they're like, they found an ancient grave. She appeared to be a queen or something. She's got all this intricate jewelry all over.
The sparks flying off just kill it, man. It's just.
You like that meme I made?
Yeah.
We'll be back for you, cameraman.
We'll be back.
That'd be a good skit or a cartoon skit for them to come back to get the cameraman.
I think the most fake is the Lem in a category, but the fact that they never flew the thing once on the Earth, and that whenever they tried to fly it in Earth gravity, the thing crashed, and then the next time they tried, it landed perfectly on the moon.
Yeah, flawlessly, thousands of miles in an unknown medium and treacherous environment. Just
wait a minute.
Yeah, great luck, man.
Are you guys talking about trajectory based on gravity? So you're gonna have to throw this freaking rocket with whatever the shit this is on top of that rocket out into space. You're gonna have to throw it around the Earth based on trajectory and gravity and all that kind of stuff. And then they're gonna have to, once they get that going, they're gonna have to travel 250,000 miles to the moon.
That's funny. Wikipedia didn't mention
at all.
Wikipedia didn't mention anything about the cameraman they left down there, or up there, or wherever.
Well, see, here's what the explanation I've heard from some globies is just like, well, that one right there is not from the first. Not to mention it looks completely ridiculous. They were like, well, they had to practice that several times to get the remote control to work for the camera that they left on the moon. To actually make
I think it was Werner von Braun brought up the whole issue with the fuel, the amount of fuel that would have been required to do that trip. Imagine if you're going to drive cross country, you're going to drive across the states, but you have to take all the fuel you need to get all the way there, and then all the fuel you need to get all the way back.
Yeah,
think about that when you arrive on that side,
wait,
you're
hold
only
on.
Halfway depleted.
Hold on, Flutter
so that
Solar.
you've still got half a tank to get back home.
According to their claims, and just like I've talked to Indio several times about this, just like, let's show how orbital mechanics can make this happen. So what, with not with only the moon landing thing, every single rocket launch, they're hoping that they can get high enough in the atmosphere where they can reach a point, with their whatever they're launching, with their satellites and all that kind of stuff. They're going to dump this shit out into space, and then it's going to start using gravity to orbit around the Earth. Now, these orbital...
But that doesn't work.
I know it doesn't work. I know it
Because
doesn't
let
work.
me just make my point.
Go ahead.
They say that you have to expend more than 80% of the fuel just to break the Earth's gravitational attraction. And then once you achieve an orbital motion, you're still having to travel forward while being pulled back to the Earth. So it's almost like a decaying system. It's not
No,
once you
sure.
achieve
So
that point, you're
you
now
have to get
floating
high
fuel
enough
free.
where you can. It's like
No, there's no high
well,
enough.
I
There's
know,
no
I
high
know
enough
this. Check this out.
because you're
I know,
always being
Flutter
pulled
Solar. I
back.
know you're
Oh
frustrated,
my
and
god,
so am
man.
I. I know it. I'm
I'm
frustrated
trying
with
to
this
make a
too.
point that you're not listening to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that the sun holds the Earth in orbit. The Earth's gravitational attraction doesn't stop at 50,000 miles up or 100 kilometers up. Apparently, the Earth's gravitational orbit extends well beyond that. So you would constantly be having to tackle the gravity that's pulling you back down with forward propulsion that keeps you in that orbital motion. They like to say to us once they achieve that
Momentum.
zero G
That's
space that
orbital
there's no more
mechanics.
need for
That's
fuel.
orbital
He's
mechanics.
talking about momentum and entropy. Loss of fuel, the loss of momentum,
Correct.
maintaining forward
Loss of
momentum.
momentum.
Exactly.
With a
So how
force
could
attracting
a
you back down.
satellite exist in where they say it is? I know you guys are getting frustrated with me, but
Well, they call it the orbital decay. And if you go look at any orbit that's ever been
it
placed,
would
satellite
decay.
or whatever,
It
it's
would
on
decay
every
very, very
orbit.
fast. Yeah,
On every single orbit, it's moving back towards the supposed Earth. So how do we lift the satellite back to the altitude that it started at? They did the calculation on the ISS, and the ISS should be at the bottom of the Mariana Trench based on its
Yeah.
orbital decay.
Yeah, they make
based on how
stories
many
about it.
years.
Yeah, they make stories about how they could maintain orbit once they introduce these satellites or orbital bodies. You know, when they shot them up through rockets. Yeah, but those stories don't add up.
But your point,
In
sorry,
orbital
I
mechanics.
sidetracked you. Your point was going to be that once you achieved the zero G location, you were no longer expending fuel,
It's
and then
not
it could
zero
make
G though.
sense.
There's more to it than that. But yeah, sure. I mean, it's sort of an argument, but yeah, I've looked to it for a long time. There's no zero G. There's no such thing. But
Because what about the G from the sun, or the G from the moon, a G from Mars and Jupiter and all the other planets that are supposedly creating these cross current gravitational attractions? There would be no location in our known solar system where you could achieve a
well,
zero G.
here's what I'm just like. Hey, you're gonna. It's like they have these thousands of satellites. Oh, we've thrown these satellites up into space and we know where to throw them in a trajectory that's going this way. And then, gravity's we already calculated where we're going to throw it with the trajectory of this rocket that's going to just dump this satellite into outer space. And it's going to start moving this way. Dude, it's total bullshit. All right. Flatter Solar, hold on. I want to send you a link. Maybe you haven't looked at this. Maybe you have. And I'm talking about it now, and I'll share it on the live stream and live stream voice text, and I'll share it on the YouTube, and I'll send it to you. Well, just go ahead and share it on the live stream voice text. It's such bullshit. This is what they claim where these freaking satellites exist. And some of it's space debris, some of it is everything. It's insane. Anyway.
I think the most fake is the Van Allen belts or the thermal radiation in the ionosphere that's sending aluminium through 2000 degrees Celsius. Won't allow the aluminium to stay intact. Or that the radiation in the Van Allen belts would basically kill a human being in like a couple of seconds. They would have had to spend 3 days in that belt. So they would have been dead. It's like, what's the most fake?
Yeah, and that's in their paradigm. In their paradigm, it's still fake with the radiation belts.
This right here, if anyone believes this shit that I'm about to post, and this is how they used rockets to make this happen, you're out of your fucking mind, to be honest. If you look at this, and this is, I won't say it's completely accurate, but I actually I haven't seen any government site or anyone else deny this. This right here, the stuff in dot space, watch this. And you will see, where's the claim that they've actually put all these thousands of satellites in orbit around Earth? Completely insane, and all of them are due to gravity. They're just throwing shit up into space. By what method? They don't give us the detailed method. It's like we're just building rockets, and then we just spit these fucking satellites into space, and we have rockets, and just like there's satellites everywhere. And it's like, where the fuck is this shit happening?
I've seen this. This is completely asinine.
The Glober site, man. Someone's fascinated with space.
Yeah, and all of those, it's real good engineering to the point where none of them need any type of maintenance. They're just flawlessly moving on these paths, flawlessly just staying active forever and not breaking down.
Well, I mean, you click on each individual dot. You can zoom in, zoom out, like blue and red. And
yeah.
I don't know if it's active necessarily today, but it's at least active for like a couple of years ago. And so yeah, it's a really cool site. I mean, check it out. It's pretty disgusting, as far as I'm concerned.
Those graphics are about as bad as Pac-Man.
Imagine the being able to coordinate that. It's just so absurd.
It's completely absurd. I mean, where are they it's like, imagine a rocket just throwing a satellite in some of these trajectories of these fucking satellites in orbit. Well, this satellite's gonna end up in this trajectory, and it's like, well, NASA did that. I mean, it's like, we might as well believe it because we can, because fucking NASA's the shit, they did it. Why would you disbelieve them? Motherfuck, fuck ISS. Look at the trajectories of this orbital shit. That what they claim where these satellites are. I mean, come on. How did they put these satellites into this orbital pattern? So this is what I'm saying about what they claim about putting orbital satellites in around Earth. There's no fucking physical possible way they put this many satellites into space this way. Some of them, I mean, they have different colors, and you can click on them and say, "Well, this satellite does this satellite does that, this," and and this satellite's dead, and this is space
Single one of
debris.
those little dots.
Yeah, Helio, is there going to be a period to all of this?
I sent the link. Period.
M.hashtag www semicolon //
fucking satellites cannot.
What's up with Elijah?
What they're saying about rockets and
what about them
satellites is bullshit.
trajectories?
My hashtag is satellites are bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
Hashtag.
I just proved it. Skirt. Anyway.
He said tree rectories.
Sorry, guys, if I was, rumpusing the room. My bad.
What's up with Elijah?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Same old. You see it?
Man.
Yep. I came in like about 20 minutes ago, and then went and started doing other shit, and I got high and all that. I came back, and it's like
Caught a red light. God damn it! Fucking traffic in New York sucks. Trying to drive here.
No, it's all good. Hey, what did you find out today about the nation and the romantic globe?
The nation's romancing the globe, you say?
No, I was just asking what Elijah found out about the romantic globe. This is a place of romance and beauty. People want to often talk about how it's horrible and disgusting, which it obviously is. But what's the best part of the earth that you found today, Elijah? I'm just fucking with you. You don't have to answer that question.
So Professor Phil's crying about the moon landing.
He already messaged me. I didn't even look at it yet.
Sit back.
We were just
with this
goofing
bag of
around. That was
zigzags in
light
this
work.
bag of this weed. It gives me the shit needed to be the most meanest MC on this flat earth. And since birth, I've been cursed with this curse to just curse and just blurt this berserk and bizarre shit that works.
And it sells.
Yep. And it sells. P sells, but who's buying?
P sells, but who's buying?
As far as I can see, we haven't really gone up past 70 to 100 miles, if that. Even with the latest launch with Jason Statham, it looked like they weren't higher than like 70 miles up when they launched them up in that rocket. So it looks like there's some sort of barrier up there as far as I can see. About 70 to 100 miles up based off of how the rockets go up curve and come back down.
The serious question for you, Meadow. How would you measure distance upward? Because distance or speed is normally land-based, or your velocity over the land, and then you could calculate speed. They're using pressure.
Yep.
They're using pressure to try and assume an altitude achieved. And if they were decelerating but were still achieving the right barometric pressure, it might indicate that they've achieved 70 miles or 70 kilometers. But how would we know for certain the altitude we achieved by going upward?
Say that so they launch a rocket down here by the ground. How long it takes to go a certain distance and use that as a standard for when it goes upward. It would be an assumption without something to measure it against, but that would be basically their baseline standard. How far it typically travels in a unit time down here on the ground linearly.
Well, a better question would be: have they ever proven from a rocket, how far any human has traveled through the atmosphere? What altitude they've actually achieved? Who in their right mind would strap themselves to a big ass freaking
I'll drive.
rocket
Give me
like
the keys. I'll drive.
that? All right, cool. Bye. I mean, it's just
I
like,
would strap
hey, I'm
myself
gonna
to
blow
a big ass.
myself up in the atmosphere. I was like, fucking it. I mean, but the idea was like you can build a rocket big enough to
0 to
travel
150 in
Okay.
6.66 seconds. That's not fast enough for me. I want to ride something bigger.
All right, so you're going.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
70
taking the
miles.
piss. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
I think that 70 miles is I don't know what I don't know. Maybe you guys have seen things that I haven't looked into in my
So
mind because I can't really remember why this number, but in my mind, 30 miles is like that tipping point because I'm always saying like 30 miles is like nothing. That's like from Brooklyn to the Bronx or something like that.
But
Or even Israel.
when you're going straight up in the sky,
Yeah, I was
30
almost
miles is
I was
way
almost
different.
done trying to put my thoughts together as I was already struggling. I definitely needed your help. But where was I?
you were about 30
Yes,
miles, Brooklyn to Bronx.
yeah, because I always use that example as the absurdity of how far we can travel laterally, but how limited we are going vertically. But I don't know where why do we believe 70 miles? What's that about?
Yeah, and for me, like exactly like you said, it's such a short distance horizontally. We run
That's where the
fiber
rockets
optics.
register a
We
stop.
we
It's
run
around
fiber
70
optic
miles. Where you
cables
going?
for thousands of miles. So they could actually have a spindle and like a tape measure. And as the rocket goes up, it's got a tail like a toilet roll bomb, where you hold the one end of the toilet roll and then you launch the toilet roll and then it unravels itself. They could do something like that because 30 miles or 70 miles is actually not that far. And then you could see, yes, they did achieve that height because it's the same as with deep sea divers or free divers. They have to go down and fetch a little ticket off of a measuring tape. And then that shows that they reached that depth.
Hey,
Why don't
Flatter
they have the
Solar,
same standard
hold
upward?
on, Flatter Solar, though. If you try to compare it to sea depth, the furthest any human has gone in, as far as sea depth, it's only like 5 miles at the very most. So it's not even comparable.
No, he's
So
applying
you missed the point.
the measurement tool. Not nobody's talking about. Oh, it's the same as marking twain, but it could be this. It's basically marking twain. Yes.
Yeah. If you had twain that was able to be unraveled as you hit a certain distance,
Okay.
then you would have some proof of distance achieved. They do that, well, even with the depths, it also goes to barometric pressure because they're no longer actually measuring. And that's
Sure.
what we always ask in here is there a measurement of XYZ? Or is it just a calculation?
Well, we see rockets stop around 70 miles up in some of these videos. So that's leading to some sort of 70, 100 mile-ish barrier, along with
And that's
supposedly where the jets and meteors appear to begin at around that altitude of about 100 kilometers up, something like that.
Yeah, but
do we see that? Do we see that? Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. I said I'll shut up, but now this time I'm shutting up. Go ahead, Elijah. I'm sorry, brother.
I mean, do we see that though? Like, what do you mean we see the rockets go up to about 7? That's what's in question. You're basically affirming it.
In the
because the
YouTube
little
videos
number,
that I've seen,
it's because
What?
the little number on the dial in
in
the corner
videos that
says
I've
that.
seen on YouTube.
Oh.
But it's the little number on the dial in the corner. And then if you look at it, the rocket's already flattened out. It's now moving horizontally. And then the altimeter is still going, if not at the same speed as when it took off, probably even at a more accelerated rate. And the rocket is completely horizontal. But that number keeps spooling up saying it's achieving more and more altitude. So that's the thing that's in question here.
Hell no. That's definitely sus. Like what? When did? What do you don't you think that's sus, Meadowlark?
I don't see a reason to think that it's us. It could be, but I need to see how it could be suspicious.
Well, them
Like he
going
just said, when the rockets go
horizontal and
horizontal.
increase.
Yes,
No,
Yeah,
like
that
it's
part.
yeah, well, it does look like it's kind of reaching some sort of barrier past which it's not going. That's why I'm pretty comfortable going with the barrier being up there because it
I
seems to reach
mean,
the altitude.
you kind of just answered a question that wasn't really out there. We're not talking about the max altitude, so called. He's talking about it being at some midpoint or somewhere in between finished and not finished. And he's saying it begins to level out, but the altitude is increasing what, exponentially?
Yeah,
I mean,
at a
it keeps
similar
going.
rate. Like if you set a little clock timer on your PC to tick three times every second to show the population growth. Now this little timer is going to tick. It's going to tick and tick and tick and tick and tick. And it's like this little overlay that they put on this rocket launch that is gaining altitude. But yet when you watch the footage and look at the altitude, when the rocket is horizontal, so it's reached its zenith, now it's leveled out. You look at the altimeter, it'll still be going up at the same speed it was going up. If not even a little bit faster, because now, quote unquote, the air is thinner. So now it can achieve 200, 300, 400 feet per second, whereas at the Earth it was maybe only 100 feet per second. So this little altimeter is spooling, but it almost looks detached from what you're actually watching, because what you're watching is a rocket going sideways, and it's telling you that it's going up at the fastest speed it's done since you even started watching. So all of those little things you must look for.
Okay, so it sounds like you're implying that they're just running the altimeter, but it's not really registering anything. So it does sound a little sus. But if that's the case, maybe the barrier is even closer. Who knows?
Who knows?
I like what Elijah was saying. Maybe it's like 30 miles, 40 miles. Because when you look at the land below you, it's not really far, but it's also difficult to resolve distance at like that, because we're not really built for looking 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers away, and then making judgments off of it.
Have you seen those laser stars they make where they say they're basically bouncing a laser off something and creating a false star to use for navigation? They say that they're bouncing it off some salt layer that's like 62 miles up. Allegedly.
You're talking about laser guided star formation?
Yeah.
Well,
They can control. They've also shown that they can control the height of the star formation, so they can cause the star to occur just above your building if you want that if you're going to go purchase that service. So there's a light show in China where they made all these little lights come down to ground level, and they were using sort of focused beams, but now they can get the beam to focal, like the focal point where the light culminates. They can get that height where they want it to be. So they can actually put pictures and all kinds of stuff in the sky now.
Yep.
Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, correct.
Has anyone seen? So I've done a lot of sky watching throughout the years, videotaping of the sky, etc. And I don't know if anyone else has seen this, but where I was located in the desert, I've seen a lot of crazy shit. One was seeing what looked to be a star move from its location and then go and settle in another location and stop and stay there. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that. Kind of goes in line with what you guys were just talking about.
The laser stars, yeah.
And it could also explain nighttime lights.
Yeah, I had no idea. I have no idea what the fuck it was. All I know is I visually. Yeah, I have the slightest idea. I don't know. I know they have a lot of tech that we're not really privy to.
There's people who have claimed that they've triangulated Polaris to 3950 miles up. I've heard several people claim that, but they're claiming that they take different angle measurements and go 69 miles and it changes by a degree or something like that. It comes out to 3959.
Yeah, we can't really confirm any of that stuff though.
Well, yeah, I haven't confirmed that.
Who did you say did that?
People
Because
claiming that over
when
the
you
last couple of
triangulate,
years.
because when you triangulate the sun, you get an altitude between 3,200 and 3,300, and there it brings up that 33 number again. Effectively, when you triangulate the moon, you also get an altitude of about 3,3, somewhere between 3,2 something, 3,3. So it's not quite the 3,959 radius value. I haven't heard anyone say that.
No, you're saying the sun and moon, which would be potentially lower than Polaris. Right.
Well, we wouldn't be able to really know. For me, even calculating the angle to a light in the sky, if that light is near ground level, we know it's refracting. So when I see a laser beam across a body of water and that laser beam is refracted and it is now several degrees above where it originated from, we say refraction, no problem. But if I arch my head up another 30 degrees, now refraction is no longer a thing. They say, yes, the atmosphere is thinner. Can you prove that? Do we not have a domed atmosphere? Could it not be actually thicker directly above you? Or at least equivocal? But yet, even with the sextant argument, people often get stuck saying, well, we can precisely say that this star is at 89 point something degrees. Well, where's the refraction? You're not looking at light through atmosphere.
Comparative. The angles are for comparative to another angle, so they could both be inaccurate, but hopefully close enough to be relative to each other.
No, so it's normally spot on. So if you look at the almanac, it'll tell you this star at this precise elevation to a decimal point will give you the GP, and the distance to the GP gives you all of that stuff in a very precise way. Not it might be 2 degrees more and 2 degrees less based on optical phenomena. So even there's still a question mark that refraction or optical effects, how light gets distorted through atmosphere, has not been, I guess, sufficient. Well, it depends on your degree of accuracy, like you said. It's probably 99% accurate, and I'm moaning about the last 1%, whatever.
Well, yeah, it gets funky when you're trying to triangulate light because, especially when you don't know exactly the medium. I think it's safe to say, at least on the lower level by the surface, that it is thicker with more density and moisture and everything else just above the surface. But as far as way up there, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know the exact medium.
Yeah, it makes me think of the Tesla launch at night. Now, either they could be using some technology to do fancy stuff, or maybe they're hitting some type of fluid, some type of gaseous fluid or viscous fluid or something that left that trail, almost like when you shoot a bullet in water and it leaves like a trail behind it. It's fascinating to think about. And then you also got to take that into account when trying to triangulate things. Now, we don't know what the fuck's up there. So we have no idea if we're actually looking at that object or if that object is a projection of some sort or it's in a different location, but we see it, observe it in a different spot. We don't know any of that stuff.
Yep.
Nobody does.
But that specific launch you're talking about, where it left like that trail through the atmosphere, and that trail sort of expanded in light.
Yeah.
You just go and look.
There's like pulsating.
There's a painting. So there's a painting from I think it's either the 1800s or the 1700s, with that exact light phenomenon in the painting. Now that blew my mind, because could it be a repeating sky event, and they knew it was coming, so they just claimed a launch on that night?
Yeah, masked it behind the launch. Who knows? Who knows?
Synchronized a rocket launch, but once you see the painting and you go and look at the validity of the painting, it's like it's still, I don't have an answer. Because that pulsing thing that was left behind, the supposed releasing of satellites, man, come on. That thing looked so like something was happening in the field, in the etheric field. It was pulsing like energy, like electricity, or like water, like say, like a bullet through water, creating those ripples.
It also makes me think of that video of the lake under the ocean where they couldn't penetrate it, and it was like separate from the ocean water.
Yeah,
and it did not
when
mix.
they touched it, they made those little waves that then rippled to the shore, the shore of the.
Then you read like in the Bible it talks about waters above, waters below. It's fascinating stuff to think about.
Yeah. So also with that launch, could they have been at an altitude where they were potentially scraping against that water layer and then causing those ripples outward?
Yeah, it makes me double think why these so-called astronauts train in a swimming pool as well, right? Have they found a way? I mean, if it is some type of liquid up there, have they found a way to at least enter into that liquid? Who knows?
Imagine trying to explain to the public that what's above their head is trillions of tons of liquid.
Yeah, it's not something you lead with the masses.
Undeterminable amount of liquid.
Right. Then it also gives more credence to the worldwide flood. Why is the ocean water salt water and the rest of the water is fresh water? You know, the water that comes out through the earth. If you think about what is it called? If there's a forget what it's called. It's like original water. What's the term for it? Where they think that water is actually being made or released from the earth. And I can show you where I'm at. We have water coming out of the mountains at the top, which feeds our streams here, and we can go a long time without rain in certain areas, and the streams never stop. The water never stops.
Well, something that we like here in South Africa, we put in a lot of boreholes. And something that's never quite made sense to me was that you achieve the best water in mountainous areas. And then if you think about the old nursery rhyme, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. So why would you be going up the hill and not to the valley to go to the stream? You're going to get more and purer water from the top of the mountain. So you would go up the mountain to fetch a pail.
I think that's another one of the big lies, is that the only water that that feeds everything is what's evaporated up into the sky and then rains down, and I think that's complete bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit.
Well, they say there's springs and estuaries and everything too.
Yeah. Asteroids are feeding us more water. Yeah. So they have to give us some type of side story, right? I mean, they have to.
Wait, asteroids? No, I'm streams. I'm saying.
Oh,
streams? Sorry, springs and underground estuaries.
I just thought of why they would lie about possibly double the distance we could go.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. I'm in a conversation with someone right now. I have a globetard saying, "Why can't a laser being shot across an ocean be refracted by water in the air, like a rainbow, right? Like rainbows, like supposedly refracted and it curves. So why can't a laser do such a thing through dense air over an ocean?"
A rainbow is like double refracted off of.
Tell him to show us
reflected surface.
Tell him to show you a presentation of what he's talking about, or shut up.
Well, I don't know about the ocean, but over the lake, when you shoot it, it just looks straight. Number one, and number two, you can see the reflection of the water, which is also indicative of a level surface and not curved.
Yeah.
Especially if it's really cold at night.
So anyway, you guys want to know why I think it's super sus, this 60, 70 mile? Because at least 30 miles seems feasible, and if you never, but 60, that's kind of out there. That's like midways from here to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. You know, that's not a little that's not a little bit. That's more of a trek. Who's gonna try that? You know, if you think you got to go that far, it's like, well, maybe I need special qualifications, blah, 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 which is what they tell you, right? And perhaps it's right there. I don't know. Just saying.
You know why laser light goes further than other light? It's monochromatic. It only has one specific wavelength. And the motions of the photons are all coordinated, so it diffuses less. Diffusion. It's got higher intensity. That's why it cuts through on a straight path through the atmosphere. The more powerful laser, the better the intensity.
Yep. Well, 60, and then 60 miles up, isn't that where they allegedly took that highest picture from the earliest picture of space from NASA, or whatever it was? Forgot what mission.
Apollo. What Apollo?
Forgot the name of the aircraft. But that was supposed to be from 60 miles up. It was flat too.
Well, for the dude that was debating that, higher intensity decreases attenuation, absorption, reflection. That's why it cuts through in a straight path. Unless the guy's trying to say, gravity wraps light around the ball. All its refraction does is redirect it. It doesn't slightly bend it. It redirects it. I mean,
Yep. It's an angle of incidence, not a curve of incidence.
yeah, the angle of incidence dictates the angle of refraction. Exactly. So it doesn't get bent. It gets redirected.
You would think that that's just like a simple thing to accept. Like, oh, okay. Like seriously. Like, why would you think that there are these tiny, 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 tiny light segments that are changing ever so slightly to where it's basically a curve?
That just happens to match perfectly the curve of Earth.
Right. It doesn't
Come
say
on now.
downward
What are
slope.
the odds of that?
So it doesn't say downward slope. It says a downward incidence angle. So that would be, almost what? 15 degrees, 7 degrees. Wouldn't be a slope. It'd be redirected. So it wouldn't be a parabola. They act like refraction is a parabola, but it's not. It's a redirection. It can be measured in degrees of angle.
Yep.
Diamond doesn't bend light, it redirects it.
And like you said, after that change.
Water doesn't bend light like the fish tank. It redirects it. You can put stuff in the water and make the light get scattered throughout the entirety of the bottle or tank.
They think you could paint that tank solid black and still see that refraction taking place. Like they don't understand that to see refraction taking place, you have to be capable of seeing the object in the first place. If it's behind the damn curve, you can't see anything refracting.
I'm waiting for the deer and the rabbits and the turkeys to be refracted at hunting season. I'm like, damn, there's my arrow, but no turkey.
It'd be like you hold a pencil in water, say, here, you see this refraction? And then stick it around the corner. Like, do you still see it? It's like, it's amazing that they think that, man. It's just
If light is refracted, no one's there to see it. Did it get refracted?
That'd be a good skit too, man.
He's saying that if the laser is shot through water vapor, that it should bend like a rainbow because rainbows bend.
Angle of incidence, not curve of incidence.
It doesn't bend. Refraction is angle of incidence from 0 to 90.
They should be able to show it.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Sonny. A rainbow is not bent.
Mm-mm.
Wait, so why does it look bent, I guess?
It's conical refraction. It's because of your angle you don't see the entire circle. It's a circle. It's not bent.
Oh, so there's not an actual end to the rainbow? You just can't see the other side.
Right.
Right.
If you go up in the air, you can see a whole circle.
Yeah, because the part that's below your horizon is going to be the land. It doesn't appear over the land, only in the sky.
Wow. Why?
If you're up high enough, you'll see the entire circle. There's images of that around.
Because it's reflected off something circular above you.
Go find him an image of the full circle rainbow and show him that. It'll blow his mind.
I haven't been in flat Earth for a long time, but I have not heard of that one. That was amazing. I've seen those photos, but I never actually knew that like every rainbow is just like a full circle that you just can't see entirely.
It
Oh
blew my
man.
mind too. That's why I was drumming it into these guys for like months on end, and it led to a whole sky watching debacle.
Wow.
But yeah, very interesting.
That makes me smile. Wait, so what is the rainbow exactly? I'm sorry. It's just so it's not even necessarily. I mean, it is being refracted, yeah, but no,
Which you
it's not
need,
refracted at all.
which you need two mediums for refraction.
Yeah, and the rainbow's not going through two mediums, is it?
Or is it?
I'm
I don't
guessing
know.
no.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people think a lot of different things. I think that the light is being projected into this place through whatever surface that is, that's allowing the light that we see, that we experience as daytime, to be, what's the word, incoherent versus a coherent light source, which is a laser.
Because, like you said, refraction doesn't bend anything; it just redirects. It just redirects it, right? So, yeah, I don't know.
It's basically like a reflection too. That's on the canvas of the mist. Have you ever reflected sunlight off of a CD into your house on the wall?
Yeah.
It's the shape of the CD. It's a reflection in the shape of what it's reflecting off of. That's not the same thing as, like Elijah just said, shining a coherent laser.
Have you ever saw a reflection like off of water, say, like if you're washing dishes, right? And then like the sunlight comes really good in through the window. So it comes through the pane of glass, hits the surface of the water and like a pan or an object, right? Goes from the bottom, shows a reflection. You see your hand and then a shadow image of the same thing of your hand, but you only have one hand there. That's some cool shit. But just like look at what light does when it reflects off water at different angles and how it, like hits your ceiling through stuff too. That's pretty neat.
Definitely interesting.
Just like that dude that
Yeah,
filmed
invert the
just a
image.
dog bowl of water right next to a dumpster. You can see the reflection of the light onto the dumpster in the form of a circle, because that's the form of what it was reflecting off of. Doesn't mean that it's light bending. It's not the same thing as a coherent laser bending, as opposed to an angle
It's
incidence.
not bending, it gets wider. It doesn't bend. The light still shines in a straight like line. It'll get like diagonal, like Connect Four. Yeah, that's what
It's
light does. Light
diffusing,
doesn't
yeah.
fucking bend into S's. Never happened.
It's diffusing into the atmosphere, and it's an optical effect.
Yeah, and it outshines into itself too.
That's
Yeah, those
why,
sun dogs.
rainbows and uh, sun dogs and any of these other kinds of phenomena actually also debunk the heliocentric model. 'Cause you can't have that in just like light and just air. Like that's not how that works.
It's got to be reflecting off something that shape. That's why when you're sideways looking sideways, it looks like a arch. But then when you go up in the sky, it looks like a circle, and you look below you, or you look above you, and it's a circle. Because if there is something dome shaped up there, it would make a circle if you're looking up or down. But if sideways, it would be an arch. A reflection from your perspective, I mean.
Yeah, this guy's rebuttal is air itself isn't just one medium. Inside air is many mediums.
Yeah,
You
and the
have
border in
oxygen,
between two mediums
nitrogen.
is where the angle of incidence is. The
No,
angle of
air
not
is
curve.
just one medium. Sorry.
He's saying within air you have oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, chloroform.
Tell him to get a
water.
source that says that air is more than one medium.
Well, he's naming what the atmosphere is made up with. He's not even naming any gradients or anything. So you can have different gradients of temperature of air to cause refraction, and that would be two mediums. It wouldn't be as extreme as air to water, but there would be an angle of incidence right at the border between the two mediums. So if you had hot air and cold air, right where it went from cold air to at that border, it would change the angle of the light. It wouldn't curve the light, it would change the angle of the light.
So that would count for two mediums, right?
Yeah.
No.
No?
You can have two mediums in the atmosphere.
Air is one fluid medium.
It's not homogeneous.
It's one fluid medium.
It's not homogeneous. Two different temperature airs can be two mediums to cause refraction.
What do you think I mean by fluid?
Well,
I thought Snell's law says that you have to have two mediums.
You need two mediums. That's not two it's not two separate isotropic mediums. That's the problem. It's one fluid medium. Fluid means same thing as homogeneous. It's not consistent, inconsistent.
So you're saying there can't be two different mediums of air with different temperatures?
Not within one medium that's not fluid.
The point of refraction occurs as you exit one medium and enter another, such as with air into water or air into a solid. That is
or
the change
cold air into hot air.
Not gas to gas.
Air to air. You just covered air to air again. Two separate isotropic mediums. What part of that you don't understand? Do we have to define?
You can go, if you have hot air and cold air, that is two different mediums enough to create refraction.
Incorrect. They're one medium, just with two different temperatures.
Yeah, but it doesn't occur
Strongly
from
disagree
an
with you.
observer.
Well,
It doesn't
here's the
occur-
thing.
It doesn't
Here's the
occur
thing.
in a horizontal fashion, though.
There's one fluid medium with varying effects due to temperature inversions. There is not two mediums.
They would have to be vertically stacked. They would have to be vertically stacked. Like they would have to be stacked linearly. Yeah, they would have to go linearly from the observer to the object, and they don't.
So there would have to be a column of this different air that you're talking about in a vertical position, that the horizontal light entering that point could be a different medium, except that we see that air is banding, so it's layered at certain heights. So when you're sending light horizontal through the same banded layer of air,
Yeah, through the same layer. Yeah, I agree.
then you have no two mediums. Even more so that gas is still one fluid medium.
I didn't
mixes.
say horizontally through the same medium, though. I was saying if what you're looking at, the light you're receiving, is on the other side of those two mediums, not if you're just looking through one temperature air. That's not what I was saying.
Show them the image I just posted.
Right? There'd have to be a uniform consistency to an non-uniform, inconsistent medium. This is what
But that's
people
curve.
don't
I'm
get.
not saying curve. I'm saying there can be an angle of incidence, not a bunch of perfect, consistent angle of incidence. Like
That's
Wilbur
what
said.
that is. That's what you would need to get a curved line. You'd need a bunch of uniform.
I wasn't saying a curved line at all.
But the other person is,
saying you
though.
can have refraction from two different
It's in the image,
temperature
yeah.
airs.
But the other person is thinking he lives on a ball. So this is his paradigm, not yours. But this is how it would have to work on his ball.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
There'd
but I
have
was
to
just
be,
being specific because he specifically said you could have two different mediums in the atmosphere, and that's true.
but it's not true. You can have two different temperatures. You can have varying states. That's what's
Okay.
meant by. That's what's meant by fluid. Fluid
Yeah, and
already
in the
covers that.
context of
Fluid means
refraction, that's what we're
inconsistent
talking
and
about.
flowing, ever changing, ever moving, flowing fluid.
And
So
he
you
said
can't.
sphere.
Yeah, so they act like we get this consistent curvature rate of refraction in an inconsistent atmosphere.
No, of course not.
It's become, it's so redundant, it's asinine. And nobody can demonstrate this either. They say, but sugar water. Yeah, how many billions of gallons of sugar you're going to put in the atmosphere to say it's true now?
I know everybody posted dogs. Yeah, I was saying, if the guy's still there, uh, if you look in the chat, everybody's posting like the rainbows that are in the sky. But uh, I'm about to post a video of some skydivers seeing the circle below. Is anyone there? All right.
I'll check it out.
I'm about to post it in 3, 2, 1. It should be there. Yeah, there it is. Isn't that trippy? It's like a flashlight or something. It's crazy.
That's perfect, bro. Now, come on. 29 people and no one's talking. Forget about it. You got to park your car in the bottom yard.
For refraction to keep going down.
If not, then forget about it.
For refraction to keep going down, introduction to new indexes need to happen, and no matter the position, light will refract to denser air.
So if the curve, right? If the curve, if
was
you're roboting.
on the
You're
tower
roboting.
mode, spray.
'Spray
'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray 'it up in the air, and it will. 'Spray
Good to hear, Robot.
Yeah, you're just cutting in and out.
And good to hear from you, brother. Yeah. Wow.
Below you. Drop out and come back, though.
So I was gonna say, so this light, in order for it to reach you beyond the curve, it has to curve on its path to you, right? So consider this. If light travels in straight lines, but it refracts to denser mediums when it's going to a less dense area, if we're talking about it taking a curved path and it gains altitude, it's going into the less dense area. What's making it refract into the dense area?
What exactly are you trying to say? Like, you're saying because the different gradients of atmosphere is why the laser is going to refract. And wait, so if let's say if the laser is being shot through a denser atmosphere and it hits a lighter gradient of atmosphere, would the laser go up versus go down?
Well, it would always be traveling towards the less dense area, right? Or at least the area uh closest to the water where all of these effects are happening, so called.
Okay,
Why?
so
Because it's traveling in a straight line. So
but there's
it's
something called the angle of incidence, and it's the angle at which the light enters that new medium, which will determine the refractive index. If it enters perfectly perpendicular, there's no refraction, even if you are shining through a different medium. So there's a lot of variables, but effectively, when it's entering a different medium, there's more obstructions that that cause the light to diverge or pick a new path. That's why. But what we do experience is with the laser experiments over water is that the laser light seems to bend upwards, which is the opposite of what they need, where it has to bend downwards just by the radius of the Earth, so that you keep seeing the laser from distances that you shouldn't see it. But yet warm air is considered less dense, and cooler air higher up is more dense. So
This
the
guy's
air,
still trying to relate it to rainbows.
it would still deflect upwards towards the more dense air to a certain level, or at least terrestrially. But Elijah, you got my point earlier about the traveling upwards and how can they actually prove that. When you travel on the Earth, you can calculate the number of wheel rotations, or you can use
right.
or you can use like a measuring tape. Then when you're in water, suddenly you can't measure in water if there's a current underneath you. You think that you've
Right.
done 10 miles, but you've actually done 7 because the current was retarding your forward progression. Now, when you're in the air, you're going against, quote unquote, your mass or the weight or the gravity pulling you back down. So when you do throw something upwards, it makes an arc where it starts off at its highest speed and then will decelerate till it gets to the very top point where it becomes stationary, and then it will start accelerating again back down towards the Earth. So it creates like a bell graph. Now, when you look at the altimeter and that thing continues to go at the same rate from ground all the way up to its zenith point, you see, wait, something's wrong, because especially when that thing is traveling
If you're
horizontally.
measuring, if you're measuring pressure, like there isn't even a linear
relationship. Yeah, because as you go up, it drops very quickly down to like 1 bar, and then for many hundreds of feet, if not thousands of feet, it only drops from like 1 bar to 0.8. Whereas from ground level, it went from 14 psi to 1 in a relatively quick period. So, and then once you get to a point where there's no more air, so the same thing like with a boat, you can effectively calculate like sort of your speed through the water, and then you can make a rough assumption. Same thing with aeroplanes. When they fly through the air, they've got a little pendulous vane that spins and it calculates the air speed, and therefore they do some calculations and calculate what they should be traveling horizontally by using that air flowing through it to try and determine a distance. But when you start going upwards and you run out of the air, and then you get into the space area where there's no longer land to even have a reference to, how would you know what distance you're traveling? Because there's no reference point, and there's nothing to measure by allowing air to flow through or water to flow through some little wheel that will calculate what speed you could be going.
That's a good point. I definitely get that. And I mean, why hasn't anybody has anyone else thought about this?
I'm not sure. This is something that has always bugged me since the beginning of, where they said cars push off the ground, airplanes push off the air, but what do rockets push off of? And that always made me think, well, then how do they even measure speed or distance or anything if there's nothing to push off of, only blackness around you? How could you, literally, how could you work out what speed you're traveling?
Well, what's interesting about what you're saying, am I roboting?
Slightly, but go
What's
ahead.
interesting about what you're saying is that what's interesting about what you're like, go faster so you get over the breaking bridge or the broken bridge. But what actually happens is you actually put more force into the ground when you go faster than you would if you weren't going quite as fast. So it's kind of like a misnomer that's the wrong terminology. But it doesn't work out mathematically, is all I'm saying. The extra speed versus force and all that.
Sorry, I'm not following. What doesn't work out mathematically?
Whenever you take a train or a car, like in the movies, they'll have a train or a car going super fast to like jump the gap in the bridge or whatever. Well, as far as I understand, it actually causes more force when you do that, when you go faster than otherwise. And so you break the bridge. I don't know. They
In any case, it's obviously arbitrary and absurd when they're showing that altimeter, they're showing a rocket go horizontal. Because I've noticed that it's the only time I've ever thought about it really was watching those rocket launches. I'm like, they'll have a distance thing too. Like they're this many miles up, they're this many miles up, and then it's like damn near going down. And they're like, now it's going this far, now it's this far. It's like, are you kidding me? Shit's going down almost.
So
When she's going
it's
down.
just like flat Earth as a whole topic. Like I wonder, like, cause I didn't come in this fighting thinking I'm gonna prove them wrong, blah 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 blah. I just heard something logical and reasonable, and I said, you know what? Let me investigate. So it's like now there are just so many flat earthers who are so comfortable with the idea that that it's definitely a level plane and there's pretty much nothing a Glober can say to change that other than tell me at where I missed the measurements. But then when it comes to other concessions like rainbows not being what the mainstream says they are, but flat earthers still going with that narrative and yada yada. I don't get it.
Yeah, everything has to be challenged for sure. Every paradigm has to be challenged. Including the AE map or anything else. Like, it's all got to be examined.
Yep.
Because we can't go down the path that Globers do where there's some inconsistencies here and there, and we go, you know what? And we just rationalize and rationalize and rationalize what it has to be. It's like, if we don't know, then we don't know. Like, until I don't know anybody in the south tip of southern America. So I don't know if the time and date times are actually 17 and a half hours of sunlight right now on December 22nd. Sunlight, they're saying. Not just daylight. They're saying sunlight. So I don't know that. What if I go down there and it is 17 and a half hours? And they go, well, here's the rationalization. If you shine a light through a dome, the light can wrap around and da-da. It's like, yeah, that's possible. But you can't just rationalize and then double down on that. You got to just accept that it might be something else.
Except that you don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in South Africa, which
Nice.
is like the bottom of the African continent, so it's pretty close to that southern region. And now we're in summer.
Right.
The sun rises at about 4:30, and it sets at about 7:30, which is about 15 hours.
About 15 hours. Okay.
So going
sun-
a little bit further south, it may increase up to, say, 16 or 17. I find that plausible. But we've also got really extended dawn and dusk. So for us, it starts becoming light from 4 o'clock, but then the sun really only pokes its head out at about just before 5.
Yeah.
And then same thing in the afternoon, the sun is set and it's still light for about another 2 hours until the sunset, or until what we would call sunset, but colloquially sort of. But there's a very long dawn and dusk here in the south. But what they try and impose is that because you get 17 hours in Ushuaia, then there must be a point where there's 24 hours of permanent daylight. And even in the south, at 17 hours at Ushuaia, I would still say that probably 2 to 3 hours is that dawn and dusk, and that the actual hours that the sun is above is probably 13, 14, which is pretty
That's what I wanted to
comparable
know.
with the north.
That's exactly what I wanted to know right there, because they're claiming that it's like literal sunlight, like the actual sun, not the daylight where it starts to get light. But they're saying that, like you said, around that area, it's like 15 hours of actual sunlight, and then even more hours of daylight. And then they're saying roughly the same area around Southern America is 15 hours of sunlight. And then when you go down to the tip, it's like 17 and a half hours of sunlight, not just daylight, but sunlight. And that doesn't sound right, but it doesn't mean it's wrong. But so what if that is true? What if someone on the southern tip of South America sees 17 and a half hours of sunlight? They can see the sun for 17 and a half hours.
So even on, I think, date and time for sun calc and all of those, I think they do show the difference between daylight and sunlight or sunrise. So they'll say daylight starts at this hour and then sunrise is this hour. But the ballers who are trying to make this fit their belief, they use the 17 daylight hours as sunlight and interchangeable. So that's where the confusion arises.
No, I
Because-
know, but that was my original question, because it does show, but what I'm saying is it shows 17 and a half hours of sunlight on time and date. Not just twilight and shit. That's what I would like to see that verified. But so let's say that is true. Let's say that someone can actually see the sunrise, then the sunset, and that's a 17 and a half hour span. So what would we still don't know how the sun truly works. What would the implications of that be?
Or what it is. I have thoughts about the sun, though, because you can take one of those paperweight transparent glass domes and you can take it out with a mirror, one of those times 10 fashion mirrors, and you put it on that mirror and you look up and you put it where you can look up at the sky, and all of a sudden, like, there's the sun reflecting it, but it also has a multi-spectral reflection. Like, there's multiple little tiny suns reflecting across like 4 or 5 different times across that little dome. I don't know what the sun is. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's what I see when I see that shape with the light.
I know what you're saying. Where it looks like multiple suns manifesting in there. Not the source, but where it's manifesting at. Yeah, it's 17 hours about from sunrise to sunset. No, yeah. This one says day length though. So if it's day length, that should be including twilight and shit.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So the measurement when you look there is daylight, but they like to say sunlight. because it implies that it's not, so they can keep believing what they want to believe.
Yeah, yeah.
To me, I just can't understand logically. If you rotate a basketball, then half the ball will be in light and half the ball will be in darkness, which would be 12 hour, 12 hour. So how is it that we have varying lengths of day and night if that's based on axial rotation of a constant sized sphere? Then
Yeah.
how can you have 15 hours or 16 hours? No, so
so-called wobble will give extra
no, it's a
couple
tilt.
hours.
No, so they claim it's the tilt that you're either tilted towards or tilted away, which can reduce daylight hours. When you actually go and model it, you can't get to 15 or 16 hours unless you're turning the entire sphere, so turning your latitude line to face directly towards the sun. Then you can start to get those increased lengths. But the Earth doesn't tilt by that much. It's only by 23 degrees. So effectively, when you take the object and you place it vertical in front of a light source, you rotate that spherical object, you will get a 12-hour each side, day and night, for most days of the year. So when you look at the real world, every day has a different day length or a different night length, whether you're moving towards a winter or summer solstice. So they, in their model, have just hand waved it by saying, oh, it's tilt, and it must explain it.
Flat Earth, or I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll just refer to you as Earth Solar. In the Globus heliocentric model, right? Everything you just said is correct, but you mustn't forget that in their model, when the Earth orbits the Sun in the center of their solar system, it doesn't do so on a level plane. So not only is the Earth wobbling, tilted on its axis, but for example, if you hold a dinner plate in front of you, and then you lift, let's say, your right hand higher, so you combine the tilt with that together with the non-level orbit. But anyway, I just want to refer back to, I think it was Mr. Anderson. You were mentioning about, I'm sorry, I just came in like 45 seconds ago. You mentioned something about the daylight hours. I thought that was already explained by one of the early flat Earth Samuel Robothman, right? Basically, the sun basically hovers it above the plane, right? And it doesn't do so at a level altitude, but it varies from 400 to 700 miles above the surface. So that would explain for the varying daylight hours, in the sense that if you imagine the sun orbiting the flat Earth, right? And then exactly the same as the dinner plate analogy that I gave just now, except you apply that to the sun, and I think that lines up perfectly with the. For example, I get some of my non-globe skeptic friends trying to throw the equinox reason at me, right? And I use this fairly well to debunk them, and I like any of your opinions on that.
So you're saying when it's in the south that it's higher in altitude, the sun, and that's why there's more daylight hours?
Right. So I mean, it lines up perfectly for me. I'm a bit new to this, but some of the early literature, Samuel Robothman, he published the Zetetic Astronomy, Earth is Not a Globe book in 1881, right? And he does, he's, okay, for metric guys here, basically the sun, when it's orbiting, it will vary in various, something like a spinning gyroscope, right? From 640 to 1,200 kilometers above the Earth. And for me, right, that perfectly lines up with the varying daylight hours. And only when the sun is, let's say, for example, fully level. I may be wrong, by the way. My geometry may be off, but that would fully explain to my friends why you have the equinox once per year, because it's that the plate itself is wobbling with respect to the path that the sun follows around the Earth. Yeah. Sorry,
I observe a circuit. So I observe the sun making a circuit above my head, and in the summertime hours here in the northern hemiplane, I observe it closer to being directly above my head, but never quite this far north. Never quite directly above my head at noon in the summertime. But what I'm saying is, I observe it making a circuit above my head, and in the winter months, I observe it making a larger circuit further away from me. So I don't think the altitude of the sun is changing like you say it is. I think the altitude is more than likely just staying exactly the same or somewhere around the same. But I think the circuit that it makes in the sky gets bigger and smaller as the year goes by.
I fully get you, Orion, and my so-called proposition is that not only is the radius varying exactly like you said. I've seen all the FE models, and I would say that the plane itself is also varying in that sense, because even if you have the radius expanding like what you said, right? My last point is that the center axis of rotation, I would put it as not exactly above the North Pole, but it itself also varies. And when you combine that with the moon, right, it really explains a lot of things that flat Earth skeptics try to bring up to you, because they can't account for that for their own, exactly like what Flat Earth Solar brought up. They can't account for their own so-called mistakes. But then again, it fully lines up with I think it was Mr. Anderson who brought up the daylight charts. It fully lines up with that, and that's what I find so beautiful.
Yeah, you raised some very good points. I just want to challenge your ecliptical plane being off center or being on a slight wobble, the actual orbital plane that the Earth takes around the sun. There is no up or down in space. So even the idea that the Earth is 23 degrees off of its tilt, 23 degrees in reference to what? Because there is no up or down. And then if you think about us being on the Earth would create an orbital plane around that sun, which would be our baseline. There would be no discernible way for us to figure out that there's actually a baseline and that we're 3 degrees off of it or 5 degrees off of the baseline. Yes, our solar system is relatively flat in terms of the fact that all the planets seem to go on the same x-axis and orbit around, but they're all slightly up or slightly down by a couple of degrees here or there. So the idea that the actual Earth and Sun, the fundamental reference to which we see or how they've done these measurements, to say that that's off center or that it's not level or wouldn't be our baseline is only kind of like where they place our solar system off center in the Milky Way, because they just want us not in a favorable location. So it's always just push it off to the side, and then you don't have to think about it too seriously. When you think about the Earth and the orbital path of the Earth around the sun, that would be our baseline zero, to which we measure every other elevation angle off of. So to say that that's off of what the orbit should be is just trying to make the system appear more random so that it fits the whole evolution paradigm.
Thanks for that. No. He's just actually gave me something very nice, which I was actually writing down everything that Flat Earth just said. He's saying that there's no reference point, and I'm writing that down for my own info. Thanks a lot. That's something I can use.
That's true for sure. And because I was more or less wondering about how you get 17 hours of daylight in Chile, if they're actually getting that. They're saying the sunrise, they're saying twilight starts at what was it, 4 something in the morning, or 3:59 a.m. and then at 4:52 a.m. is the actual sunrise, and they're saying sunrise to sunset's like 17 hours. So they're saying 17 hours of daylight, or sorry, sunlight.
Yeah, which is wrong. Like I say, it's the
But I
full
haven't
duration
verified
that
that.
there's. And what's amazing is when you read the Bible and it describes that on day 2 he separated the light from the dark, and then on day 4 he created the sun, which means light and dark is separate.
Well, they are saying that on time and date. They're showing they're showing twilight starting at 3:59 a.m. and then at 4:52 a.m. is the actual sunrise. What I'm saying is they're saying, and they are separating it, but they're saying there's 17 hours of sunlight from sunrise to sunset.
By the way, Mr.
Is it greater than 17 hours of daylight?
No, actually, I can explain that. Mr. Anderson, this is the example I give my friends at my pub, right? And I may be wrong because I've actually not spoken to any open-minded people outside of the skeptics in my local pub. So I explained to them, some of them actually asked me, why is it that in December, right, the UK has one of the shortest, rather the shortest daylight hours in the entire year. So I bring out my mobile phone, I turn on the flashlight, right? And then I put it above the table. So when I bring my phone very close down to the table in height, let's say, for example, 5 cm, right? And then I move it around. And then I said, look, that's it, all right? That's exactly why if you put your finger, all right, and I just move my phone across it, that's why you have such a short daylight hours. And then after that, I bring my phone higher, let's say around 20 centimeters above the table. And then that circle of light on the table, when I move it across, right, that accounts for, let's say, for example, in July in UK when we have a longer day hours, and they have nothing to say against that. And I appreciate all of your opinions and what I can do to improve my so-called direction of discussion.
So that is a plausible explanation. And Cami Nodell, Bob Nodell's wife, was doing a whole bunch of research on, is there any actual proof that the sun is achieving any altitude change? Another way that I've seen that same demonstration, which you just described, is take a torch or a flashlight, you point it down at the desk, then it's going to do a little short circle, like a tight circle, then just tilt your wrist upward so that you start to create a larger outer ring, and it will cover a greater surface area. The same demonstration you did by changing the altitude and keeping the angle downward the same. What I'm saying is keep the altitude the same, but change the angle of incidence, and you still get the elongation of the lighted portion or the illuminated portion. So there's
Thanks a lot, man. It didn't occur to me. Sorry to interrupt you. It didn't occur to me to tilt the light source. Yeah. Sorry. Please continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So both of those are plausible, but once again, we need actual evidence to sort of substantiate, support which side it actually is. Some people say, well, then in the southern hemisphere plane, the sun must move quicker. But it's kind of like a clock face where the central point of the clock is moving just as quickly or angularly, it's moving the same speed as the long hand.
Yep,
But the long
I
hand
strongly
seems
agree with
to
that.
move quicker, even though it's still anchored at that central point, still doing the same degrees per hour, even though due to its length, it's covering a greater distance. So if this outer southern, and that's also something that's amazing, the word out is in south. It's the center of south. It's the outer. Southern is the outer ring. So this the outer southern ring of the clock face or the earth. It's still the sun's still moving the same angular speed, but it's covering a greater distance because either the torch is tilted or there's the coffee cup acoustic effect where you start to get light scattering and an elongation of daylight.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Flat
I
Earth
agree.
Solar. What is angular speed? Sorry.
It's like if you have a flashlight and you stand in the middle of your room and you have the flashlight angled just above your feet and go in a circle at a certain speed. You can go that same speed but angle the light outward, and you're still moving the same speed and rotation, but the physical light, or not the physical, but the light that's out there appears to be moving faster.
Oh, right.
But the projector and that's what I've said for years, that it makes more logical sense to me to change the angle as opposed to having a physical sun, speeding up and slowing down seamlessly. It makes more sense to me to have an angle change.
And the angle change can just be a focal length thing. So it doesn't even need to be like a projector is literally changing its angle in the sky. It can just be entirely focal point dependent. But exactly like you said with your flashlight and standing in the middle of your room and turning around in a circle, causing the light to touch your toes versus the light around the entire outer rim of the room. If you continue to move at the same speed both times, that outer ring, the light will seem to travel a much faster speed, even though you're still turning at the same speed in the middle. It's like doing a little handheld rotation of a flashlight above a desk, pointed down. If you do a rotation of a wrist, you're going to make a small circle. Then you tilt the torch outward, do the same speed with your wrist, and that light is going to cover a much greater distance, much greater speed.
And it's much more practical too. Like we could actually engineer something right now that has gears on it that would just continue to turn at the same speed and just change angle. That would be way, way more practical than having something seamlessly moving in and out and changing speed.
Angular speed is measured in either like degrees per second or revolutions per second or radians per second. You know, that's what angular velocity is. Like RPM in your car, like in your engine RPM, that's an angular speed reading. It's not it's not the surface speed or the tangential speed that you would have to know at the device that you're spinning at which distance from the center, the radius you're at, to calculate that surface speed.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what Globers, they try to mix up angular speed with the actual velocity you're going on the edge of this so-called sphere.
The surface.
They're trying to say it's angular speed, but it's not. That angular speed's not what we're talking about when we say 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. We're talking about the actual velocity you're traveling.
Yeah, because the angle needs to have an angle in it. So the angular rotational rate would be 15 degrees per hour. And that would be the angular rotation of this thing. What we're measuring then is the velocity, that 1,000 mile per hour at the equator. But that the tilting of the light angle is what supports that the sun's altitude doesn't change. But there is also evidence that suggests that the sun's altitude could change. Cami Nodal also went extensively into this. When you look at what allows for a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse, at certain times of the year, it's very dependent on whether you can have a solar or a lunar. And generally, the solar eclipse where the moon can block the sun, so that almost, if you can visualize it, that the sun is higher than the moon, then the moon can come in front of the sun and block the sun. Whereas other times of the year, you have lunar eclipses where the sun would be below the moon, and then you would have like a different effect occurring. So then she started calculating where all the nodes are between lunar and solar eclipses and correlating them with whether it would be the northern hemisphere's summer or the northern hemisphere's winter. And that data did correlate. So there always seems to be this moon traveling in front of the sun occurrence when it's the northern hemisphere's summer, which is what the previous guy said is when it's the northern hemisphere summer that the sun would be higher up. Oh no, he said it would be lower down, right?
He said in the southern hemisphere it would be higher. I think.
Higher.
And that's why there's more sunlight.
Okay, so Cami Nodell's model actually found the opposite. She said that it went higher in the north and then spiraled outward towards the south. But there was a lot of reasons for why it appeared that way. Also due to the solar analemma. You see that the northern hemisphere, the small circle of the solar analemma, is generally at the highest point of the analemma. And then that small northern hemisphere ring represents the entire northern hemisphere's summer. And it would seem to be the highest altitude that is attained by the sun over the course of the year. And then the southern hemisphere ring is like double or even triple the size, indicating that the outer ring is definitely a larger size, but yet in the analemma, the larger outer ring is lower on the horizon, indicating that the sun would be at a lower altitude for that
the larger circle.
Yeah.
But when you were saying earlier, when you demonstrate it, you lift the flashlight up, it's making a bigger circle. So why wouldn't it make a bigger analemma? Like, why wouldn't more height make a bigger? I don't know. I'm just glad there's people that are smarter than me digging their hands in and trying to actually push us forward to get to the bottom of things.
Yeah, it's a good question because as I was saying it now, I also kind of just thought that as you raise the flashlight, it does project a larger surface area. That's the inverse square law of light. It's going to cover a greater surface area as you gain altitude. Then the only thing I can think of is back to that angle. If the flashlight's pointed directly down and I raise it up and I do a small circle versus tilting it open and doing a bigger circle, then the bigger circle will still cover a larger area, a bigger surface area, and appear to travel at a greater speed, whereas the smaller, more direct circle can still be local, or localized. But I'm stretching.
It is, but that's still interesting though, because the angle would make more sense in that case, cover more surface area. That'd be cool to draw an analemma on a poster board and hold a flashlight over it and then angle it to the bottom one.
Well, I was going to say the way that you described it a second ago with the angular size or whatever the estimation, or not estimation, but the measuring the angular size of the sun in the south during their summer as opposed to northern summer, how it seemed like it was lower altitude. I was going to say, like, well, if it's just a slight difference, not that big of a difference of altitude, then maybe that is the case, that it would be like a flashlight being taken further away would cover more surface area, but maybe just a small enough amount more that we wouldn't really notice.
I'm not
to think about it.
Yeah.
Come to think about it now as well, it's also relative because here in the south, our solar analemma has the larger circle at the top because we have our zenith in our summer. So our sun appears to be the highest in our summer and lowest in our winter, and vice versa for the north. So that's why the northern hemisphere analemma, or when the observer is taken from the northern hemisphere, would show a smaller northern ring to the analemma and then a larger southern below it. Whereas in the south, you'd see a larger southern above and a smaller northern below. So therefore, the analemma or the height achieved in the analemma is actually not proof at all, because it's relative based on whether you're facing north or south in the southern hemisphere.
What about those old globes that show an analemma? What is that coming from? I mean, what you said from the north and from the south, right? That there's a different one. Trying to remember those old globes that show the analemma on it. Usually show it like at the equator.
Yeah, they've kind of taken the analemma out of our education system. They don't want us knowing that's where the infinity sign comes from, because the sun is on a track. But what's interesting is that it doesn't matter whether you're a southern hemisphere observer taking a photo of this analemma every day of the year for the entire year to get that infinity sign, or whether you're in the north doing that, the northern hemisphere portion is always smaller than the larger southern hemisphere portion.
Yeah, and that's what it just showed. I just posted a picture of one of them. Shows the southern one a lot bigger.
And it's worth pointing out for the audience that that wouldn't be possible if it was a sphere tilted on an axis orbiting the sun.
Correct. Where you would have the same conditions every 6 months, just for opposite poles. If you were actually on a sphere, then you would expect a perfectly centered analemma with an equal circle above and below, separated by that 6 months.
Yeah, and the angle thing makes a lot more sense now that I think about it with that analemma. Because that would make more sense why the conditions are so much different too. Below the 50th and 60th south parallel are a whole lot different than above the 60th north parallel. So it'd make more sense if the sunlight was angled, displayed outwards, and instead of having the sun closer. That's a trip. It indicates that it's projected from the center. Because if you had a physical sun hovering over the Tropic of Cancer and going over the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn coming back, why would the analemma look like that if it wasn't projected and angled from the top?
So there's also something about the analemma is that it's all optical. When you 3D render it and you sort of zoom from the side view up to a bird's eye view, you'll see that it unwraps and actually becomes a perfect circle. And that it's simply due to us being terrestrial, looking up. The 2 points where it makes like the figure of 8, where it comes back and pinches together on itself, is just where it's crossing the equator. And it crosses the equator twice. And that's why visually from where we see the analemma, it looks like an infinity sign. But if you 3D model it and you actually zoom to a bird's eye view, you'll see it's one giant circle.
Yeah.
Which also is like a mind fuck. It's a toroidal circle. It kind of it does seem to go lower in the south and then higher in the north. With this like sort of slightly, it's like if you take a woman's hairband and you twist the one side slightly so it kind of wants to pinch in on itself in the middle. That's kind of like what the solar analemma looks like when you look at it from a bird's eye view. But then from the ground, you see that as a crossover point. You see like an infinity.
But if it was changing altitude, you could still see it from a bird's eye and it would appear to be a circle. You wouldn't see the waviness if you were perfectly looking at it from above. Like if you had a circle, if it's going in a perfect circle but going up and down, the bird's eye view would still look like a perfect circle.
Well, let's not say perfect circle. I think it's actually elliptical. But in terms of it being that it's open, it is round in shape. But when we're looking at it from the side, we're seeing two crossover points that are purely optical. That gives us the infinity sign, but we're actually just viewing. It's like imagine you take a ring, like a ring washer, and you just start to apply a little bit of pressure to it while looking at it side on. You'll get that ring to appear like a figure of 8, but that ring stayed a ring. It never became the figure of 8. You're just viewing it from the side.
The angle is just crazy, though.
And to me, since I discovered the double slit experiment and saw how simply by having an observer that the observation changes, or the which path information is suddenly known when placing an observer there, makes me wonder how much of this is this way only because it was observed. And if it was not observed, would it be different? Or is it always different only until observed? It's like, how does that observer, and then when you realize like the analemma is purely optical and observer based, it sort of makes you realize how special you are as the observer. That there's so many things designed for you, the observer, that only you can see because you're observing.
This animation is cool. This GIF is cool. The blue one, it shows the so-called elliptical orbit around the sun, and then the analemma. I would like to see an animation where it shows the sun moving around in its pattern, then hitting those dots, like each day, just to get a visualization of what's happening.
Anyway, thanks guys for introducing me to the concept of the analemma. I had never heard of that before, and I just posted some videos I found, which I don't understand because I'm fairly new, but I'll be looking into it more. And so, yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing, that analemma.
Yeah,
so much proof. Now, there's also claims about a lunar analemma, but the moon rises at a different time every day. And the point about a solar analemma is that you're taking that photo from exactly the same time every day. And there is no exact time every day where you can photograph the moon. Throughout the entire month, the moon is always rising later and later and later till when it's waxing back to full. Sometimes it can rise at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning. So there's claims, or some people put out evidence that they say they're doing a lunar analemma, but that's because they don't understand what an analemma is. An analemma has to be same time of day, same camera angle, and that you've taken all, depending on if you're taking one photo every 2 days or one photo every 3 days, you would either have 180 dots, 90 dots, or whatever, depending on however you divide the day, the 365 days. But it has to be same time of day, and the moon is not available the same time of day. So don't fall for any lunar analemma bullshit. This is what's so beautiful about coming to a topic like this, is that you almost have to say to yourself, okay, I'm going to discard everything I knew previously, and I'm only going to accept what can be demonstrated to me. And as you go forward looking for evidence that can be demonstrated, you rebuild your opinions. And even something like this, it's like a ping pong in my mind. There's bits of evidence that suggest that the sun altitude doesn't change. And then there's bits of evidence that suggest that the sun altitude might change. And then you get to sort of play, if you're intellectually honest, you get to sort of prove yourself wrong multiple times. Sort of enjoy that process of discovery. Whereas a lot of people always need to know the answer and then will fall for any answer because they just feel that they need the answer right now. So what is it? Is it above or is it below? You have to tell me right now. I can't. There's evidence that suggests both. So, but then people say, oh, but you're hypocritical. No, I'm not. I'm analyzing each piece of information on its merits. Being critical. Not conforming to some narrative because it's convenient. Or it's because what the majority of flat earthers believe. Or for me, when you realize how much is optical and how your personal atmospheric dome, your PAD, affects every single observation you've ever seen, most of your lived experience is optical in nature. And yet we've been taught that it's very much materialistic. Everything is stuff. Whatever you've seen is you've seen that stuff. You've seen the curvature, right? The boat sailed over it. Physical. They've never taught us about the power of the observer or the importance that you are the observer. And that observing is the first step of the scientific method, but then followed up with experimentation. So, and that experimentation is then the demonstration required to now believe that claim. If you can't see it being demonstrated, how can you say that you believe that claim?
I like the way you put it, bro. That optical thing also comes to that darkness that we see on the lights. They say, oh, it's because, there's a physical body getting in the way. That's why you see a shadow. But that optical darkness, it's optical.
Yeah, that's blown my mind recently about black light, or about how light can be black. Whereas we were always taught that the blackness is the absence of light. But for anything to reach your eye, you have to be receiving light. They show how if you put like your dim cell phone light on the screen on, then you place it in front of like a giant flashlight. The flashlight behind being so bright will actually cause your cell phone screen to appear black to both you or a camera, even though the screen is obviously on and giving off its own white light. Because it's being overpowered by that brighter light, it appears black. Again, just to the observer, whether it's camera or a human. But it's now blown my mind at night when I look up at the sky and I think every piece that I can't see light is still light hitting my eye. It's just in a lower intensity compared to brighter sources around it, which is giving it the illusion or the appearance that it's black. In the same way that if you went to like a cinema, when there's black on the screen and the screen is white, they have cast a black light onto that screen. And if you went and placed your head in front of that light source that's casting the black area of the screen, you would see light hitting your eye. Just a much weaker, a lower intensity light than if you placed your head in a white part of that screen, where it's projecting a white image with a lot of light. So black is still light. And that's blown my mind because...
Are you saying that shadows are essentially just a diminished kind of form of light?
So shadow is kind of like what the other guy said now about the planets, in that we see a shadow go along the moon. Does that mean that something is obstructing it and casting a shadow onto it? Or does it mean that some optical effect is giving the appearance of a shadow?
A shadow is
can
just
I-
the absence of light. So
No,
yes.
because I can cast a shadow with light. So I can also shoot out gray or black light in a very low intensity to create what appears to your eye or any observer to be a shadow, even though it's a light source. So that's why I hesitated so long on the question, is because the idea of darkness, like I said, I used to also agree darkness was the absence of light. But any time that your eye can see it means light has traveled from it to your eye. So if you are able to see the shadow is sending light to your eye. It's not the absence of light and your brain is filling in the shadow portion. You are still receiving that light. It's just in a lower intensity that your brain registers it as a shadow. And that's the mind
it's
fuck.
in a lower intensity because there is less light that is behind the part that is obstructing the light. That is why there is still light that is bouncing off of that surface that has the lower amount of light that's going to your eyes. But it is it's not saying that is just, it's just that's a lower amount of light because there's something obstructing the light source.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. The point I'm trying to make is almost, I think it's better understood if you think about it with paint. Paint, we mix up these pigments, then white light hits that pigment. White light and that frequency of whatever that color is supposed to register in your brain are bounced off at you, and your brain then interprets that frequency as the color, even though all the visible light involved in that scenario was white light. Now, when that light bounces off of the black paint, there is black light bouncing off the black paint to your eyes so that your eye can register the black parts of that picture. So blackness or darkness, which we always thought was the absence of light, you actually still need light to bounce off the blackness for you to see it as blackness. Does that make sense? Because like
If
the white
nothing
light,
if there's no light that is getting bounced to your eyes, then the place that there's no light coming and hitting your eyes is going to be dark, correct?
yes, that's also
Meaning,
true.
Yeah.
If there's no light
So-
around,
So if
That-
your
yeah,
eye
that's
was
true, which
damaged,
is
so like
fallacy.
if your eye was damaged and it could no longer receive light, it would also register as dark. Yes, I agree. But if your eye functions and you see black, that means white light bounced off of that towards your eyeball.
Yeah.
Which is like a mind fuck to wrap your head around. So then if the blackness is just light in a lower intensity, then that means the space areas, the blackness in between the stars could also be light, just in lower intensity. Or
Yeah,
it
it's
could
getting
be
drowned
dark,
out
or
by
a
the other
brighter
light
source.
around it.
or it
Yeah,
could
a
just be
brighter
darkness,
source
like
closer to you. A really bright source being close to you would make everything else that wasn't bright enough, and like you said, the lower intensity be black. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. When the solar eclipse happens, that's actually a light that we're looking at that is getting in front of the sun, and it looks dark.
No, it's the moon.
What?
It's an object. It's the
Shut
moon
up.
in front of the sun. No, you shut.
you think the
Moon
moon
an
is an object.
object?
Object getting
Is
in
it?
front of the sun, Emma. Come on,
The
man.
fucking moon is in the sky every day, every night, all the time. You shut up.
Physical?
Is
That's what we
Yeah.
know is
How
there.
is it
We
not
know the
physical?
moon is there. There's no Narnia in the sky. What is there,
I'm not
Narnia?
denying that it's there or not. I'm saying, is it a physical object or is it a spectral illusion?
How can you say that it's not a physical object? You can bounce. Okay, we've literally done experiments where we bounced waves off of the
Nah,
moon
you
and
haven't
it come
bounced
back to
shit.
Earth to measure
You
the
haven't
distance.
bounced shit off anything. What's the ionosphere?
I love it when they say we have
Yeah.
bounced,
Here's the
as though
thing,
they
though. If they
stood
think
there
they
and did it.
bounced, if they think they bounced a
I'm
frequency or
saying
a
it as in
signal off an
different
ionosphere,
scientists.
which is an imaginary air, then how can you tell that from the moon?
Correct. That was the
Well, he
point
saw
I was going to make.
we.
Look at ionospheric scatter or ionospheric bouncing, and you show me any other demonstration where we can return a radio signal off of air. It can't be demonstrated. But we do notice that we can bounce a signal off of a specific region that we term the ionosphere. And then when you point this device towards the light source, which we call the moon, how did you prove that you weren't bouncing it off of the ionosphere?
Well,
that you were in fact bouncing it off of a moon, physical moon surface?
Well, they should be able to bounce it off like cat litter, cement, phosphorus, something else like on the planet, right? Like actually on the ground right down here, and show that it bounces off object like material like that.
Yeah,
Show it.
bounce that laser off my pasty white ass.
Exactly. Show
Let's
us.
see
Yeah.
what's up.
My point was that they have to demonstrate
Wave bouncing off all
that
the
they're
time.
doing what they claim.
Isn't that how like internet works?
If you understand how any kind of
What are
propagation
fiber
and
optic
continuation
cables?
of a signal.
Hold on a
No,
second,
I know what
guys.
fiber
Hold
optic
on.
cables
Hold
are,
on.
and I know that it goes through a
Hey,
cable
hold
to
on.
reach your
Stop
router.
Yeah,
talking
99%
about
of
what
it
you
then.
know without demonstrating it.
90% of it, 10%.
Well,
99.
10%
No,
of
the
it.
other one is towers. It's 99.
Please let him demonstrate light or that beam or whatever he just said, that frequency bouncing off like the cement or some cat litter, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said the moon's surface was like cat litter. So if you can bounce your frequencies off cat litter, let's do it. Come on, I'm ready.
What was your question?
And the misunderstanding with ionospheric bouncing, they also think it bounces off the sky, off the ground, back up to the sky, back off the ground, back up off the sky. And that's retarded because any signal when grounded is gone. It's finished. It's grounded.
That's how they taught us in amateur radio operation.
It's probably actually bouncing off the temperature or the voltage.
Then you could demonstrate that here on the Earth, and you can't. You cannot bounce a signal off of air. No matter how you try, you need a radar dish. You need some kind of a physical repeater or some physical object that's actually going to collect that signal and reconstitute it. Whereas,
something that can resist.
we're told that the air thins out. So the air thins out and thins out, and then when it reaches the point where the air is the most thin, where there's the least amount of particles, suddenly we can bounce signals off of that region.
I don't know how
So
you
the
can
signal,
propagate a wave with no medium to propagate it through.
yeah, exactly. But that the signal can go through the denser air where all the particles are. And then when it reaches a low density where there's no particles, suddenly it bounces back at you as though it struck a particle and now changed direction.
when it reaches a certain potential or temperature or like an amount of voltage or frequency, like a certain potential, that's what it can be bounced off of. It's not going to bounce off air, like no
Yeah,
air.
I have a question for boys. So if we can shoot a laser to the moon and get something back, what if I shoot that laser over like 40 kilometers of water and I measure no curvature?
There's a reflector on the moon that they
What?
shot those lasers at.
No, there's
They
not.
did those experiments before they even
Boys, you're very
consciously
low.
landed on it.
Listen, we laser targeted and got a response back before the reflector was ever said to be there.
Exactly.
Before
Yeah,
anybody
but
even attempted to go there, we bounced lasers off of something. We can't say what, but they assume the moon because it's pointed towards it, but we really don't physically know everything in between us
Exactly.
and it.
It could be a
So
frequency.
But I
to
like
assume a
Roger's,
thing physical without
What could
ever
be a
going there,
frequency?
but I like Roger's point, because if you can bounce as a laser 250,000 miles and then off the moon back another 250,000 miles to the Earth, then a 40-mile laser experiment should be very accurate. If it can do a 500,000 miles, no problem, then what's a 40-mile laser test?
And what about the refraction? If they think lasers bend around a sphere, why wouldn't it, if it can go 230,000 miles, why wouldn't it go around 24,000, no problem every time, all day, every day? These are questions we should ask ourselves.
And another point is that this idea only works with the stationary Earth, because if that signal did take 2.6 seconds, like they claim it does, to go to the moon and then back, that 2.6 seconds, you would have moved on the Earth more than 3,000 feet or 6,000 feet, just due to Coriolis. So that signal would now be bounced back to a location which you're no longer at, which means that you would now be having to shoot the signal and plan for the angle that when it returns back to you, that you've moved into the line of it in that 2.6 seconds that signal took to bounce off the moon and return to the location that you're no longer at.
To the location that you're no longer. Okay.
yeah, that
So
makes
are you
sense.
saying that the Earth? Are you saying that the Earth is
Coriolis,
rotating?
motherfucker. If it's rotating, yes. I did it.
If it was
Listen, bro,
rotating,
I came
but
up
it's
with
not.
like
I said
1,036 feet in 1 second when I was calculating it for projectiles on the equator north to south. But that's on the equator. By theirs, it'd be 1,000 miles an hour, which would be roughly, 1,036 foot per second. I did that math for they say Coriolis for long distance shooters, and I think it's bullshit. And a 3-second air path, it'd be like 3,000 feet. You'd have to shoot 3,000 feet forward and have it rotate into it.
Yeah, and that feet to meters, that 1,000 feet per second, it's like over 300 meters per second.
Yeah.
That's 3 football fields per second. So if you can
that's
jump
like
off the
trick
ground,
shooting.
if you can jump off the ground for longer than 1 second, you should have traveled over 300 meters in that 1 second. Well, the ground should have traveled that speed below you.
Yeah, nobody should need a fucking car. We should all be using pogo sticks.
So any fictitious thing where they say that they're bouncing a signal off of something and then that signal's being returned to them, and they haven't factored in their movement below that signal while they travel, it's bogus. And when you actually go look at it, there's no discernible difference between what they say they receive and the background noise. They get something like 1/1,000,000th of a watt back. And generally, background noise is about the same. So they're waiting for an assumed signal, and then they say, signal received. And it's just as strong as the microwave background radiation that we can basically pick up from anywhere. notwithstanding what Mike already said, that they bounced the signals off the moon long before the moon landing. They call it moon bounce. And when you go and look, I think the first recorded moon bounce was 1968 or 1967. And then the first attempt at the moon was 1969. So for more than 2 years prior to going there, we could already bounce signals off that place. So the fact that you clutched for that as your definitive evidence that firstly the moon is something physical and that the spherical model is true just shows that you haven't really spent time looking into the info. That's a good point that Roger raised. So lasers work when you shoot them 250,000 miles to the moon. But a 40-mile laser experiment, flat earthers and their lasers. Don't they know lasers refract?
I'm sorry. this globe stuff just tickles me lately. Man, oh man. They got a dilemma with the analemma.
I would actually like to see multiple years of analemma, ongoing data.
Yeah.
And see if those dots line up or if they shift or if there's any discernible change. Because they talk about the sidereal day where it's 20 hours and 46 minutes. And how each orbit or each revolution of the Earth, we do a little bit less than a full turn. It's why 6 months, we don't have to change our clocks back and all this other bullshit. But it's so demonstrate it. Show us where the sun loses sync by this much every year. Year after year after year. Shifting out. Orbits. Like we were talking about Polaris last night, saying they say the precession of the equinox is supposed to occur every 26,000 years, which works out to 1 degree every 72 years, which is effectively half a degree every 36 years, which is a quarter of a degree every 18 years, which you can keep taking that down to almost a daily movement. So you should be able to measure this movement of Polaris if Polaris moved.
Right.
But it doesn't. But they claim it does. They say by every 72 years, 1 degree. Simple.
Right.
1 degree, it's moved.
Sure
but
like to
now,
see it.
But we've always, for the last, say, 600 years, used the North Star as our celestial navigation point. They've used it for hundreds of years prior, and they will probably use it for hundreds of years to come. So the idea that every 72 years it becomes 1 degree off, even just in the last 200 years, we should have seen that Polaris has lost 5-6 degrees from north.
Right.
And then there should have been a big ceremony to say, Polaris is no longer our North Star. And then Thuban was supposedly the one before. So they assume there was movement, so they just demonstrate. Just show us where it's moved by that much.
So they couldn't show it solar because it would put Graham Hancock out of business for one. but you brought up a good point about the moon. I would like to see that, like a time lapse of the moonrise, even though, like you said, it's rising later and later and later. There's a pattern there as well. I'd like to see something like that.
Yeah, there's fake pictures.
What did you say?
there's fake pictures that are called the lunar analemma, and they claim it's taken from the same time of day every day. And when you go and look at the moon, you'll see that that is an impossibility. So the idea that you can capture a moon or a lunar analemma is actually false, because even if you took like 2 o'clock in the morning as your baseline for when you're going to take this photo, there'll still be certain days where it rises at 4 a.m., which means on that day you couldn't capture the moon. And then other days the moon rises in the middle of the day. So if you've now set up your camera to take a photo at 2 a.m., you're not going to capture a moon. So there is no one time in the day
Sorry, what did you
that
say
you
it
can
was called?
always capture the moon.
A lunar analemma, is that what you said?
Yes, but it's wrong. That's what I'm saying. So you'll find pictures of it that they have basically taken
How do you-
Photoshop and stuck photos of the moon in places to try and make a pattern. But the moon, if you go look how the moon functions, you cannot capture it at the same time every day. That's not how the moon works. It has a different rise and set time every day of the month.
Yeah, but are there certain places on Earth that so what is a you said a lunar analemma is taking a picture of the moon for at the same time of day every day
That's what analemma.
and then creating a
Yes. So the word
That's what it
analemma
is.
means same time of day for an entire year. A lemma being like annum or annual, analemma. And because the moon does not rise at the same time every day like the sun does, or at least that the sun, if I set up at 10 a.m., every day at 10 a.m., the sun will have risen. Guaranteed. But with the moon, there's no time of day that I can say the moon will have risen, guaranteed. So it's actually like an impossibility. You could never get a lunar analemma. But yet there's claims of it and guys who have photoshopped pictures of it. But if the analemma
I think people
was
can
taken,
make demonstrations of what it would look like, but I don't think I'm assuming people have made demonstrations of what a lunar analemma would look like, but
How do you know
as
what it
for it
would
not
look
rising at the
like?
same time every day, I completely agree with you.
Hold on. How do you know what it would look like if you don't have actually what it is looking like in like reality? If you just set your camera there and it just doesn't do it, like how do you have it?
No, I'm thinking they're just pathing the way the moon looks at relatively similar times of day throughout the year. I'm assuming that's how they were making this.
that's the point I've just explained multiple times, is that there is no time of day where the moon is always risen. You can pick any time and go and test it.
Yeah.
So what they have to do is they have to take a photo of when the moon rises, then choose one static background black image and superimpose all of the moon images into that one black background image. And then they can place those pictures wherever they like and create any pattern they like. But what you'll find with the moon is that the moon moves through the tropics every single month. The moon is one of the most dramatic movers of anything in the sky. Some days the moon rises. If you start tracking where the moon rises, like say you've got some trees around, notice where the moon rose above which tree. Then the next day, look to see whether the moon rose left or right of that tree. Then some days you'll see that the moon will skip 2 or 3 trees and start rising up to 5 degrees or 10 degrees away from where it rose the day before.
The moon was in the north today. When the sun was in the east rising, the moon was way north. I was like, what the fuck?
So you can't set up your camera to only focus like 5 degrees northeast and take a photo every day of the month, because the moon is gonna move between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn from left to right. So if you watch the moon rise, it'll start rising towards the right-hand side. Then it'll reach a day where it stops moving. Then it'll start rising further left from where it rose the day before till it reaches the outer limit. Then it'll start rising more right again. So the moon rises in very different places over just a 30-day period. Whereas at least with the sun, you can kind of set it up to be easterly, and you know that's where the sun will rise, and that by, say, 10 a.m., you've got a good, clean shot of where the sun would be. The moon, you don't get that. So anytime you're going to go and cut up pictures and start slicing them together, you're just editing, and then you're trying to make something fit a narrative. That's why I say the concept of an analemma, taking a photo every day in the same direction, you can't do that with the moon.
I've never even heard of an analemma before, let alone people using it as a demonstration for. What were you saying we were demonstrating it for? Or were you just saying how this is an impossibility?
No, so the analemma is one of the, I guess it's an inductive piece of evidence. Like you look at it and you can infer or induce what it means. The analemma shows a very small northerly circle and then a very large southerly circle. And that represents the time. So the northern circle is the full 6 months of the northern hemisphere summer. And then the giant bigger circle is also 6 months. So they're exactly the same amount of time, but it shows that the sun is obviously covering a much smaller, tighter circle in the north and a much larger circle in the south. That's what the analemma proves. And when you look at like an AE projection, then you'll see the part between the equator and the North Pole is a very small little inner circle. And then the southern, outer, southern, broader ring is that bigger ring that the sun would need to illuminate in the southern hemisphere summer. And if you were on a sphere that had an almost identical north and south, that each 6 months the one is pointed towards the sun, you would expect to see very evenly balanced analemma. You'd expect to see like a figure of 8 more than like an infinity sign with a smaller top and a larger bottom. Does that make sense?
Well, the moon orbits Earth in an elliptical orbit, correct? It's not a perfect circle like every other planet or any other orbiting body. So if you're creating this analemma, I don't know, but at different times of year, it's going to be different distances away from the Earth, which would attribute to the smaller and bigger sides of the 8. I would think. Although I don't really know much
I
about
wasn't
this.
I wasn't talking about a lunar scenario. I was talking about the solar analemma, the one that we can actually capture, the one where the sun does rise at the same time every day of the year. So
And
with the solar analemma, it shows a smaller northern portion that is 6 months and a larger southern portion, which is 6 months. And that size disparity is the point I'm trying to ask if you're understanding how that almost supports the AE projection.
Yeah.
Cool. Sunny.
Yeah. For one, I was just going to make a couple statements and a question to the young man. The analemma could not possibly have, if it was a spinning globe and 4 different vectors of motion, how could you have those photos of sunsets? How many days apart do they do those? 30 or 45 days, 90 days, something like that? Yeah, how could it possibly show a pattern like that unless there was a horizontal plane?
Could you possibly show that pattern on a horizontal plane? What stops the light from going to the other side of the plane?
We're not talking about light diffusion yet, but we'll get there. The other question is, Boyce, you said orbit. Orbits around what? What do you think is orbiting?
I was just noting the moon orbiting Earth in the
Orbiting.
heliocentric model.
So don't you have to have a planet in order for some other object to be orbiting around it?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, so
assuming
you have to
there's
have
a planet for my argument.
You have to have a sphere first, right?
Yes, that is
Oh.
what the heliocentric model is.
Right. So when did they verify or validate with a direct measurement this spherical shape of Earth?
Eratosthenes did it. You measured the circumference of it.
I said direct measurement, and sticks and shadows are not a direct measurement.
It's not?
No.
Not a measurement?
No.
Then how did he get the circumference from it?
Calculated it.
Yeah, that's a
And
measurement.
a few
assumption.
With numbers he
Based
made
on
up.
your observations and your
He made an
based
assumption.
on your measure.
It's not true. He made an assumption before he left the house that day that the Earth was a globe. He went out and took measurements and then said, yeah, see, it's a globe. So anyway, if you could show me, you cannot possibly show that sticks and shadows is a measurement of anything if I can show you that the sticks and shadows can be the same size of shadows and sticks can be replicated on both surfaces. So if it can be done on both surfaces, then it can't be shown to be.
Yeah.
If it can be done on both surfaces, it cannot say that it proves one or the other. It can be done on both.
Okay.
So that has to be
how
thrown out.
do seasons?
Hold it. I want to wrap this up. I want to wrap it up in a nice little bow. Let me wrap it up in a nice little bow. So you have to throw Eratosthenes out because if you can show that it's possible on both surfaces and it does not prove either way, then you have to toss it. It's not a direct measurement. Do you have anything else?
Can I just simplify that sticks and shadows thing? If you take your desk and you place 2 lighters on your desk and you put your little reading light above one of the lighters, that lighter will have no shadow, and the second lighter placed a little distance away will have a shadow. That's pretty obvious. We've all experienced that in our lives. We place something directly under a light, there's no shadow. If I place it a little bit away from the light, the shadow starts to elongate. Now, that sticks and shadows implied that because we saw one long shadow, it's a sphere. So with that same logic, you could prove that your desk is a sphere if you calculated that one shadow was longer than the other shadow. That's why it's flawed. Does that make sense, boys?
Okay.
So we would need direct measurement, which you can do yourself because they told us
okay, yes? Sorry, Sonny. Was that okay? Yes, I understand, or okay, you're completely crazy, or what was
I have
okay?
heard that. I've heard people explain how you could do it on both, so yes, that makes sense.
Okay, great.
So why bring it up? Why bring it up, right? If you know that it is not a direct measurement, then why bring it up?
Because you can still use it to find the circumference of the Earth, because we know it is.
No,
that's not really a
no,
theory.
it's not, right? Because you need to assume.
The Earth's
You need to assume.
geometry is not really a theory. That's something we've known for a long time.
It's not a measurement.
So boys, if it's not a theory, then you certainly can present these measurements of curvature drop by over distance by using
There's
a
no
laser
reason
test.
for people. There's no reasons. There's no reason for scientists
so
to
now
discredit the
to
beliefs.
why would they lie? So when I ask you present the
No,
measurements,
not
you
what I'm
said
going to. I'm not saying that's why would they lie. I'm saying there's no reason for scientists to replicate experiments that have already been done to prove the Earth is round. There have been people that have gone. Okay.
right. So you
How do they do that?
you're gonna build from a false premise then, right? If your foundation is crooked, you're still gonna build your house on it.
And science is about repeated experimentation. You want repeated results before you start claiming something. Not once off, see something, declare something, never need to go back and validate what you saw, like you just claimed. You said we don't need to go and repeat things. Whereas the actual scientific method
Why do
says
companies like SpaceX even exist if the Earth is flat?
experimental and repeatable.
No, boys,
I'm saying
don't
that there's no
misdirect
reason for companies like SpaceX or Starlink to even exist if the Earth is flat. Because the
That goes back
entire
to
premise of
lie.
those companies are based off of the Earth being concave, not that it is
No,
flat.
boys,
The
his
premise of
point
those
from him is that you
is to
cannot
make money while bamboozling idiots. Like
you cannot presuppose that the Earth is a globe. You have to start from a neutral standpoint. You know, it's you know what a presup is, right? So basically,
I'm telling you, because these companies exist, there's no way the Earth can be flat. I'm saying these companies that are privately owned and privately funded.
Oh, because what they show you looks so fake that it has to be real.
Does
Hold
that
on a
mean
second.
if a
Most
buggy
companies
whip,
are flat.
if a buggy
It's because
whip
they wouldn't make
manufacturing
money if it
company
was
still
flat.
exists,
Show
does
us
that mean
anything they
buggies
did
are
that
still
convinces
being
you.
used?
I asked
One
you
at a
a while
time.
ago.
That convinces me.
What I asked
Or
you a while ago.
SpaceX.
Shut
Or
up.
the
Shut
rovers
up.
that NASA
Do
spends
you have a
millions upon millions
presentation?
of dollars sending to Mars.
Listen.
Oh, millions of dollars. They're,
Yeah, cool.
they're
Paper
defrauding you
money.
for millions
They
of
get
dollars.
$60
That
million
proves
a
that
Ground up
day,
that
and
proves
trees
they
the
means the
also
world
have
is
millions.
round because you can ground up trees and make that means the world is round. I don't think so. Listen, do you have any physical evidence of anything working on a round ball?
But just on that point that he made, that's like saying Bernie Madoff, because he had a company, he was legitimate. Because he would never have had a company if he was actually trying to scam all those people. It's fallacious.
It's an appeal to establishment. Same
It's
thing
an
as an
appeal
appeal
to-
to consensus, appeal to authority. It's like all three wrapped up.
It's appeal to ignorance because whatever the stuff you keep saying has nothing to do with anything. We're talking about physical dirt, physical water being formed into a ball, and like stuff working on it, like planes, trains, automobiles, humans, water, tides.
Yeah, gravity.
You listen,
That's what causes
stupid.
it
Narnia.
turning into a ball.
Yeah, cool. Narnia. That's a word you just said. Anyway,
Boys, I have a saddle company. So unicorns must exist, right?
yeah, exactly. And then unicorns must mean gravity. So gravity must mean God and unicorns.
Conversation.
So
One more.
because of
No,
because
it's
of
gone.
oh, he jumped. He jumped.
Yeah,
He didn't
I
like
just
listening to his
have
own
one more.
logic.
I just have one more about companies, if I could, and I'll leave it at that. So if I have a company called Flying Elephant Rides, a legitimate company, does that mean elephants are flying and giving people rides?
By his logic.
That's exactly
Oh.
what it's like saying.
sorry, could any of you, because I'm still learning, could any of you give me a direct model answer to his claim about, you know, he brought up stuff about companies, governments, scientists, all this stuff, right? What is the model single line answer for that? Thank you.
You mean when they make their company, how do they make it? On a flat blueprint?
No, his claim was, I think the three were meshed together in the sense of why would scientists want to reprove or lie? Why would companies exist that are based on a globe model? Why would governments want to, stuff like that? Is there like a...
What does any of that have to do with physical proof of any of the claims he's made? He still
It
hasn't
totally
made
has
any.
nothing to do with it. He misdirected it, but it brought up a stance that I want to learn from you guys. When his second claim, we'll go back to his first claim later. His second claim about what I've just mentioned, right? Is there a single simple answer for that?
Yes.
Of course not.
What's
Because
your
you're
name?
asking why
Are
would
you
they lie?
Truffle?
Yeah, that's
Why
me.
would
Yeah.
they lie?
Well, it wasn't
Truffle.
really a claim of his, was it? It was just a question. Why would they? So he's not really putting forward an argument.
Yeah,
I
well,
would
why
say
would you
if you're
lie?
new to this,
Why would you lie to somebody? It's a pretty simple
Truffle,
answer. Because you fucking want to.
Isn't it? Like, because there's some sort of
Yeah.
gain.
Or just to,
Yeah,
like,
gain,
I think
gain
one
is the whole world.
is to con people of money. Yeah.
Gain is all science, all technology, all direction, all orientation, where you live, everything from every last drop of it to how you think gold, oil, gas, dinosaur, all of it. It all comes into the information. And if you have wrong information from your source in your book since you're a kid and you had no way to argue it, till now you feel weird and you feel tingly inside and you have no comprehension of what the fuck's going on. You just...
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like he was stuck in a corner, and it was a desperate swing.
Yeah, we scared him off. Yeah.
So,
Sadly.
Truffle, do yourself a favor if you're new to this. Look up, even through Wikipedia, logical fallacies. When you start to understand logical fallacies, you will see how people employ tactics which they may be completely unaware of, but they're flawed logic. But yet, when you see that list, you'll instantly identify at least 10 or 15 people that you spoke to about this topic. Because the things that they bring to you are actually illogical arguments. So why does anyone create a business? For profit. That's why you go register a company.
But still, at the end of the day, any one of these companies, any military, any person, you and me, if we make a model of anything, if we reenact a little scale of any version of reality, we do it on a flat surface. If any of you can do it on a round surface, I implore you to turn your camera on and show us how it's done. With water, with the dynamics of any physics that you make a crazy ass claim about without backing it up. That's where we're at. All basic fucking crazy claims. They're crazy claims. I'm not trying to be funny. They're just insane straitjacket claims, and there's nothing to back them up. So where did it ever come from? If me and you have never seen or demonstrated like a million things we talk about, how can we ever prove any of those million things when we've never been?
Yeah. And if you think about like the fallacy thing, when you look at the different types of fallacious reasoning or illogical reasoning, that's almost akin to saying a mafia mob boss who opens up a laundromat so that he can clean his money. When he's doing shady deals, he then has some kind of an organization that he can siphon the money through. Then because the mob boss opened a dry cleaning, means that he actually wants to clean people's washing and that he actually, wants to be on the straight and narrow. Otherwise, why would he open a business that does cleaning? Because people only do what their heart, soul, minds, everything is all absorbed into that one thing. So if you place that same analogy on anything else, you start to see how illogical that type of reasoning is. So to say, why would people who are trying to deceive us create a business to siphon the money through while they give us CGI that keeps their budget going up year on year?
Parents have told
Not
their
even
kids
a
they're not
well-formed
their
question.
parents. Grandpas have told kids Santa Claus exists. People have told their own flesh and blood kids lies all day long. Who cares why? The simple fact is, if you can't back their claim, then it has to be a lie. Okay, Santa Claus is on your lap. If there's no Santa Claus and you can't feel it or test it or measure it, then there is no Santa Claus. Stop saying there is. If you cannot test it, measure it, repeat it, or prove it, there is no globe. There are no physics for a globe. None of it exists other than
No.
a story.
Only in a bunch of zombies' minds. So the reasons that people would lie are ad infinitum. You could not possibly count how many reasons someone would lie. How about, and I just made it in the text so I could use it as a notes for myself. So how about that there are these brain dead zombies like this young man that they're parroting their space nonsense and actually believing it at the same time and telling their friends and family, spreading this lie. And they're also willing to pay their portion of $63 million a day, spanning 3 or more generations. My question is, why wouldn't they lie? They have every reason to lie. Because there's a bunch of idiots out there that can't fog a mirror and think for themselves. That's my take. Thanks.
Say it again. The ones in the back were muttering amongst themselves.
Play back,
always do, don't they?
play back the tape if you want.
Remember that $63 million is 7 days a week.
Yeah.
That includes Saturdays and Sundays. That they receive $63 million per day.
Yeah,
Because
so I guess
that's
Boyce.
what it takes
Oh,
to get to 20 million.
Yeah, so I guess Boyce doesn't mind that his parents and his parents' parents slaved away their whole lives paying
And
for
his
these
children.
ridiculous antics. Yeah, and your children will be, and all those children and all those cousins, nephews, nieces.
And all
All
they'll
of them.
ever be getting is CGI. And
Well, it's like you
make-believe
walked
dreams.
in. It's like you walked into your whole family being dead, but the only question you ask is, why would somebody kill them all?
Yeah.
But why? No, they're
Yeah.
not dead. No, let's not pay attention to any of
No,
that.
I'm not going to
Yeah,
look at
why
them
would
on
they?
those bodies on the floor. I'm not going to look at those heavens.
Yeah, don't
No,
worry
I
about
need
them.
to go
Don't worry
search
about
the
all my.
world for why they did, why their
Let's
motive.
just worry about this one question that who gives a fuck about because everybody's dead. So
Okay, thanks guys for your answers. It's really helpful. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
yeah,
How-
it really always baffles me how there's no tides on a ball in a classroom somewhere. National Geographic doesn't have any like physical, optical demonstrations of like little things going on in a vacuum setting, in a dropping setting, in like a building where you can just sit back and see in the middle of that building a tube from the top to the bottom of the tallest building, and it's a vacuum chamber, and we can't see anything happening ever, but the shit happens. Funny, right?
Yeah, it's really beyond funny. But I wanted to say, Denmark, you've been like on fire lately. I have to say that, man. Hats off to you, man.
guys.
Yeah.
We have
Thanks.
Pupper JD. I'm gonna unmute him. Welcome, Pupper. Pupper
Hello.
JD. Hello,
Hello.
welcome.
Welcome.
So, how did you find us?
I found you yesterday when I was Googling flat Earth and everything. I was doing my own research on YouTube and everything. Ended up finding the Discord. I joined yesterday, but wasn't too active. I was kind of just learning, and I'm trying to do all my research.
And you're streaming, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, cool. So, what are your thoughts?
I'm
Go ahead.
definitely taking everything into consideration. I'm more skeptical than I am convinced at this point, but I feel like it's a pretty good start.
Yeah, we all started there. How long have you been looking into the topic?
I would say about 2 or 3 days now. so not too much, but like there's a
Okay,
lot
so
of
super fresh.
science over my head. Yeah, I'm really fresh, like really raw. I'm raw dogging
Like
it, you know.
literally, you had not heard the term flat Earth before 3 days ago.
Oh, I mean, I've knew that people believed in a flat Earth. I just never had the time or the resources really to fully do my own research. I'm kind of, I've always, I mean, the government has always been lying to us in a lot of other ways. I'm obviously not going to get into it, but so I just don't take anything that they say completely at face value. I kind of just want to do my own research and learn, and I've been jumping into it and really getting my big toe wet, touching
You
tips.
sound like the kind of inquisitive mind that does end up finding truth.
I hope so.
So-
I'd love to find the truth.
Welcome, brother.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
So this type of a topic is very polarizing, and it gets people, often brings out the worst side in people very quickly. And it's peculiar that an idea should generate such a physical response from people. But the shape and nature of our reality can be demonstrated. Like you're saying, you don't want to just take anything at face value. I was saying earlier, when you want to actually find truth, you have to almost put everything you know off to the side, start again, and look through each piece of information on its own merits, testing and seeing demonstration. When someone can demonstrate something to you, you generally can accept it because you've seen it being experimented on or a physical demonstration being done. Then you can start to form your beliefs based on that. Where are you finding your resources? Because the internet these days is very scrubbed and censored.
Oh,
How are you going?
I've been instructed to use DuckDuckGoose.
DuckDuckGo.
Oh, DuckDuckGo. Yeah, sorry, I keep calling it that. I'm so dumb.
Yeah. Well, that should be eye-opening enough. Go type in a search into DuckDuckGo, type in the same search into Google, and look at the vastly different results that you get.
Yeah, I did that, and the first thing that came up on DuckDuckGo was 50 reasons you should believe the Earth is flat. But on Google, there's not a single, article advocating for flat Earth, and I think that really, really tells you how much Google can lie to you and manipulate people.
Exactly.
It's kind of like
So
it's just fake news,
So there's some other good resources. One is called BitChute, BITCHUTE. Have you heard of it?
No.
Okay, so BitChute, that's also an uncensored platform. So if you type into the search, you'll get videos and content directly from the makers. It's uncensored, unlike YouTube.
Okay.
Same with Library, Rockfin. There's a couple of places that you can go to that if you search for the content, you'll actually find it. But trying to use a search engine to find this content, it's been heavily firewalled and ring-fenced so that they can limit the exposure. Because once you see the information, it's unfortunate that if you have intellectual honesty, there will only be one outcome.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
why
That's reasonable. That's a reasonable conclusion.
That's why in this room we actually dislike the word belief, because belief is what we talk about when we talk about religion. I believe in this, and there's no proof of that, but I just believe this and believe that. And then when it comes to the spinning space monkey religion, where you believe that you're an evolved monkey on a spinning water ball flying through this infinite vacuum of space, in that religion, everything also starts with belief. They always say, don't you believe that the Earth's a sphere? Don't you believe in gravity? Don't you believe in black holes? Don't you believe in quarks, supernovas? Don't you believe that you're going 66,600 miles per hour around the sun right now? Now, in the realm of science, you test hypotheses, cause and effect relationship, When you prove the cause and effect relationship, you no longer use the word believe, you use the word know. You now know that this variable caused this effect because you experimented on it and proved that that variable caused that effect. So now it's a known effect.
I like that. I like that a lot. I have a question. Do you guys mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So I was talking in the general chat, and I'm, you know, I guess I don't know, or but I want to use the right language here. Like I don't know, but I was under the impression and pretty convinced that we were in a dome. How do you guys feel about like what how could we not be in a dome but keep in all of the atmospheric layers and, you know, whatever's in the air, oxygen, all that? How could we not be in a dome is kind of what I'm wondering. I just feel like we have to be in a dome, right?
So to make it now scientific, back to a cause and effect relationship, we know the cause of gas pressure. When you type the definition of air pressure, it's the amount of pressing on the walls of its container.
Sure.
So if I said to you, like, demonstrate 10 bar pressure to me here, but you're not allowed a container.
Yeah, so we have to live in a container.
So the only way to achieve any kind of pressurized gas state is to have what they call the necessary antecedent or a necessary requirement, which is a container that then I can cram more and more gas into that container, increasing the amount of pressing, the amount of pressure in that container, and achieve gas pressure. So the fact that we are breathing gas pressure, and that in the definition of gas pressure, it's the pressing on the walls of its container, is the necessary requirement for us to have this environment. So you're absolutely right. The scientific term or the rule that it would be breaking if there were no container would be what they call the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics effectively states that your high pressure goes to low pressure, your heat goes to cold, seeking equilibrium. And that in that exchange, there's always a loss. And that loss is described as entropy. Entropy is also termed as like decay. So the system will decay over time, either through lost energy through heat transfer or kinetic
Path
loss.
of least resistance.
So every system will always go from high pressure to low pressure to find equilibrium and will lose energy in that transfer. That's the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Now, around this earth, we're told that there's a high
You said there
pressure
was
gas.
you said it was a second law of right?
Second law.
Okay.
Sorry. Thanks for that correction.
No.
First law is that objects will remain in motion unless acted upon. The second law
I
is
thought that, yeah.
this entropy increasing. So if you've got high pressure gas next to all the space for the gas to move into, because remember, gas at a high pressure is like excited molecules. The molecules are moving very quickly.
Yep.
And then there's all this space for them to now move into. Unless there's a physical barrier, those gas molecules will want to move into the available volume to equilibrate or to find equilibrium, to balance out the two opposing pressures. It's how we have wind on the earth. The wind goes from high pressure to low pressure until it equalizes. It's the same that you would experience with the air moving into the vacuum to equalize. It would be instantaneous.
Its potential equilibrates and it goes back. The same with the ball. When you take a beach ball and it's got air in it and you have it at the top of the water, it's doing fine. It's settled where its potential is, where it's like voltage, its regulation, its potential. So you take it all the way to the bottom. Now what you have on one side of it is all the water. Now the water's not holding it down like gravity would necessitate and keeping that towards the center of the fucking thing because there's air and the actual beach ball in there. So it's not density. The potential on the other side of that beach ball, all that fucking resistance is actually the way of movement because it's a magnetic potential now. It's going to resist because it only has one way to go. It's got all the water, and that water has a certain potential.
Okay.
Now the little beach ball has a certain potential it has, and when they have a magnetic difference, one's going to force its way, go right out the fucking other one.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought up a beach ball because this is actually kind of where I kind of started on this little flat Earth journey I've been on. I was at the beach and I was in the ocean and I didn't get service, and I was like, that's weird. I get service right on the beach, and I feel like that has to some kind of proof that satellites can't be real, and that's kind of where I started not trusting the government.
Well, a satellite, depending on what it is, say you could take a hot air balloon and float it, or you could take a balloon, or you could take a helium balloon and float it in the air and actually put a device on it. So for whatever they're calling or whatever people think satellites are, for like certain things can be, I guess, considered a satellite. But what they claim for the satellites and like the ISS, yeah, no, I wouldn't go for that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I don't know. I just really like you guys. You guys know more science than my science teachers. I swear, you guys are using all
Way
these
more
words and
because
shit. Yeah.
your science teacher only deals with pseudoscience that he can't back or verify.
Yeah, they use Google and shit, and we're on like DuckDuckGo, which is clearly like giving you all the information. It's not like, it's just kind of bullshit.
Oh no, we'll pull up every bit of information with you.
That's
But
what I'm saying.
the sad thing is that we can't demonstrate gravity. We can't demonstrate spherical gravity. We can't demonstrate orbits. We can't demonstrate any claim that they make in your school that has to do with time, space, warping, bending, gravity, density, the media, like the way that they claim to you that spherical spheres have to form and all this other shit. It's impossible. On one hand, they claim mass attracts mass. Then how the hell would you have another mass actually orbiting another mass and stopping in its tracks and just going, you know what I mean? It's the total opposite of itself. And then how do you have a medium called space with no resistance when everything we know of has to act on a resistant factor?
Yeah, you're definitely right. And
so
like, I don't know.
idea to make a sphere, you have to be resisted on all sides to make a sphere. Unresisted. So the actual idea or design or physics they're explaining to you are totally fucking backwards and they don't even make any sense. It's the total backwards. Yeah. A sphere is the most unperfect shape for the design of doing some shit.
Yeah, no, spheres they're not even like I heard like pyramids are like the triangles are like the best for like taking pressure, and like obviously a flat earth would be pretty good too. Yeah, spheres are just
No. A sphere is good for like containing the pressure equally on all sides, but a sphere is not the good thing to like. If you want to shoot something, you don't shoot a BB. We have missiles, we have bullets. They're not shaped like BBs for a reason. A BB is a spherical object projected. If it was the best shape, every projectile would be shaped like a sphere.
True. Yeah, that kind of has to do with like Boyle's gas law, right?
Well, a needle, a dart. A dart doesn't. It's not a ball you're throwing at the dartboard. It's a needle tip with a fucking fin, and it's not just a ball. A sphere will actually get stopped.
Okay. Yeah. No. I don't want to take up all of your guys' time either. Like, if anyone else has questions, like feel free to move on to them. But I'm just enjoying
observing. Don't stress. This is what we do. We enjoy inquiring minds, and we spend a lot of time also fighting with really closed off minds that have no ability to have critical thinking and actually there was a saying that said if you can sort of comprehend a thought without necessarily accepting it, but you can actually follow along, that's the sign of intelligence, is if you have the ability to go along with the thought, sort of use your creativity a bit to understand what's being said, then that's the true sign of wisdom. Whereas we've been taught wisdom is how much I can recite from some man who put in a book. And I may not deviate from that, not even one word. I must stick to that mainstream narrative, or else, which is the opposite of critical thinking. So your question you came in asking about gas pressure is a question we ask people that enter the room, where we ask them, can they demonstrate gas pressure without a container? And in 4 years, not a single person has been able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. But that's normally our third question. So I don't know, has someone else taken you through the 3 questions before?
No, I haven't heard about the 3 questions. No, I haven't, but I did. I mean, they're called airplanes, not air globes. How could they? How could it not be a sphere, like a flat Earth?
Plane,
Right.
correct.
They also haven't been able to demonstrate the physicality of just the simple thing that everyone loves, that our planet is 71% on the surface. It's water. They haven't been able to demonstrate the claim they make that water can stick to the outside of the sphere. No lab, no vacuum chamber, nothing anywhere, no military science, no CIA intelligence group, no National Geographics has any spherical physics working so we can see that shit happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, and water weighs a lot of weight. How could it stick to the edge of a sphere? I don't know.
While the edge of the sphere is falling with no resistance in space.
Yeah. No, it
It takes
definitely.
resistance to contain something to something.
Yeah, no, it truly just it doesn't add up. Nothing adds
Right,
up
and the
here.
word ricochet.
It's a
How
blank.
would we use that word in space with gravity attracting mass? What would ricochet mean on Earth? We wouldn't have it. You wouldn't hit another object and directly bounce off and go a different direction.
That's true.
It would
Yeah.
orbit. The pool game, you would have orbit on the pool table and you would have mass attracting mass. You wouldn't have, when you break the balls, that wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, and like the whole thing with like the new moon and everything, like that is pretty convincing to me as well. Like, where's the moon go? When a new moon for 3 days? Where's the moon?
Hold on. Now that's one thing I hate, because that's one thing a lot of flat earthers argue about, and that's what I love about new people or you asking the question, because we can all grow, we can all learn from this.
Yeah.
No one knows 100,000,000% exactly what's going on with something we can't demonstrate right here in front of ourselves. But one thing we can do is, we can speculate about what we see. And what we can also do is try to demonstrate to the best of our ability with certain objects that we have the attainability of gathering on the planet we live on physically, and demonstrating stuff that we see, Occam's razor, the most simplest thing. So in my mind, the most simplest thing would be every day I see the moon look invisible or visible within 20 minutes or an hour of itself. I know it's there. I know it was just there, but then it looks invisible, but it's still there. And every once in a while, if you look right and the light hits it, you see the outshine of it and you don't see the rest of it, or it looks invisible again later on. So I know the moon does this. So to say, well, what's this thing doing this thing and what this
That's
thing?
never been
It's the moon.
demonstrated. Just provide proof, please. If you think the amount of hours, the world record for seeing the moon after the new
About
moon
20 a day,
is something
18
like
a day.
31 hours after the new moon, that no human being has ever been able to see any record of any physicality there. You say that you've
What are you talking
seen
about?
glimmer shine on the new moon.
Hold on. Every day I look at the moon, it looks invisible or visible, whether it's standing there or not. Do you understand this? So what you keep claiming about a new moon doing what you claim it does, I don't care what you claim. That has yet
It's
to be
not, it's
demonstrated. Listen,
demonstrated.
hold on a minute. No, hold
This
on.
is
No, you haven't
demonstrated.
demonstrated anything. You just said the word new moon and what you said it does. Now listen to what I'm saying. There's a moon in the sky. What it does, right? What it does, it clearly does. I'm not making any claim of no special stuff. I'm saying I know that there's a moon in the sky, and every time when I wake up, I'll either
Did someone remove his
Wow.
mic?
Okay.
Someone
You
remove his
just
mic.
dropped. No, you dropped
It
off there.
just dropped.
out.
No, I'm sorry. You'll see it on his path. Like I'll see it for example.
Okay, wait, D-Mark, are we talking new moon, or are you talking every other phase of the moon?
Bro, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the moon.
You cut out for about 15 seconds. That's
Okay, well, listen, I'm talking about the
I'm
moon.
just asking the simple question: are we talking
Listen, I'm
about the
trying to answer
new
the question as simple as I
or
can. But you
every
don't like
other
my
phase
answer.
of the moon?
You don't like my answer. Listen to me. I don't care
No,
what you
because
like.
you're mixing the two.
Write
You're
this down.
mixing the two.
No, I
We
didn't
were
mix anything. You did.
specifically
I
talking
didn't mix
about the
anything.
new moon.
I
We were
didn't mix anything.
specifically talking about the new moon.
I didn't mix
And then
anything.
you start talking about when
I
you
didn't
can
mix
see the
anything.
moon.
It was
You
17
can't
times.
see the moon. I'm
You
trying to
are
explain it to
mixing
you,
stuff.
and you keep talking over the explanation of how you're mixing up the new
I don't
moon
care about
and the other moon
your sad
phases.
explanation for what you think happens that you can't demonstrate when you're asking me what my opinion is
The
on
world
what's going
record
on. So I don't
stands.
care about your opinion when you're asking me about mine. Don't conflate yours with mine. Don't mix your stuff that
Why
you
are you
keep
getting
saying
so
with your.
triggered, bud?
Stop talking
Why are you
for a
getting
second.
triggered? Why are you getting so triggered? I'm simply pointing out the demonstrated, demonstrable effect that during a new moon, there is no visible way or no optical way to be able to see that moon. That is what I said. You said, no, I always look up at the sky and I always know the moon's either there or not. And then you talked about the other moon phases, which is not the new moon. So I'm just saying, as long as we're talking about the same thing, then there can be progress.
Yeah, I just took over the conversation with the new guy for sure for arguing about the moon or the new moon, whatever.
And not unnecessary. You don't have to start making it about who knows what, and just keep it on point. Treat each point for its merit. So is that new guy still here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. I was just listening.
Right, great. Those questions that we normally ask the new people that come in here are basically like the three pillars of the religion. So imagine like a footstool or like a table that has three legs. So, for example, if I was going to describe the game of tennis, I would say you need a racket, you need a ball, and you need a net. Those would be like the three fundamental tenets or three fundamental pillars that make tennis tennis.
Yeah.
So if we have a spherical ball that's rotating on its axis and is adjacent, so it's got a high pressure air system next to this vacuum, then the three fundamental pillars of that religion has to be, we must be able to see curvature from ground level. We must be able to see we're on a ball for us to be on a ball. Second question, we must be able to see that this ball spins for us to know that this ball spins to give us the day and night, which they say is because we're spinning.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one is that they must be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So the question is, who at what time and with what tools measured the curvature of the earth? And the question is measured, not calculated. Because a lot of people have tried to calculate the curvature of the earth. But the question is, who's measured the curvature of the earth? Do you know of anyone in the past or in the present who's measured the curvature of the earth?
Personally, no, I never. I mean, people have calculated, as you said, but yeah, no, measured. I don't think so. Right?
Correct.
Correct.
So you can go and look and research. We've been asking this for years. Effectively, it is a question that still remains unanswered because, you know, if you think about how much fiber optic cable we've wrapped around the world, if you go and read up about the internet and how the undersea cables are connecting all the continents, we've run enough fiber optic cable that you could wrap it around the earth 6 or 7 times easily. Some statistics say even up to 100 times that you could wrap around the earth with the number of cables that we've laid. So to make a long cable like a measuring tape and just wrap it around once, make sure both ends come together, you would be able to measure this place if we've wrapped fiber optic around it like 50 times. So when you go and look, no one ever has measured, physically measured. They always say, well, sticks and shadows or shadow length, or they create some idea and then do a calculation on paper and then say, this is proof that you live on a sphere. So then the second question is, who in the history has ever demonstrated and measured that the earth is spinning on its axis? And that how can we test that for ourselves as well?
How
And then
do you guys test it? Have you guys tried?
when you go and look, there is no way to measure that the earth spins. If you take a gyro compass, so a gyroscope effectively holds its position steady in space. So the idea is that as the earth turns, a mechanical gyro spinning, holding itself rigid in space, should start to change its orientation because the earth has shifted under it. So instead of the gyro being parallel with the ground, the gyro should in time start to actually be vertical to the ground because the earth is supposedly rotated while the gyro stayed in its position. When you take a mechanical gyro, you spin that thing up, you leave it for several hours, there's no movement. So then there's something called a ring laser gyro, which uses lasers, bouncing lasers off of mirrors inside. Then that piece of equipment starts to register a little bit of movement, which they then claim is the rotation of the earth. But they claim there should be rotation of the earth called Coriolis effect. That the moment you leave the earth's surface, because you're no longer on the earth's surface is supposed to move underneath you. The same that when they shoot sniper bullets, that the earth turns underneath the bullet. So because of the Coriolis effect, the bullet sometimes hits high or low on the target. So they claim that there's these effects that we can see, but you can never measure that the earth itself is spinning on its axis. And when you go and look afterwards, try and find who measured the curvature, who measured axial rotation of this earth. And you'll see there isn't an answer to it. They will sometimes claim that the Foucault pendulum is proof that the earth is spinning. But if you realize that the Foucault pendulum is attached to the ceiling, and that the ceiling is attached to the walls, that the walls are attached to the ground, that ceiling cannot be spinning independently to the ground. The ceiling is connected to that floor. The pendulum is hanging from the ceiling connected to the floor. So they're one system, but they claim that they're demonstrating two separate reference frames.
Yeah.
Yeah, good example. What? So this is Coriolis, right? Flat Earth Solar.
Did the guy talk and break up or something? Get muted? I don't know. Am I getting egoed?
Check.
Oh, I heard someone.
We're here. We're
Oh,
still
perfect.
here, guys.
Perfect.
So you were talking about the pendulum, right? Flat Earth Solar said it was one system, right?
Yeah.
So good. So what people have done is they filled a helium balloon with half air, half helium, right? Would just float. So it's now not attached to the Earth. Still, Earth doesn't move underneath it. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, it's kind of how like if a helicopter flew straight up and just hovered for 12 hours, they wouldn't be on the other side of the Earth.
Correct. So Earth doesn't move
Yeah,
because
it couldn't.
the Coriolis effect is something you would notice, observe, and measure when Earth was actually moving. We get all these excuses why we are not seeing it, why Earth seems to be stationary, right? But we are actually moving.
Yeah, I think that helicopter example is pretty convincing to me. I mean, like if they're in the air and the Earth was moving, if they hovered for 12 hours, they'd be in Australia or China or wherever they would be. They wouldn't be able to land at the exact same spot if the Earth was in fact moving and the helicopter was in fact in the air.
So there is no measurement of Earth rotation. There is none. And I don't know if Flat Earth Solar asked the last question where we ask, so the Earth is a ball flying through the infinite vacuum of outer space, as they claim, right? But for that to be real, right? For the outer space being an actual medium for you to go into, we observe on Earth whenever we have gas pressure, it needs to be contained. So imagine a cola bottle and you shake it up and you open it. Immediately the gas in the cola bottle will shoot out of it, right? Because high pressure will always seeks equilibrium. It will always go into low pressure.
Yeah.
So for this to be an actual medium to go into, we need some demonstration of gas pressure without containment, or else it will break natural law, right? Because you need containment for gas pressure and you also need containment for a vacuum. And nature abhors a vacuum, right? There are no vacuums in nature.
Yeah, there's no vacuums in nature. And not the vacuum you can buy at a store, obviously. There's vacuums, but not vacuums, you know. Scientific vacuums, as one could call it.
The absence of matter, right?
Yeah, exactly. Nailed it.
So that is something we humans can create, but we need a barrier, we need a container to create it. And there is no container around the globe Earth. So this entropy would occur and the gas would just fuck off.
Exactly. Yeah, the gas would definitely just fuck off. Yeah.
Flat Earth Solar was talking about the three pillars of the globe Earth, and these are the three pillars. And we ask new people, well, think about it, right?
Yeah. No, I think that those are three really good religious pillars that like really set the foundation for, you know, being skeptical at the least, but if not, you know, they never prove that, and thus how could we be sure we're on a globe? Yeah, I totally see where you guys are coming from.
So there is no proof for a globe Earth, but there is a lot of measurements which you can do yourself, right? A measurement, empirical measurement of flatness, right? So we are talking about the water when we observe water, it's always flat and level in rest. When it's in your glass, in your pool, or in your bathtub, in your pool, in a small lake, big lake, sea, or an ocean, right? When you observe water in rest, it's always flat and level. And when you pour water out of its container, it will always seek its level. So when we go out and actually measure the surface of water by going to a beach and looking across water towards a known, towards an object with a known distance, right? Or we shoot lasers across large bodies of water, and we then calculate how much curvature drop there must be on a globe Earth, and there is none, right? Then Earth cannot be a ball with the radius of 3959. That's just impossible. So, are you in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I can. Yep, I'm right there now.
So I
Sending
just
me a GIF
posted
or something?
Sorry?
Oh no, the Black Swan. I see it.
Yeah. So, are you familiar with it?
No, but it kind of reading it makes a little sense. But yeah, explain it to me.
So, Black Swan argument, right? They used to think that every swan was white until somebody proved that not all swans are white, because they found black swans, right?
Yeah.
So this starts with a basic modus tollens, that if the Earth was if P then Q, not Q therefore not P. If the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. If you're not good in math, it doesn't matter, right? Because a good analogy would be if a pregnant woman lies on her back on her bed, right? And she with triplets, and she looks at her toenails. She couldn't see. She doesn't see her toenails because her belly is in the way, right?
Yeah, because it's a sphere. Her belly.
So, right. So
Not
they
the other
gave
side.
us, right. Yeah, but so they gave us the radius, right? That's the problem. That's the globe Earth problem. They gave us a number, so we can then calculate curvature drop over distance. So with this radius number, over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature drop. The horizon should be at a certain spot at 10 miles. Whilst when we look at this image of the two oil rigs, we see the first oil rig, which is at 6.2 miles. Then we see the second most furthest one, which is at 9.4 miles. And then we see the horizon beyond the the second most furthest one.
Yep.
Right. This observation was done at 1 foot. We can present you the original video. This is just a still shot.
Yeah.
And so when you go and do an observation from 1 foot observer height, the horizon must be at 1.225 miles. Yet we can clearly see it's almost 10 times further than that, right?
Yeah. Yep. 100%.
Which cannot happen on a globe Earth, right? That basketball, imagine it being a basketball with a certain size, it cannot inflate, right? It cannot grow bigger. It is a certain size. So the leading edge of that sphere has to be at 1.5 miles at 1 foot observer height.
Yeah. Yeah, because and like the taller you would be, the further you can see, right?
Right. Correct. That would happen also on a flat plane, because you can do this. So increasing your height increases your sight, right? Because the angle, the floor to your eye, gets less acute. So there's more light hitting your eye when you go higher up, so you can see further. And yeah, this is basically one of the best flat Earth proofs that Earth is not a ball. right? We can go into celestial navigation with sextants, which
Mhm.
also proves that you need a flat plane for celestial navigation.
Yeah, of course.
We have laser tests going over
we got
20.
some guys in the we got some guys in the YouTube chat that are claiming that that you're wrong. Maybe we should show them some. Explain it to them.
They can come here. I'm not really interested in what people on YouTube say. They
Yeah.
can come here.
Why don't they come on in then and talk about it?
Yeah, this is the best voice chat probably for learning about this.
Right. We have laser tests, and the best part of this all, right, is that we always say don't just trust us, don't just believe us, go do this yourself, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
very easy to validate this yourself, right? So the globe Earth will tell you, oh, look at this nebula I took from a gazillion million miles away, right? It's something you will never ever able to be to never validate that, right? It's just you have to take it on faith. It's just some image they made with data they got, right? But this is something you can do for yourself. It's very easy to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that more, and I'll probably do a few experiments because I mean,
Find any you
y'all
can find
spitting.
any Earth. Sorry.
No, I was saying you got to spit, like you got to tell them like facts. You got to like spin facts. You know?
Well, right. So when we try to leave belief at the door, right? So
Yeah.
whenever we make claims, we want it backed up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. If you have any other questions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still grappling with it, but
Sure.
I asked this in the lobby, the general chat, and I'm still doing research on it because I have been guided in the right direction a little bit, but like I was confused about how in Australia you can't see the North Star, but like if we were flat, I feel like we would be able to, considering the North Star is kind of the closest, which I guess is an assumption, but you can know it's the closest because it's the brightest.
Let me give you an analogy, right? So when an example. So when you're in a long hallway, and you're standing at the very beginning of the hallway, you're looking up. You see an exit sign, right? It's just above your head, and you look up and you see it. Then you walk across the hallway to the other end of the hallway. You turn around. This exit sign is now lower.
Okay. Yep.
It's not actually lower, but perspective made it look lower.
Sure.
So when you say the North Star cannot be seen from the southern parts of our realm, that is because it's you're too far away from it, right? It's a perspective thing.
Sure, but aren't there other stars that you can see, or is that not true? I'm trying to do more research.
I would say if you're really new to this, start with the video called 21 Questions or Flat Earth 21 Questions by ODD Reality.
Okay.
Odd Reality. 21 questions. He answers everything about how the sun moves with demonstration and visualizations. And so you get to see a lot of the generic things that help you visualize it.
Okay.
Another really good one is called Impossible. So like impossible, but ball, B-A-L-L at the end.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
And then another one, Scientism Exposed.
Okay.
So the 21 questions, the Scientism Exposed, and Impossible. Once you've watched those three, they cram a lot of content into one thing. So if they're saying something that you don't quite understand, press pause and go open another browser window, go and research what that guy just said. But they're great resources for sort of putting a lot of your, I'd say, standard questions in one place.
Okay. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna probably watch one of them now before I go to bed. But I appreciate you guys talking with me.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
definitely
Come
be
back
back.
anytime, man.
Oh, I
Come back
definitely will.
anytime.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, man. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Hey,
they say
Roger.
flat Earth is dying, but yet we get new people in here every day. We just
Yeah.
found it 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Roger, have
It
you
was
heard that? Have you heard that discussion? I just posted a video I made with a good conversation with you back in July. So I don't know if you've ever seen it. You have to watch it on YouTube, though. Did you see the link?
I saw it. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. I don't get to talk to you much because it's a different shift. We see each other in passing.
That guy was streaming to an audience.
I know.
Yeah.
It was in the lobby, and he was here. And then usually when people I check out their account, and if it says there's Twitch, I usually check it out because it's these guys you just wanna. We had a guy like Newbrook, I don't know.
Yep.
He was like streaming for 6-7 hours, and I checked his account, and it was like Twitch, and then I caught him. I caught him. He was streaming for 6 hours.
But didn't tell us that
Didn't tell us. Yeah.
till like the till like the 7th hour.
Yeah, because I asked him, right? Oh yeah. Because I saw it. He was streaming. He had a little clickbait title, "Trolling the Flat Earth." Mm-hmm.
I remember that. I was there for part of that.
It's okay. I mean, we streamed this to YouTube, so it's only nice or fair if they just say it, right? So I'm just streaming this for an audience, right? Okay, go ahead. You're muted, Demok.
Okay. Now, when you say new moon and all kinds of crazy stuff, when you're talking about something that you don't know what you're talking about because you claim it's invisible, you can't see it, and it's not detectable, what are you talking about at the end of the day?
Yo, I just wanted to say thanks for the shout out, man. I'm a big, long time fan of you guys.
Oh, that's New Brick again.
What's up,
Are you
man?
streaming again, New Brick?
No, I was watching. I was just watching. I was listening.
Sorry, Denmark. You were speaking. Go ahead.
Nah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if we can demonstrate it always takes an object to produce another, like, visual effect, whether it's like a projector producing it with light, it's still an object that's putting off another thing that we see visually. So, regardless, at the end of the day, there's a damn object, right? So, let's not be weird and say there's magical Narnia smoke dust floating in the fucking sky and it's the moon all of a sudden. And it
Yeah,
becomes
but
a new moon.
but would you agree that it's not seen anywhere on Earth at that time? Because that's
No,
what
I wouldn't. I wouldn't agree at all.
That's what I understand it. That it's not seen by anybody during that
Yeah,
period.
I wouldn't say that.
Well,
I
let's go
wouldn't
look.
agree with
We'll have to research that then.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
give
what
you
I would.
one.
I would research the levels that they're going to in the different altitudes. Has anyone ever sent like the world's highest high altitude balloon on that day to see up and see? Because if the sun, okay, look, hold on. I'll just start right here. If the sun doesn't leave the earth, like we know it's there, whether it's a rainy day, a cloudy day, or whether it's 6 in the morning and it's not visual to us, we know the sun exists over the earth somewhere. So I'm going to say the same thing for the moon, and I'll just leave it there. regardless of what anybody wants to make up after that or what they can see with their eyeballs through the visual medium. I got you. Okay, you might not be able to see it. It doesn't mean it's not sitting right the fuck there. That's all I'm saying. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, that's true. It could go invisible because we see blue through it. Why wouldn't it go? It could go just like clear, just clear.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. I see it do that all the time, any day,
Could
any
be that.
normal regular other day. It does that to me.
Now
That's all I'm
see,
saying.
that's a good conjecture there because we do see
But
it.
that's atmospheric, because the same way that when you look at
But what?
mountains
Hold
off in
on.
the
The only
distance, the
point.
mountains turn lighter blue
The
until
only
eventually
point
they
is
become
the
so
moon is
opaque
still
that they
there.
disappear.
It exists.
It's not that
That's my only point. It's not going anywhere. It's still there, just like the sun. Just because we
but the
can't see the sun, it's still there.
blue is not shining through is the point that I'm making.
Huh?
Why
But
are
you have to
stars?
demonstrate what you're talking about, because you're saying something and it sounds good, but I'd love to see what you're claiming. You
Why are
understand?
Yeah.
stars? Why
Any
are stars
landscape.
shining? Why are the stars shining through from the other side? We
So
can see stars.
that's assuming that you know the distance of the stars and you know the distance of the moon. If the
So it
star
could be
was
in,
more
it could be in
local,
front. So you're saying it could be in front of it? Oh, yeah, that's
it
possible.
could
It
be an
could be a
optical
reflection.
thing,
Some of the stars could be a
like
reflection
with
on the
plasma.
surface of the moon. Yeah, I don't know. You
But
never know.
what I'm saying is that there's a name for it. I can't think of it now. But when you look at mountain ranges, the artist, if he wants to paint a series of mountain ranges that disappear into the distance, he paints the furthest mountains more blue, like the sky. And then the ones that are closer towards the observer are less blue, until eventually they become like clear enough to discern. And that opacity is just about seeing the blue sky between you and the object. So
Exactly.
when
It
we
I
doesn't
see
see
mean
what you're
blue
saying.
sky,
I
doesn't
do
mean
see
the
what
mountains aren't there.
I do see what you're saying. Yeah, we had that discussion the other. I do
That's
understand that.
all I was saying. I wasn't saying what he's saying. Like, look, if you can demonstrate, like, okay, you got an object and you're saying to Mock, look, this happens, this thing right here, and you show me on with the show all of us on the video, like whatever does this, and you claim, okay, that's a new moon, and you show me that, then we can go from there. Other than that, I didn't make a new moon claim. I would never. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not going to go with mainstream science of anything. I look up in the sky. My name's Democ. I'm acting like I'm the scientist. I know it sounds weird, but this is what I always do. I've always done it since a kid. I look up and I say, okay, I understand what people tell me. I'm going to learn that. I'll learn all that. But what I also do is look up and say, what if nobody ever taught me anything? And I'm the stupidest person in the world. How would I explain it to myself? And that's what I do. So
I
there's
think it's
two choices.
healthy. I think it's healthy. It goes right along with my show me state attitude as well. I have a similar.
Yes, that's all. And I'm not trying to argue. I'm just going by like what we can produce and what we can prove. I love the true facts and stuff. I'm not trying to come up with any Narnia stories about anything.
Well, I appreciate what the conversation and the input from both of you or all of us. I mean, like,
Right.
it's a
Exactly.
great, it's a great conjecture because we're in uncharted territory, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
we're gonna have this. We don't know, so there's gonna have to be conjecture, but our conjecture is different than just willy nilly conjecture by somebody that has nothing to back it. We got some backing for like the parts that we do know.
Right. And that's why I say with any demonstration, I'll be down with him. If his story has demonstration to it and I can see it, then I'll be like, hey, you're right. And I was wrong. I'm down.
Well, that's cool because I wasn't sure if I was supposed to disagree with you or not.
but that's why I explained it with the mountains, because there is this optical effect, kind of like looking through water. Objects in the distance underwater will appear more blue because there's more water between you and the object. So when they claim that we're seeing the blue sky through the moon, I always shake my head like, come on. It just means that there's blue
color
sky
shade.
between you and that
Color
object.
shade buildup. I'm sorry for talking over you. Right, it's a density of like color buildup. The medium between you, the farther, the more space, the more of it there is, the more of a color, the thickness it becomes, and a color becomes to present itself.
Precisely. just so that, and then the distance of the stars, it got me thinking when they were releasing high altitude balloons and then the stars were appearing to like disappear.
Right.
And then it was like, where is the layer where the stars generate?
And it's all pure black. I've always wondered that too. I'm like, what the hell's going on there?
And if the stars are generated lower down, then maybe it's just a star appearing in front of a darkened portion of the moon, but yet we've all sort of on board with no stars are shining through the moon, which I don't know any light source that's also transparent, like purely
I just think it's
transparent.
funny. Have you ever thought it was funny how the stars do follow the same speed, like as the sun? The moon has its own speed. The moon does like its own thing. Because I'm telling you, I see the moon do its own. Like it shouldn't be doing some of the shit it does, and it does it. And I see it. That's all I explain for that. Because the moon is just whatever the moon is. I'm not gonna claim it's anything certain that I know of. It's just what it is, clearly. But I know that when something moves at a certain speed, say I have a light source, and the light source is moving over a body of water or any reflective surface, this light source is going to reflect and it's going to hit through the medium. And if there's enough medium, it's going to act like a backing or a fucking I'm sorry, the thing for a projector, the screen. It's going to be a screen, and the stuff can play on that screen. So when the sun moves, the stars are going to move at the same speed, and you're going to have the same design set pattern forever.
Yeah, that's something that still blows my mind in terms of how the moon and the stars all move together. If the moon is closer and the stars are further, the moon should lap the stars because the moon is right near us. But if you watch the speed of the moon, speed of the stars, they kind of progress. If there's any stars close to the moon, later on in the same night, those stars will still be clustered around the moon. And they will have all moved together during the course of the
Right,
night.
but I think they're moving at the speed of the sun at the 15 degrees. You see what I'm saying? I don't think
So
see the moon is a different speed than the sun. You know the tortoise and the hare, right? And one has to catch up to the other. The sun is a
but
definite speed.
But the tortoise and the hare analogy is just about
Yes.
when the moon appears. So because the
No,
moon
I know, but I'm
rises,
saying like
because the moon rises later every night, but the sky moves at 15 degrees. So that includes the moon and the stars. But every day the moon rises
oh, okay,
later
that's what's
than
fucking
it
me up.
did before.
The
And
visibility effect. The
that's like the horse.
visibility effect during the timing that you can see the 15 degree, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it'll appear invisible, and then sometimes it'll appear like slight white, slight blue, opaque, gray, bright. You see what I'm saying? The moon changes its little
Yeah,
face,
there's like
whatever. That's what was fucking with me. It's not necessarily the where the moon's at itself. Like it's the medium in between that's like blocking it out to where I see it and don't see it. So I was thinking that it had a different timing. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah. I get. So if it does have a same set timing, but that still explains like the movement of the star pattern with the sun. You see what I'm saying though?
This is the thing that's peculiar about the moon is that so the moon, once it's risen, moves at the 15 degrees along with all the other stars until tomorrow when it rises at a later time and will be behind the stars that it was caught up to the night before. So visually, it looks like the moon is falling behind every day,
Hold on.
but
Okay,
it's
let's go
moving
over
at the
this again.
same speed as the sky every night.
You say caught up to the stars from the night before.
Well, I meant like that the night before the moon was traveling just behind a cluster of stars.
Right.
Then the following night, there'll now be 2 hand distances between that cluster of stars and the moon. And then on the third night, there'll now be 4 hand distances between that cluster of stars and the moon. But yet the moon and that cluster will always move at the same speed from you, the observer on the ground. But every night, the moon will rise at a later time, which is also antithetical. It's like if it's moving at the same speed as everything else in the sky.
Oh, it depends on the angle that you see it also. Because like a wider circle from your orientation, when you look up and you see something, it's going to appear at a certain degree as it's moving away as compared to a different angle that you see it. Like a wider circle compared to a short circle.
Or are you saying the fact that it rises later is what the delay is? Like it's moving the same speed when it's up, but when it's gone down again and then it rises again, it rises late, which is what's giving the delay.
Yeah, correct. But once it's up, it moves at the same speed as the stars, which is that standard 15 degrees, which correlates with the sun. Okay, I'm saying correlates because it's close enough. They do call it a sidereal if it's using the day, or they call it there's another name for the night one, where they use the stars. I think it's celestial.
But you know what I'm saying though? Like if we have a hot air balloon that's close to the ground, close to our eyes, and it moves at a certain, like in a certain circle format, or if it goes out wider or up higher, it's going to appear a certain way compared to the background. Yeah, the optical shit, man, is just cool. To me, it's just weird how it can like be supposedly, a differential way catching up to something, moving away from something, but at the same exact speed.
Hey guys, we have Flat Earth Town Star. Let's unmute him. Flat Earth Town Star, you're unmuted. How are you doing? You have control over your mic. Oh, Whammer. Oh, okay. My bad.
Well, what's up?
Welcome. No. What happened to your old account, Whammer? Got nuked? Okay, well, sure.
Oh, he's typing in the lobby right now.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Sorry to sorry to break the conversation, guys. Continue.
So like you were saying about the moon, and it's almost impossible to make an analemma of the moon. But is there a more likely time that the moon will be visible in the sky? A time of the day or night?
I think the only answer to that is when it's visible.
Well, like we were saying with the sun, we can definitely say by 10 a.m. we can see the sun in the sky. There's no, corridor of time that we can trap the moon in.
Well, maybe at daytime. Maybe a certain time in the day when it's like right up. Like I usually see it a lot in the daytime, sometimes in the morning. 7, 6, 8, 11, 10, 9, I mean.
And I think the thing that makes it harder is that obviously it's going to change during the year.
So what could give the optical illusion of moving at a different speed but the same speed? So it appears that it's like moving with a set of stars, like never leaving like the certain step that's like right by it, because it's got the two little stars that stay right next to it, right? And it goes on this pattern, and then you say there's a two-hand difference until it catches back up. Now, is that just optically because of the angle of the light itself? I mean, that's what I'm wondering. Or is it just the availability of the appearance of the stars and shit, like what you can see for the timing for what is available for what the light source. So whatever the sun's leaving or the moon's coming up to is being shown to you. So you see those, and then at the timing that you see the other one, it just appears that way. It's I don't know, man. I like to be able to like redo it. I mean, because if it is over a flat plane, I mean, it should be kind of simple to be able to take one object, if it's an object, to take an object and try to reproduce some of these things happening. It shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, maybe we should create, a channel on here, literally for us to monitor the moon. So we all go, right, okay, if you can see it at this time of the day, and all of us around from all the different places we are on this plane, just keep sharing our sharing
And
what we've
share
documented.
and share your thought too of distances, perspective, orientation, area, just anything, your information on how you think light works, the medium works, anything that's like helpful shit.
Yeah, we've got to document it.
Because the question,
Just
you
like
know,
the ancients did.
right, like can anybody see it on Earth? That's one of our questions. That's why we're running into this conundrum or the problem. Like, well, what the hell's going on here? Because if no human on the planet can see this thing, where is it? You know what I mean? That's the actual question. Now, if people can see it somewhere, then where is that? You know what I mean? So yeah. But think about it though. How hard could it be to produce a plane and one object you declare the sun and one object you declare the moon and try to like do something with it? Hell, I think actually it'd be really easy just to use the sun as itself, and any object you choose and see fit any way you see fit can be any other object. Like, so if you pick up a rock, it can be the example of the sun or the moon, I'm sorry, because the sun is its own power of what it does. It's going to do what it does to any object that gets in the way of what it does. So you take objects, you play around, move them in circles, you see what you can do with it, see what happens. I just don't in my mind see how, if I'm just talking over everybody, I don't know. I don't in my mind see how it can move at the same speed as something but catch up to something. Like, to me, that's not, I mean, I don't, does that make any sense? If I'm moving at the same speed of you down the road, how am I catching the fuck up?
Well, it's the whole point of when it's, you know, not visible again. That's where the speed changes, so you're not seeing why it's changing
Right, that's
speed.
what I was thinking. I was thinking it was just that portion of time that it's in invisible to your eye. You don't have the ability to track exactly what it's doing, and then when it
Yeah,
pops
no one
back
knows where it
in,
is.
right, and then when it pops back into play, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, moving along with the stars. So is that really what's going on?
Yeah, and then it begs the question, what's happening during that moment where we can't see it?
Well, I think that's the mountain effect. I really do. I mean, Occam's razor to me. I mean, If we can demonstrate that and we can see that happening in reality on this planet, and then we can see that, I mean, I wouldn't go with anything else until, something else better is demonstrated. So for the idea that it can blend in with the background or the medium of the sky, I'd go with that. I'd 100% go with that. It's feasible. It's not unfeasible.
Yeah, the problem with that is that trigonometrically, the moon should be directly on the same line as the sun to the earth. And from an observer on the earth, they are the same size. Now, when that does occur, we call it a solar eclipse. We see the moon completely obstruct the entire face of the sun. Whenever someone does a demonstration with like a bright light source and then they place a small object in front and then the light almost blends around the small object, they're using proportionality or a ratio of how small the object is to how large the light source is to create that effect. And then they want to claim that the sun is 863,000 miles circumference, and that the moon is only 2,160 miles circumference. So therefore, they can use these two radically different sources. But from the observer here on the Earth, they appear to be the same size. So if one is in front of the other, it would occult or occlude, block that light from the sun. So I can understand why the moon appears invisible, but why does the moon not block the sun every single time there's a new moon, at least for some place on the Earth? I can understand that it wouldn't block the sunlight for every place on Earth, but there would be, like where the path of totality lies for a lunar eclipse, there would be a path somewhere along the Earth that you could see the sun be blocked out every new moon when that rocky body of the moon blocked the light source of the sun.
It'd be the distance. It'd be like, okay, say the sun's on a set path, right? Say the sun's on a set outside ring path, not directly exactly the same path of the moon per se. And just picture the moon as being on a spiral path, like the Fibonacci spiral or the sequence, like, the spiral from inward out. Okay. So once one gets close enough to the other's spiral, then you get the effect of the eclipse. Only then. Any other time, they're not exactly close enough because one's spiraling outward towards to get closer to the next. And then once it gets out towards that, it's going to go right back inward and then outward and then inward and then outward. And when it gets outward towards the next object, being the sun, on the outer ring, we see visually the atmosphere. What it shows us is the angle when it shines in, because these things at like whatever distance they are. I mean, this is my mind. This is in my mind. This is what I think's happening. One's on like an outer ring and one can spiral. They can actually both spiral, but I think one's spiraling at the time that one's on a little bit set offset ring, the outer ring. They're at the same height. They're the same size, but one comes in and one goes out at the time that one comes in and goes out. And when they meet at that time of cycle is when you get the eclipse. That's the solar eclipse. Now, the lunar eclipse, they don't actually meet. They're on opposite sides of each other. That's just a lighting effect. And there is no moon. There is no sun. I mean, I'm sorry. There's no earth in between the two. Science will have you try, they'll explain that the earth is in between the sun and the moon for a lunar eclipse to make the shadow, to make a lunar eclipse. But there is no object in the air in between those two objects, clearly. There never is. There never has been, there never will be. It's only those two objects and the medium in between them, which is the air, which causes that effect. The strength of one and the density or strength of the other. Stronger light source outshining the lesser. That's how I see it going on. That's why. That's what could explain that. Does that sound retarded?
Not at all.
And I think that's why it only happens at a certain time because I sat and thought about all this, and I fucking love. It's interesting as fuck. I mean, I've been flat earther for like 7, 8 years. You know what I mean? So I've talked to all kinds of people, physicists, astro. I talked to the lady that knew the dude who made the first fucking outfits for the astronauts. Check that shit out. Don Nance. The bitch was his granddaughter. Tut. You know what she said the first suits were made of? Scuba gear and gold threading. Get the fuck out of here. Scuba gear. She said she went in the dude's basement, and his basement was set up like a fucking museum for astronaut shit. For the very first ever outfits that he designed that they were using, and it was scuba gear. So the first outfit that he designed for them to go to Neil Armstrong, it was scuba gear. And the guy's name's Don Nance. If you don't believe me, you can look it up. I worked with the lady. She was an old lady. And I was talking to her about the earth being flat long ago. And she goes, you know what's funny about that? She started telling me some stories and stuff. I ain't got to tell the rest of them, but that should just tell you enough. Scuba gear.
And if you
But they
just
do
think
look.
about deep sea ocean workers, they have to be in like a metallic suit to withstand the pressure difference between what we need to sustain life and what's the environmental condition. And then in space, you would have magnitudes more. That means multiple times more differential between the pressure that we would need to breathe and the infinite vacuum of the space around us.
You'd want to have like a
They would
lead.
need a metal suit at least.
Yeah, you'd want to have a lead shielding on the outside of your suit too, like a 3-foot lead thing where the lead has to be like squished and penetrated before something like that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like some type of design.
Well, that's just for the radiation, but
Right, and it's the compression too. Like he's saying, you have to have something to withstand that compression.
metallic. Yeah, yeah.
And also, think about the metallic idea. If they send something on the moon and they were standing on the moon in the sunlight, 250 degrees. If they're standing in not the sunlight, 250 negative. Think about that for a metallic suit.
Yeah, I know. And then think about the Tesla that's supposed to be out in space.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Those
And then
hoses.
what is truly amazing, or I think it's quite telling, when you go and look at what is the current narrative of the suit, and that there's like 17 different layers of fabric. Sort of that layered approach was invented around the same time that mattresses became quite a big thing. And everyone was on a hunt to see what materials you can layer on a mattress to give the best night's sleep. And I've seen someone do a juxtaposition between mattress adverts and them telling us what a spacesuit is made of. And it shows like the inner fabric and the inner lining, and then you've got the padding layer and the insulation layer. And it's like, no, you need metal to withstand pressure. You're not going to take a high pressure gas and put it in a fabric bag. Like, it's never going to work. But yet, no,
No,
we use
hell
a
no.
fabric
It's the
suit.
same way. Yeah, that's ignorant. That's how you blow up a fucking balloon from the inside out. Is by the balloon, the magnet. I'm sorry, the fabric or the material of plastic not being able to withstand what's being blown into it. And at a certain point, it'll blow or pop. Just like a bag. Like, what do they? Yeah, exactly. That's ignorant. And I have a brilliant idea for a bulletproof vest for layers and stuff like that. If you just take a soft layer on the outside that will catch any spent shell or anything going through for initial reaction. And right underneath that, you have a layer of like little balls that spin at a certain RPM, but only when you get ready to go on combat or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just a regular vest sitting there doing its thing. Then, if something happens, motion detector, whatever, you pull your gun out, you say, a certain phrase, motherfucker activates, and then spin. And if a bullet hits it, it spins it off, and it bounces and ricochets it to that little foam, and it catches it.
Or the spinning could be created by
Yes.
magnets in
Yes.
certain places of the vest as well.
Right, and a certain material, right, copper, when it's going fast, it automatically is repelled by, I'm pretty sure, either a magnet or aluminum. So yeah, either way, it's like a force field that's
Yeah,
conducting.
flux.
Yep. Anyway, that's the softest material. I've got an idea for a mattress, magnetic strings or little things, or just a magnet with air.
Do you think you could do enough magnetic repulsion to create a bulletproof vest? A strong enough magnetic field?
Oh,
Well,
well,
you've
that's
also got
why
to
I
be
use.
careful
Hold on,
about
hold on.
your own
That's
weapon, though.
Well, that's
Not
why I
being
use
trapped.
rotating like a drill bit. Like, have you
Yeah.
ever thought about it? Like, when you shoot at something that's spinning, it's automatically going to ricochet off. So you really don't need the fucking super design of like some crazy materials that are super crazy and just too much. Like, just the idea of what you can do with the material by vibration or movement, and what material you use. So if your material itself that you use to vibrate is this magnetic material that puts off or whatever, then yeah,
Yeah, I
definitely.
think there's merit. I think there's merit to the idea. Just having thousands of little balls all over your body as a suit would be thousands of weakness points, points of failure. And if one of those, I don't know, maybe it took a direct hit and that little pin broke out and that ball allowed the bullet to go through. It's
So
just
you could
That's
you
why.
could double up on the layer of balls,
Well,
though.
hold on a second. Now that's why we have brains and thought process, and that's why I like we're talking about it. I've also had the idea of plates that just vibrate at a rate. They move, so they're not really ever out of the way. See, so you can have the plate that shifts like left and right in front of another plate. So these two plates are whole sheet plates in front of you that just like, and on the plate you can have vibrating or rotating little things. So I'm telling you, if you have a tank made of this, a plane made of this, your shit is not going to get pierced. And the number one thing is a magnetic flux or a field. If you have a little box on your plane and you can create a potential or a voltage, it'll stop any thing that's like got energy coming to you. It'll like ground it. It'll zap it. It'll stop it. It'll be a force field. The government has this. The only thing is see, it's like a cartoon paradox, really. If I have, okay, so if you say, hey, government, make copper bullets only, and guess what? We can block all copper bullets from hitting you. Then how can the government hurt you? You'd have the same repulsion technology as them. That's the fucking conundrum of all their shit.
Or if you had a plasma coil that just vaporized any bullet that got in a certain range.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, like a bug zapper. If you have this field, you have this little box with this field around it, that's exactly what you're, exactly. You got it. You can either ground it out or melt it to shit. Yep. Fucking right. Either way, you're creating a resistance, a field right in front of it. It's like it's going to stop it. It'll be like an imaginary sheet of fucking pillows or something in front of it, or water. Liquid is another thing that stops bullets pretty good. A gel or liquid, regardless of all the cement, all the technology, all the metals. Think about that. Liquid is a bad mofo. Liquid automatically has a certain potential about it, or a magnetic field in itself. It automatically has it. It is it.
But in the long run, that would just change warfare, and people would stop using bullets.
That's what I'm trying. Exactly. You would have to go to a different bullet, and then guess what would happen? Then you'd go to a different bulletproof vest or a different field, and then
Dude,
it would keep doing.
through the years, all we've ever done we've increased the speed and the size of a rock that we flung from our hands, or from a slingshot,
Exactly.
or from a bow and arrow. All we've ever done is just increase the speed and the size and shape of that fucking rock.
And range.
And range.
You know why? Because the whole time we've made the bow and arrow, we've made armor to block it. So we've had to get faster and better.
Your idea about liquid armor, like, you can get water preset, so the second it feels impact, it could freeze up too.
Oh yeah, you can get a gel. You can get a material that has an alchemical makeup that does certain thing. Oh man, I'm telling you what. Listen, when you think outside the globe, that's what I'm trying to tell these people. That they want to be stuck in this crazy shit where it's a bunch of parroting nothing, and you're going nowhere, and you couldn't go anywhere because the physics don't allow it. They don't allow it. The only way you can go anywhere with physics is flat Earth. I'm sorry.
I got an idea of, like, I don't know. No, I hear you. I hear you. You gotta expand. You gotta get outside the box. Get outside your
That's
comfort.
it. That's literally just what I was about to say. Just thinking outside the box.
Like, dude, you know how bumblebees, they did some study and they found out bumblebees don't actually fly with their wings. Their wings don't create enough lift. They're too small, whatever, this or that. How they fly is they create a vibration with their wings and they just move around through this vibration. It was like, dude, if they came out with, like, science study on that, why can't you find out
Well, no,
the
hold on.
vibration tone or frequency to put to, I don't know, just any object or anything, just to see if it moves.
So what? They're basically floating on the disturbance they create in the air.
Right, but it's not. Hold on. Don't think about it. Don't think about it so simply, goofily, like they tell you. Okay, the fucking bee is flying, but it's not the way a regular butterfly or a bird or something else uses its resistance to the wind. Okay, they use their resistance to the wind. They do use their wings to resist from the wind. They do have a flying mechanism. They also create a vibration or a pattern of static frequency around themselves, and it's not just a sound. So it's not like you play Jimi Hendrix at 5 paces and you're going to start floating. You understand what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
so the bumblebee body, the body itself has hair. The hair has a static that's reacting with the medium, that's reacting with the vibration. So there's a certain, okay. So magnets, you have positive, negative. The
Cut out.
The bumblebee is created. I'm sorry. The bumblebee's body is like a negative. The wings become positive. It goes positive, negative in a certain ratio. It forces itself together. Therefore, you get levitation. So, like if you take a magnet, like per se, a side of a magnet that's supposed to force itself away from another magnet, and you force them together, you get slight levitation. And that's the easiest way to explain it.
Or just like static with a balloon on a wall.
Yeah, it's a static field pushing against another static field itself with it's right there against itself in the medium around it, creating slight levitation.
So you would have to figure out the medium, this vibration or static,
You have to figure
whatever.
out the amount to equate helium.
So the
Helium is the
scientific
secret.
the scientific field is called acoustic levitation, and it's
That's one
levitation
portion. Yes.
just by sound. The point that they raised about the wing surface area is that we have equations that tell us what surface area we need for this amount of mass to cause lift or create sufficient lift.
Resistance.
And the bumblebee and the scarab don't meet that ratio. So according to this ratio, which we have, okay, obviously it's a man-made ratio, but it's the ratio that we've determined to be able to put aircraft in the sky at many tens of tons. That according to that ratio, these insects fail. The scarab beetle, the bumblebee, because they don't have sufficient wing surface area to create sufficient lift for the amount of mass that they're actually lifting into the
They're
air.
not even right, and they're not flying that way. See, those things are forced forward against resistance, surface to area ratio, right? A bumblebee lifts straight the fuck up like a helicopter.
And bumblebees
Yeah, I
can
was going
fly
to say
up,
a
down, left,
plane's
right,
wings
forward,
don't move.
back.
You understand? The
Wasps
plane is forced forward
cannot
like a
fly
missile.
down. Wasps
What?
cannot fly down.
Cannot fly down. Right, because
No.
they're
What they
levitating like
descend.
a helicopter. Yes. Did you say
As an
down?
yeah, down. If you make a wasp trap where you got like a dome with the center donut cut out open, and then you put Pepsi or Coke like in the dish of like the donut shape, right? They'll fly up into it. They don't even have to get stuck, but they cannot fly straight down. It's fucking weird.
It's because the downward momentum pushes them back for their weight to surface area ratio and the resistance they create. So when they start to go down, they go back up. Have you ever seen a bomb go off like the fake ass nuclear bombs they show you on the little videos? And the
Yeah.
bomb goes up in the air and it creates the mushroom cloud and goes back into itself. That's all they're doing. They're building off that resistance back into themselves.
Yeah, but wasps don't use the static. Wasps actually have enough wingspan to fly.
Exactly, they're still using that resistance. You still have to have that resistance off the medium, regardless whether it's static, your wing surface area tension, your hair and your wings. See the little wings on the bumblebee, they rub together. They
So
like
okay, so what if you take my two objects? Let's just say let's just make it a UFO shape, right? You take two metal plates, add vibration, you get some fur, coat it in some fur to add the static electricity. Now how
Acoustic levitation has zero friction. So you can also
the
achieve
movement is
levitation
forcing
without any friction against any
exactly.
medium.
The movement is forcing the fucking magnetism into itself. The bumblebee is like
insane.
two magnets.
So
A magnet on the left, a magnet on the right. You got positive, positive. It's forcing them together, creating a field. It levitates. It flies. It resists the fucking medium.
So forcing the magnets together just make them fall slower. It doesn't make them levitate. If you are able to
That's why.
suspend the one above
That's
the
why.
other, then there's levitation. Yes.
Right, but that's exactly why they fall in the design pattern, like he was asking about. They come down, they go right back. They go zoop, zoop. That's why. Because they have that effect of the magnetism. They're riding off the medium. They have magnetism. They have the acoustic because through the wings rubbing each other, they create a sound, of course. I can never disagree with that. I love acoustics. And acoustics are the world's motor. Everyone should know this. It's the world's motor for everything. Acoustics are motors. You are an acoustic motor. Your heart, your lungs, a fish is an acoustic motor, a plant, everything. Works on vibration, frequency, acoustics. Yeah, so don't think I'm like arguing with you or nothing like that. I'm not. I agree with you 100%. I'm just saying it's all the above. It is literally all the above. I mean, it couldn't be just sound because like a speaker doesn't start flying. You see what I'm saying?
Well, obviously, yeah, but it's also
So that's
frequencies. If everything and anything is,
all
you
I'm
know,
saying. Take everything into consideration when we're talking about scientifical, measurements, readings, surface tension, area ratios. Come on.
oh, yeah, I hear that. Look, I just went to pick up a puppy I just bought. Finished. I'm on 11 hours of driving. Fuck, I got like half hour more to go.
What kind of puppy and what'd you pay for it?
I talked him down to 1,500 from 2,000. It's a long-haired miniature Dachshund.
A miniature what?
Miniature Dachshund.
Okay.
I would have got, like a golden retriever or a big dog, but with everything going on in situations and shit, might as well get a little portable
So it's a
dog.
wiener dog, right?
Sorry? Yeah, he's a wiener dog.
Yeah.
He's fucking cute as shit. My car just reeks of puppy breath. It's pretty awesome. Hey, buddy, did I wake you up?
See, acoustics is the same way too. Like when you say acoustic levitation, how do you remember they do that in the lab? They'll have one speaker on one side, one speaker on another side. They're both focused towards each other, just like two magnets with the same fucking polarity. Trust me.
I got
On the
videos of the acoustic levitation, and they got a speaker above and below. So picture like a tube, right? But like not just above and below, and then they take a drop of water or something, and they place it all different heights and whatnot. I want to ask if you know anything about the acoustic stones.
I've heard about them.
Yeah, I want to know if those are hollow or if it's just the genetic material, the way it's formed. You know, like that's so interesting.
I need refreshing. Is it like natural acoustic stones or is it man-made? Is it like something like
No,
what?
it's the natural ones. It's like random boulders that this guy walked up and he takes a metal fucking dildo looking thing and just starts whacking rocks. And these certain rocks, they just
Like a
vibrate
geo
and
rock.
ring and sing.
Okay.
They ring
Yeah,
like
like a
bells
geo rock.
because of their iron content. Those ringing stones, if you look into the Indian temples, there's a lot of ringing stones or bell
Yeah,
stones.
they have the temple with a bunch of pillars. It's like 47 pillars of different sounds and shit. And back in the day, they chopped one off to see how it was done, and it's just hollowed out stone. And they're still baffled by it. But
So this is why they were puzzled. So each pillar was a solid piece.
Yep.
Every pillar had the same dimension, but each pillar made a different sound. Now, when you think about like a wind instrument or like blowing on some reeds,
wait, I didn't know that part. So you're saying they're all the same size yet still made different sounds.
All geometrically identical, but that they make the same sound. So then they started looking at trying to explore what was the content of the stone, because could the content then allow for pitch and the tone of that rock, and how would these people 5,000 years ago have known to collect these different types of stones so that they could all be perfectly octave balanced, but that there was no discernible difference between pillars. That was
I didn't think they were completely identical. I thought they had slight differences. They were near enough the same, but I thought they had slight differences.
Think about this.
So look up
Liquid
the
sound.
article, because that was what was such a misnomer about it, is that they said if there were different sizes, that's how an organ works. That's how most of our instruments works. There'd be nothing puzzling about it. But it's because they were all the same size and the same height, and they weren't hollow, because they thought, yes, it must be a hollow chamber. Then depending on the diameter of the hollow chamber, it could make a different sound. But then they found that they were solid rock of the same dimension, but made different pitches.
My puppy just woke up. Now he's sitting on my lap. He's so fucking cute.
Liquid sound. A focused sound on the right, focused sound on the left, focused sound on the top, on the bottom, in front, and in back, like a cube, all the way around, focused inward to an object.
But Debok, that's because we don't understand fields. So because we don't understand fields, now we're trying to create a field around this object or manipulate the field around the object. So therefore we have to place those speakers. But the Schumann resonance of the Earth is an inherent frequency, and all objects have an inherent frequency attached to them. So everything's already vibrating in this field. It's just when we want to manipulate the field that we need to introduce some additional sound layer. And the only way that we as humans can do that accurately is with a speaker.
Oh yeah, but we'll get better. We're getting better. We're starting to understand more than we did because, well, the stupidity of a globe. I mean, that's where we were at. We're starting to understand it's different now. We know there's not a globe floating and spinning somewhere magically nowhere and falling and floating at the same time. That kind of helps you. And the idea of superconduction and sound and magnetism acting and being, they act the same. You get the same reaction. You get the same reaction with gases and liquids. You get the same reactions with mediums, from like magnetic medium to temperature to frequency. It's all the same but different because you get that effect from different things. So that, and I'll explain it again, like science. That's why a lot of scientists came up with this dumbass notion, set 10 to the 17, negative 17 torr. All that is the high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative ratio. Like helium, when it rises at the rate it rises. That's all it is. There is no vacuum out there. It's just different mediums. So when you go from water to air, when you go from water to the air, the exchange right between the two for the object going through that medium, that differential, it acts like a vacuum for the time that it passes through. Once it gets through, it's not a vacuum anymore. It's a different medium. Once it gets through, it's not a vacuum anymore. It's a different medium. And we have layers, like a fucking onion, but not a spherical onion, flat onion. But I'm just a lowly cook, chef, dishwasher. Don't listen to me.
So, like, if we found the frequency of the Earth and like a stone, you think you can lift megalithic stones
No,
with ease?
not hold on, not the stone. If you find the frequency of resistance, if you find the frequency of helium, not a stone, not the earth, forget all that. You already are at that frequency. You'll never not be. You're there. You're good to go. You're grounded to the earth. You're connected. You're sitting on it. You're standing there. You are that frequency. What you need to be is a different frequency, the magnetic opposite of that frequency, which would cause levitation, which is helium. Helium's not ground. Helium's the opposite. So you want the opposite of Earth's frequency to reside on it or ride on it or resist it. Does that make more sense, or does that sound not right?
No, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, to me that makes more sense.
The negative frequency of it.
Yes, find the key is helium. I've said this before. find the frequency of what helium is. You match that frequency to anything, and you're going to rise, baby. It's like a magnet
Yeah.
forcing another magnet away.
And type into BitChute or DuckDuckGo the Egyptians and tuning forks. And then what you'll start to see is all across the Egyptian artwork, they had different sized tuning forks, and they would always hold the long end and point the horseshoe end towards an object. So in all of their things, they're using different tuning forks, obviously achieving certain frequencies.
Certain material also, you can make stuff. You can alchemically transform or transmit things from one thing. It can help. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it can have all kinds of effects, but the ability to create a certain frequency and point it or focus it at something. So the tuning forks also sometimes had a long handle, and what they've shown is that by hitting the tuning fork so that it starts vibrating, the handle becomes like an engraver, and you can actually engrave straight onto stone by creating a vibration through the shaft. If the tuning fork at the top, which looks like a horseshoe, it's like two little, like a half circle or semicircle, and then there's a connect at a center, right? So there's all kinds of shit with sound and frequency, which they've kept from it.
It's the flux capacitor. Do you understand that? I'm not being funny. I'm serious, 100 million %. Don't laugh. It is the flux capacitor. I swear to God. The flux capacitor was given to you to make, they made fun of it so you wouldn't look into it. Trust me when I say it's the key to a lot of shit, but it's not to do with time.
I can hear that only with when they
It's not. Hold on, 1 second. It's
when they
not.
discovered tachyons and shit. Then they made the movie about it, like, you know, and they made fun of it and shit. Yeah, tachyons are absolutely crazy.
It's not to do with time. The flux capacitor is not to do with time. The fucking tuning fork is not to do with time. It's to do with taking one field and another field and forcing them into another field. So you take one end of the tuning fork, the other end, and it makes a Y, forcing it to another, just like the Y of a river or anything else, creating two magnitudes into one. You get three different frequencies from one fucking reaction. So you have two frequencies going on, forced into one. It's just what I'm telling you about these magnets. Once you force them together, you get the opposite reaction. The tip of that tuning fork is almost a levitation device. Plus everything else you said, 100%. Like when they walked around the walls of Jericho, how they broke that down, a tuning fork, sound, voice, stomp, vibration, stomp, 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 beat drums, yelled real loud at whatever pitch does the vibration, the fucking crumble shit. And they had tuning forks. They put them in the walls and were like hitting them, marching in circles, just hitting them, ting, ting. Telling you, you tear down any building that way. Sound.
Yep.
That just made me think of the saying, you raise the building to the ground. Why would you use the word raise when demolishing a building to the ground?
You raise the frequency. You raise the vibration.
Yeah.
So yeah, if we had like a little bumblebee, we took the bumblebee and mimicked it on every aspect and had every gazillionth of a bazillionth of a little piece of a millimeter of it like recorded on a blueprint, and you could make it a little car, hit the little button or kick your feet on the inside, and you had the little levers, have a little bumblebee ship. Why we don't have these, I don't know. Like we're fucking retards. Why we don't have the little egg bumblebee spaceship or the little beetle spaceship is beyond me. Our own personal
Yeah.
one.
And there's that Edward Lean Scullman who built Coral Castle. He said he did it with acoustics. And then there's Victor Grubinikov. Victor Grubinikov studied insects. And then he apparently got a platform that he could stand on and he could fly around without any air resistance. Once again, as soon as people like that come to the fore, they make them out like they're loonies, hide the research.
Well,
Yeah,
Edward
he
Lean,
used scarab wings or something because scarab wings are like hexagonal tubes under the microscope or some shit. And like he found out that like scarabs don't fly, they just create some static shit
no,
and
he
weirdly
he
hover.
he looked under the wing and found out that not only do they have a hexagonal tube, they're a hollow. Um, it's a hollow cavity. That's a hexagonal hollow cavity with a certain resonation and a certain depth in it. And inside the hollow cavity, in the center, is like a little needle hair that rotates around the cavity. So when air comes to try to hit it, there's like a million little propellers, like helicopter propellers, inside, one in each side, inside of each little cavity. And yeah, and they go and they all rotate and move and vibrate and
No way, cool.
okay,
I don't know about that.
that's the wing. Now what he supposedly did the same effect with some shuddering effect and like a blind effect with some type of magnetic shit with the wing, right? Positive, negative, doing something weird like that, like clicking it back and forth to get the same effect as like the little wing, little needle wing inside the little cavity. But I'm not so sure about Rabitikov. That was his name, the Russian scientist with the bugs and the butterflies and shit. I'm not so sure his thing levitated or not. I don't.
There's video footage of him flying, and he just
Yeah.
stood on this
Oh
platform
no,
and he raised
watched
himself
him.
up, and then he could fly any direction into the wind, against the wind, at almost the same speed, and he could do it in a suit and tie, and his tie wouldn't flap.
Right,
So it
right.
was
He said that he could
he
go
was
1,000 mile an hour crosswind without anything, even a hair on his head, getting messed up. No, I know all the stuff. I've seen it all and
there
everything.
was no wing, yeah, but there was no wing, so there was no direct interaction with the medium. It was very much either
Right.
frequency or acoustic or
He was in a static field.
something that potentially we've been deliberately not taught about. Otherwise, we could just build our own castles and we wouldn't need
See,
to
what
pay
I
them
what
for
I heard
bonds.
was
One second, please.
what I heard in the base of his thing was a bunch of those wings, and then he just attached like a little battery to send a little bit of current through like 1,000 of these scarab wings that are on the bottom of his platform, and then just
I was
worked
getting
that
ready to get to the battery thing. Now, you talk about battery, you talk about frequency, you talk about levitation. Now, how does the military fly with their jets and their certain planes? Do they really use gasoline and oil, jet fuel?
Fuck, I doubt it, to be honest with you. I mean, they probably
Why
still got some
would
service
they?
just to show people that is, fuel based, but I doubt that, man. They're talking about microscopic android drones running off of a radioactive speck of rock. Like, I'm sure they got other shit.
What's peculiar about that is that to start up one of those jet engines, you need an air compressor to start the turbine. And then when you look into power generation, you'll see compressed air generators are everywhere, running major factories. And what that does is it basically takes a jet engine, which is a funneling,
So every time that motor rotates and pulls air through it, it really
You're roboting big time.
compresses, rotates. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
No, I was just saying you're a robot in big time there.
Mike,
You're good now.
You're good now.
was I roboting?
Yeah, for about 10 seconds.
Okay. So the compressed air generator uses like a funneling system. So every time the propeller or the blade turns, it sucks air in.
Somebody's blocking you from talking. The compressor sucks air in. It compresses the air. It gets the current from the humidity that it forces, and therefore it gets electricity. Therefore, powering the APU, APC, CPU,
Sorry, I
the
got a
little,
call.
the little power box, and then everything else can be powered. Because really, at the end of the day, if anything fails on the plane or any kind of shit, they use that little box. That's the main fucking thing anyway, right? So if something fails, that's what you go to. That's what's being powered. And you only need enough fuel to prime the fucking start. Once you get it started, your compressors can run and keep on going.
And compressed air can combust. So just
Yeah,
because we see
oh
a
yeah.
flame coming out the other side doesn't automatically imply that fuel was used for that combustion. So these air pressured motors literally compress the new air that they need to power the turbine for the next stroke or for the
Yeah,
next
it's just
multiple strokes.
like a super vacuum once you compress it so much, and it automatically will become heat, flame, energy.
And it's a spill off. So they're only taking a little bit of excess air pressure, refilling their air pressure cylinder, and then using that high pressure cylinder to basically create the rotation.
And it's rammed. It's force rammed. It's a fucking it's like pulling it in at a fucking crazy rate, but it's being forced in and pulled in at the same time. It's like
Yeah. And then they do claim that once they get up to altitude and up to speed, that their fuel consumption drops off because at that point, the amount of air moving into the engine is also allowing the engine to rotate simply because of the amount of wind being pushed through those blades.
I'd also I'd also say the ability of resistance for the wings too, to be able to ride or glide just somewhat, just a little bit. But the Edward Leeds Skeleton thing. Now, I always try to break down names and like certain things and weird stuff in a weird different way. I haven't done it in a while, but I'll tell you this one. Edward Leeds Skeleton. Lead scale 9. Do you like that? Edward Leeds Skeleton was not his real name. It is a code. Why the fuck would his name be Lead Scale 9 if he deals with scales? Hold on. He deals with scales. Listen, though. He deals with scales, levitation, supposedly, cymatics, frequencies, right? 369, Tesla. Get the fuck out of here. Lead Scale 9. He also said Sweet Lenore, which was something about the moon. So he also liked temperature. Something about the temperature dropping below 10 degrees or below 10 degrees below something. So whenever it got to be 33 degrees and he played a certain frequency or sound or had a certain voltage through something, he could get it to levitate, like that certain coral. Because the coral, it has a certain salt content and a certain electricity about itself too, a field or a magnetics, if you will. You can't just do it with every fucking thing, everything. You can do it with certain things better than other things. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can do it with everything, but other things are just better.
Have you seen the idea though that these rocks could just be poured as a liquid and just left to set?
Well, that's 1,000,000%. Yes, sir. That's how the pyramids were made.
Yo, talking about pyramids and random shit that no one else talks about. The mercury, the amounts of rivers of mercury found, under the pyramids and that Japanese king's fucking tomb.
China, yeah. I was always
What's the effect of
interested in that one.
mercury? Mercury has
And then,
some.
like, if you Google or look up when mercury was first invented or discovered, they say some shit like 1856 or some shit like that. Yet they're in like pools and rivers under the pyramids and all these other places.
Right, right. What is mercury doing?
It's conductive. It's fucking amazing.
Conductive of what?
Electricity.
So if you touch it, can you get shocked?
I don't know. That's a good question. Is it self-grounding? Because it's I never thought of that.
So why don't they have solid mercury ships?
I don't know. That's a good question. Do they? Don't they?
So does
That would have to be kept cool, wouldn't it?
is Mercury alive? I remember the movie Terminator, and I remember not the Terminator, but I remember the Terminator 2, the cop. He looked like Mercury.
Is mercury alive? That's a good question. And
Well, I
can
mean,
you
what?
get mercury in a solid state? What if you like super freeze it,
Yeah,
like
that's
liquid
what I wondered
nitrogen?
about helium. Can you get solid helium? And what about crystals? Are they alive just as well as the mercury?
Well, did you see that shit that Neil Patrick fucking not Neil NPH Neil deGrasse Tyson? Some guy gave him that little cube of 99.9% air or some shit.
Aerogel.
Yeah, aerogel. Like I'm sure if they could do that, they could fucking do many things with mercury.
So, have you guys heard like the secrets or what the pharaohs wanted mercury for, or
No,
Newton wanted it for, or the Chinese rulers, the dynasty rulers?
no, not at all. What they want it for?
I mean, I used to look into it. It's been a long time. I want to be refreshed. I was just wondering if anybody else looked into it. Like, there's a reason that what's his name was drinking it, right, Newton?
Drinking it.
Yeah, he was drinking mercury.
That's fucking. He must have been an android or something, man. That ain't right.
I think they.
I think
I think they were androids. I think.
the official narrative is that because he handled it without protective gear, he consumed enough through his skin that he eventually died of mercury poisoning. I don't think he drank
I
it.
believe that crazy motherfucker with his weird ass mind thought that stuff was going to give him some type of fucking super life, the elixir of health, or just something crazy like you know what I mean? Like I promise you, because these are insane motherfuckers that we're talking about here. These aren't
Right?
just.
He probably seen
But
like, hey, man, it's liquid metal. It's meant to be drank.
Hold on, let's get something straight. The dudes that are thinking of warping time and bending space or gravity and just to come on, man, these dudes are not sane. These dudes are not sane.
Yeah, but
it
you
was
got to be a
before.
little
I'm not
insane to
saying they're
break
not
through that
smart.
square.
I'm not
It
saying
was
they're not.
it was before they knew that there was a risk to it. The same way that we as ignorant humans also thought there was no risk to having lead
Right,
in our
so I'm
fuel.
saying. So I'm
When we
saying
have
in his
lead in the
mind.
fuel, and then we discovered that there was lead poisoning, and all these people were dying from it. Same with the mercury poisoning. So when Newton and them were playing with it, the mainstream narrative is that they didn't know how deadly it was.
And if they had, they would have treated it very differently. Wouldn't have died.
I'd
from
say, how much mercury do you
exposure.
have in your blood?
You got mercury
Apparently, we
fillings
do.
in your teeth, man. You're an antenna.
No, 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 no. How much, just born as a baby, how much mercury do you get from your mama through the umbilical cord?
I have no idea. Do you get any at all?
How much
Sure you do.
helium do you get?
Does it depend on what she's consuming? Surely would.
I feel like the
I'm
more
just
helium
wondering.
you have,
Hold on.
the hotter you.
There's a reason, because what's the legal consumption rate that you can live with mercury? Apparently, there is one where you can
But also
consume it and
remember,
still be
the,
alive, or you can
the
have a partner.
umbilical, but the umbilical cord
Yes,
only delivers
apparently,
blood and circulates old blood out. So it has to be something that's small enough to be dissolved into the bloodstream. And generally, mercury or most of the heavy metals head towards the brain. It's strange, but they can penetrate that blood-brain barrier. So they talk about eventually the aluminium gets deposited in the head. And that's what makes people sort of more receptive, potentially more targetable with frequency damage.
So,
That's
but
why our inoculations all have either mercury or aluminium as a core
solar,
ingredient in the mix.
solar.
Well,
Have you?
guys, I just finished my 12-hour drive to pick up this puppy, so I'm going to let you go. It was fucking fun talking with you, though. That was probably the most learningful shit that we spoke about this last hour or so. Vibrations, rocks, and shit. Anyway, good night.
Later,
Nice
bud.
talking to you. Good night. I was wondering,
I'm
solar. Have you
6
heard about?
hours. I'm 6 hours into my drive. Another 6 to go.
Oh, where you go? Where you driving? How far?
1,200 kilometers.
Damn. And how long did it take you? 12 hours, you say?
an
Well,
hour
yeah,
each kilometer, apparently.
I'm 6 hours in. There's quite a bit of traffic because it's Christmas, you know.
Right.
Got snow where you got snow where you are? Because I just had to drive through a fucking blizzard in a Dodge Challenger.
How fun is it?
With shirt and a t-shirt. I'm going down to the beach to go swim.
Opposites. That Challenger, you like it? Which one did you get?
Which challenge?
Yeah, which Challenger? Because there's like, you can get a fucking V6, you can get the V8, you can get, 392, you can get the 464, you can get fucking the other Hemi, you can get the
Challenger RT, but it was upgraded from the previous owner. He got a bunch of shit: intercooler, suspension, lowered, ball joint, a bunch of shit, exhaust.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
dope. A picture of my puppy that I just got. Picture and a video. Okay, but I gotta let you go. I gotta get to bed. Holy fuck.
Yep. Do you think?
Cross country driving is so flat, so amazing. For 6
Yeah, it
hours,
is
I'm
too.
staring at the same flat level horizon.
All the fields, all the stuff, the tracks or whatever, yeah. I've always thought it was funny how windy the highways are sometimes. Like, how in the fuck, who designed that? You know what I mean? You think a straight path would be the best, but you got all the, like, to me, maybe it's just me, man.
I just had a conversation with someone. Sorry, I'm getting there. I just gotta pack up the puppy, but you bring up a good thing. I do highway construction, and we have a long stretch of highway in Manitoba, which is flat as fuck and straight as shit, where it's disorienting to the truck drivers and any other drivers. So you have to put in a curve or whatever to change it up so the drivers don't get tired.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. I had to take out a straightaway because it was like 114 or 120 kilometers of straight road, and we
So,
had to put a bend in it.
so does that tell any? You know what? I'm so stupid. I already knew that. I already knew that. But see, I just had to always be refreshed as the dumb. And I know so many goopy facts. I forgot I knew that. And I think you're the one that told me that last time too. As a matter of fact, we've already discussed this before. It's funny. Like a flight is the same way. If you get in an airplane, not that I'm a pilot or anything, but from video games, simulation flights, if you fly straight and just keep flying, it gets so fucking boring.
Oh, he's snoring.
What is amazing is when you go take the ball earth paths, take a 1,200 kilometer journey like this, there should be 120 kilometers of bulge. 120
Right.
kilometers of bulge. From where I'm driving, I'm going from 2,000 meters above sea level down to sea level. So I'm dropping only 2 kilometers. But according to their maths, I should be driving over 120 kilometers of bulge. And it's flat the entire way. Actually, it's more downhill because I'm descending from, I think it's 2,600 meters down to sea level. It's only a one-way downhill towards the sea level. But supposedly, while driving flat, I've gone over 120 kilometers of bulge.
Right. You're supposed to have gone up and down at a tilt going up at a certain ratio and a tilt going down at a certain ratio. But you haven't done that. Isn't that weird?
If your vehicle had to go over even just like say 10 miles of bulge and your car had to drive up this steep uphill and then down
You'd know it.
downhill, you would know it and your car would feel it. Like you'd be putting extra strain on the vehicle, extra fuel costs.
You'd know it for a fact if you just super glued a fucking half full sealed soda to your, like a plastic soda bottle that's clear with half liquid in it sealed to your dash. Just super glue it to your dash. Anytime you ever go in any dip, elevation, or of any sort, that the fucking liquid's going doom all the way, baby. Optically provable, evident every time. I don't know what the fuck he thought he was talking about, but you can optically see the Earth's not a globe all the time with just a soda bottle of liquid. I mean, come on, man. How did we ever? My thing is, how did we ever get? That's my question. How did we ever get tricked to this shit? It's crazy. But they did fool us when we were like so young, you know. But there is something about that Mercury and like emperors and Chinese dynasty rulers and like a lot of people. Like, I wonder what the government today has Mercury pools, where they would be located today for our government. Like for the Central Intelligence, like where would their Mercury pools be located? Anybody know?
Antarctica.
Oh, to ensure no leakage. So what would the Mercury do? Like, so, I mean, I remember there was some weird shit about it. It's metallic. It probably has levitating properties or electrical properties, like you say, and some other stuff, like, you know. But there was something. There's a crazy ass reason that the pharaohs had it, and the Chinese emperors had it, and you know what I mean. There was some reason about maybe radio frequency. Maybe it acts the same as a crystal.
It's the only metal that's always a liquid at room temperature. I'm not sure if it does actually go into a solid state at far lower temperatures, but it's the only metal that is a liquid like that, which means you could have bowls of it and it could reflect like a mirror. So there was probably utility value to having it.
It's also dense, like heavy as fuck, right? It weighs like 29
That's
pounds per gallon.
you can float an anvil in it because it's so dense. So
Right.
potentially they used that as a flotation device. If
You
they
know
had
what I
some sort of
did?
a track system and there was a heavy weight on top of this mercury, the mercury would still be viscous below it and allow that large object to be moved. But I also have been exploring the pouring of those blocks.
Oh,
The only
okay.
thing with that
Okay. Pharaohs. I got
is
you.
that you would have tons of shutterboard. You would have so many molds, and what they are starting to show is that a lot of these are sort of one-off patterns or one-off shapes. and you wouldn't go create a mold for one off. You would use the same shutter board for the entire duration of the wall, and then you would see lots of duplication occurring or a pattern repeating after a certain amount of time. So, but then I started to think, could the frequency turn the rock into liquid and thereby
Yeah,
make
definitely.
it more able to be manipulated, or that you find these rocks with like
Well, yeah,
seven
because
connecting sides or 9 connecting sides. You could
sound
never cut
creates
that rock.
sound creates design. You understand? Like a snowflake is made through cymatics. So if you put sprinkles of sand on a speaker and I play a certain frequency, it's going to be this pattern, or that pattern. So sound gives shape. Another thing, that mercury with the denseness, if it can float an anvil, think of the tons of fucking other material you can float on it, right? That's not exactly an anvil,
But
right?
you see, the cymatics thing is, if it's a liquid or like a powder form solid, yes. But if it's just a standard solid and you place that solid on one of those acoustic boards, the solid is not going to change based on the frequency that you play
Right, the
on your
liquid.
board.
Now
So it
check
almost
this
it
out.
needs some viscosity to be able to have that cymatic interaction. And
Right,
maybe that's
right.
why the mercury was used, because then you've got a mirror
Exactly.
that's projecting the frequency that you can now do the pattern
So
of whatever.
if you play a certain frequency or put a certain charge, it's gonna move a certain fucking way automatically. It'll flow a certain way and follow a certain design set pattern. And you can also lift heavier shit with it. Yeah, that just makes so much sense. Because certain sound isn't going to mess with like the sand block you created or poured, or maybe the sand material compared to that. They're different materials. They might separate each other anyway.
Or it could be a fantastic electrolyte used for batteries, and we just have not discovered that yet.
All the above. All the above. Everything we just discussed. Think of a Pharaoh's wheel. Just a Pharaoh wheel. You go to the fairgrounds, you get in that little cart, it lifts you up. Next people get in the next one, it lifts them up. Next people gets in. So if you had one near liquid or near sand or any other weight or any other material, you keep filling the next crane, the next cart, and it keeps moving the next cart up, next cart up, next cart up, next cart up. So you could literally have poured and processed and did a lot of shit.
What a question. Have you ever heard of a good answer for why, when something's in motion, that it seems to weigh less? Like those demonstrations where they spin the bicycle wheel, and then once it's spinning, you can lift it above your head with one hand, whereas when it's stationary, you have to use two hands, even just to hold it up off the ground.
Magnetic
But
differential.
the moment that there's this centrifugal spinning, it's like your bicycle tire. Why your bicycle tire doesn't want to fall down on movement. So I don't think it's magnetic or electric. I think that it's mechanical or kinetic. It's got to do with the motion of this thing spinning, that it almost creates same like a gyro. It creates its rigidity in space just through rotation. Sorry?
You have different reactions acting on the outside of that wheel that you just explained. So if I have it spinning with my finger, the only resistant part is my finger. The other part would be the outside where it's reacting on not that much resistance, just the air around it. It's riding off my finger and it wobbles and it uses its force and its shape to carry its force evenly throughout itself. Now, when you turn it and put it on a bike, per se, Now, the resistant force is not only the forks that the bike is forcing against, but the ground that you're riding. So the ground that you're riding on and the forks are taking that force in, and that's at what you're resisting off. So the only reaction you can get off that tire is what you would get as it being a bike and going like the way it goes. You're going. I mean, that's why. I mean, you're going to get a different reaction from it spinning in on your finger and doing what it does that way than what it does on a bike, because of what you make it do and the way it reacts against the medium it's
But
residing
so this force that I'm talking about, you can spin the bicycle tire horizontally and then try and push it into a vertical orientation. It doesn't want to go. If the wheel started rotating horizontally, it's going to want to stay in that horizontal reference. If it started rotating vertically, it's going to want to retain that vertical orientation. Even when you're going very slow on a bicycle, you don't fall over because the actual motion is what's keeping it locked. But the demonstration I'm talking about is like when a little boy, a schoolboy, takes a dumbbell, like a barbell that you use for weightlifting or deadlifting.
right.
One of those long bars, you put a 20-kilo weight on one side, and you say to this kid, lift this bar, and he can't. Now you get an adult to stand next to him, hold the bar, then they start spinning that weight. Once the weight is spinning, that boy can lift the bar with the weight above his head with one hand. And then the moment that weight stops spinning, then the weight is back. So now the kid can't lift the bar. But it's like when that mass is in a rotational movement, it almost no longer weighs what it used to. And that's the force that my question is about. Does anyone know more about that force?
You're talking about up and down as compared to sideways.
No, angular rotational movement that causes a weight reduction in objects.
I don't think it.
I think
I don't think it's causing a weight reduction. I mean that's how you can explain it, I guess. Yeah, but
well, like the kid can't lift that bar with that weight on it. But then the
it's
moment that
sitting
you use
still.
like a torque drill to spin up that weight so that it's like a gyro, so that weight is rotating around a central point, then the kid can lift that pole with one hand, whereas previously he couldn't even lift it with two. And they show, I think it was Feynman, I think it was Richard Feynman who also does the demonstration, where he takes that same weight on this long pole, tries to show you how when he's holding the one end, so he holds the furthest end of the pole, then the weighted side is the opposite side. So it hangs down towards the ground. Even if you're a strong man, you can't hold that weight horizontal, or it requires a lot of effort to hold that bar horizontal if you're only holding the one end and the end without the weight. Then the moment you spin up the weight, that bar goes perfectly horizontal, as though there's almost no weight on that bar. And then you can lift the bar above your head in a circle, like if you were swinging a rope around your head. You can swing that bar around your head while that weight is in motion. And it's like you're not experiencing that 20-pound or 20-kilogram weight, just because of that centrifugal force, which we see with bicycle tires. If you hold the bicycle tire horizontally, spin it up, and then try and lift it to vertical, it won't let you. It feels like you're battling a magnetic force that has locked the tire in a horizontal plane. Once the tire stops, you turn that horizontal tire now vertical, so it's upright like it would be on a bicycle, not touching the floor. So there's no friction, there's no transfer of any forces here. But once you spin the wheel to try and turn the wheel out of that orientation, it's like you can't. And there's all these forces that you can feel. I'm sure you did it as a kid, where you spin a bicycle tire and you try and tilt it, and it wants to stay in its upright position.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have.
I just don't know what to call it that you can actually go research it.
Wouldn't it be
I've seen the GIF in
counterbalance?
here.
Wouldn't it be counterbalance rotation or counterbalance force of movement?
So that's the peculiar thing, is that there is no counterbalance. You're just holding
No,
one
no,
end,
it is.
and then
It
the
is.
other end is
It
weighted.
is its own counterbalance.
All right, I go.
You see what I'm saying? Like if I got a
So then
2
I would
inch.
say centrifugal
Hold on a
counter.
second. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Like if I got that bucket of water that they always talk about and a little bit of liquids in there, and it's gonna stay right where where it's at when I start moving it and spinning it. That water wants to stay right there. It's not because of gravity or anything like that. It's because that centrifugal counterbalance force. Yeah. And then you have the bucket actually resisting and holding the water there, of course, yeah. Or else the water would fly through, yes.
But it's the base behind the UFO or the Nazi bell.
Yeah.
They created two counter rotating vortices.
Yes. They have
And
three
that
magnets.
rotation somehow imparts some kind of a force. And that's the sort of thinking that I'm asking, like, what
Negative,
does anyone
negative.
know what that is?
It's negative and negative. It's negative force to negative. It's magnets rotating at a certain way to where the positive is forced to positive and the negative is forced to negative every single time during the during the rotation. That's the timing ratio and counterbalance. Like when they 6-9, it's like positive, positive, negative, negative, positive, positive, negative, negative. When they rotate, the fields are uh, counteracting each other. So when the two positives are going around to the middle, there's a middle one too, a middle super one, and the middle one stays. So when this one rotates, it gets forced to itself. This one rotates, forced to itself. So force to positive, force to positive. They're forced together, and then you have force to negative at the same fucking time. You understand? So you get both of those great magnitudes, and then you have a center fucking counterbalance fucking magnet right in the center of those other two magnets that are rotating against it. So the center one's rotating, and the right one's rotating, and the left one's rotating. You just time them out to where they both fucking counter against each other every time. Every time one's positive is on the positive, the negative's on the negative. And the actual so there's four magnets, because there would be the ship, the ring that surrounds the magnets would be a reactor, the two magnets that are spinning on the on and then the center magnet, and it would all just be like positive force to positive and negative force to negative, and at the same fucking magnitude at the same time, and like woo 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 woo. It's the same idea as the flux capacitor, but just different, just rotating magnets. You could also do it with liquid, like the mercury with the flux capacitor. You have one liquid and another liquid when they flow and they get forced and then separate and then force back and then separate, like a force back. So you have two going in, you get the super fucking reaction of the conduction of both. You get the reaction of those two, and then they separate and they go back in. Same thing you do when you force the air and it heats up. It's yeah. It's got to be that, and it's the same. That magnetic UFO thing is the same potential or the same frequency that matches helium, but it can be a greater amount of, because you can like have a magnitude like you can turn your stereo up, you can turn the volume up, you can turn the wattage up or down. So the greater magnitude of the magnetic frequency you put off, whether it's like magnetic 1 or magnetic 100, is how goods you're going to do. I mean, I'm pretty sure Tesla drew some kind of little thing for me. He drew like a fucking UFO schematic. And then we got the Dingleberry, what's his name? Bob Lazar. What a goofball. I mean, he's a goofball, but he was trying to tell you the truth about the magnets. But I don't believe none of his other bullshit. I just believe he knows what he's talking about certain magnetic effects, and he's just trying to tell you that, really. He's trying to get paid at the same time. And the government or somebody probably didn't buy one of his fucking ideas or something, you know? Who knows?
There's so much we don't know.
Exactly.
You don't know what you don't know.
I know
Start
and I
fighting
hate
out.
But
Through trial and error.
Lockheed Martin, supposedly, there was a scientist dude or a researcher or whatever the fuck. And his thing was the 1%. I guess that, or the exception to the rule, I'll say. The exception to the rule, that's right. So any exception to any rule is what he studied. The CIA wanted to know any exception to any rule for like the laws of physics, right? And he was the one that bolted two magnets together, two really super powerful magnets. He bolted them together, forced positive to positive. And when he dropped it, like you said, yeah, you were right. It slowed it down. But I mean, that only enforces everything we're talking about in that if you can control that medium or that frequency of magnetism, then you can control the rate of fall. That's basically what it means. And Edward Leeds Kellman could have been levitating some coral pops. Could have been pouring them. Hell yeah. But if he poured them, the only thing I don't understand is if he poured them, they said he also moved them within like 5 minutes by his little ass self. How would he do that if he just poured them in place and they weren't supposed to be moved? He moved them. People saw him move them onto a like voting thing, like not saw him do it.
Yeah, and he's got a 9-ton door that pivots on a ball joint. That a woman can open that door by pressing lightly against. 9-ton lock shifts out of place because it's like weighted and balanced on these two pivot stones.
Exactly. They did. Yes.
You can't really pour like round pivot stone.
No, you can't pour.
Put in a pivot stone. So
No,
there's
you'd
certain
have to.
things that still make me scratch my head. Like at some point, he must have lifted some of them. Yes, he could have poured the flat rectangular block version. Got a very high coral content, so he could have used sea sand and all kinds of stuff, and then poured a coral type content. But like I said, resting a 9-ton door on a ball joint so that a woman can open it. Like that still is makes you scratch your head.
Little kids supposedly saw him point cones at stuff. And he was singing or humming a tune or had something playing. And he would do it at night. So I think it had something to do with temperature. And temperature has a key for a lot of things, like voltage and everything.
But you were just saying now about like how small percentage can account for a ball. Just makes me think of this business principle called the Pareto principle. They call it the 80-20 rule, whereby 80% of your revenue usually comes from 20% of your client base. And that the other 80% only account for 20% of your. And that this sort of a principle, when I've looked at other areas of your life that it can apply to, like sometimes having a 20% problem in marriage can feel like an 80% problem. And the 80%, everything going smooth, is actually just like 20%. So there's lots of ways that this can apply. But then I started thinking about like the collective consciousness and wondering if we can wake up 20% of the people, can that persuade that, or will that change the minds of the 80% based on this 80-20 principle, which is quite a common ratio across business life, all different things. So someone like an Edward Lee Spelman, I think that we just need a couple more people who discover how to do that. Suddenly it becomes part of the corporate reason or the collective consciousness that effectively we all build upon. That's why every future generation seems to pick up things quicker, because they're almost pre-programmed.
I wonder if there was a. I wonder if he couldn't like directly tell you for some reason. Why would some random old guy who's not married, no kids or nothing? Why would he have? That's just weird. You would think he would tell everybody whatever the hell he wanted.
Well, apparently he did, and then people called him crazy. And then there's photos of him using like these wooden A-frames. And there was this black box that hung from the top of the A-frame anytime that he was manipulating the rock. And then when everything, when his estate was closed and all his stuff was being sold off, no one could find that black box that was featured in all the photos. So it could be a device that's causing a frequency, or it could be simply a leveling tool to make sure that where he placed them were right. But the wooden frames, the A-frames that he built, would never be able to support the weight of the rocks he moved. And that was also the thing that the people scratched their heads saying he would have needed mechanical support to be
The
able
wood
to do some
has
of the things he did.
the wood has electrical property or electrical there's something about it.
Yeah, but just thinking
Yeah,
about it like in a mechanical way, that thin little wood frame wouldn't be able to support 9 tons.
Right.
So it would snap long before even being able to budge that rock.
You talking about that gentleman in Florida stacked
Correct.
all those boulders? I find it interesting how we talk about something like that. When did that happen? In like was it the early 1900s? Is that?
Yeah, I'm going to say 30s or 40s. I've seen black and white photos of it.
Right, but then we sit here, or not we, but the mainstream, we'll talk about how slaves built the pyramids and other like structures thousands of years ago without batting an eye, right? It's fascinating.
Yeah, and they say that some of those pyramids were constructed in 47 years. And if you take the number of blocks and you divide it by the 47 years, it's something like they had to be cutting, delivering, and installing a block every 10 seconds for the entire duration of the 47 years.
You know how they say they shape the blocks? Have you heard that? If you haven't,
I've seen
it's a
them
real
where they
knee
use.
slapper.
I've seen the mainstream narrative where they show a wooden stick and it's got 2 sort of chisels, and then they would measure how long the one is on the left side of the block and then chisel on this side so that you knew that your spacing was right so that you could do subsequent blocks of the same sort of size and diameter so they fit together. It's like creating a mirror image.
Yeah, they also did solid obelisks out of solid stone, so one solid piece, and they hand people. So when people go there, they hand you a rock. It's like a handheld rock, and what they say is they beat on the stone with the rock to shape those obelisks. It's
Bullshit.
So fascinating. I swear to God, man, I'm not
They
making
pour
this
those
shit up.
obelisks in place.
Yeah, those obelisks are like paper smooth. They're down to like one thousandth of a millimeter tolerance.
Yep.
And you want to tell me you did that with a rounded, blunt tool?
rock. Yeah.
No, they poured all this shit, and like the pyramid idea could have been like a Play-Doh factory. You just push out like cake bricks for them the whole time, like.
But also, I don't know if you guys saw the video from Jaron. It was probably a couple of years back already, where
Stonehenge.
type in into bit shoots. In the either late 80s, was rising to the entire, but then ancestors built it. But we just moved it. So it's saving the temple on the Nile in bit shoots. You see all the footage of how they deconstructed and disassembled the temples. There's thousands of photos of how they moved it. The same thing when they refurbished Stonehenge. There was a refurbishment in the early 1900s to Stonehenge. Cranes were used to replace stones back onto or to put the capstones back on some of the uprights. They cast concrete around certain blocks to make them back to level. They did all this work to this heritage site, but yet today they still pose it that we can't fathom how our ancient ancestors built these things. But yet we've already gone in and manipulated
like wet sand, a sandcastle. We
them.
made them
But
as
the obelisks and stuff, like I say, you can't cast an obelisk upright like that very easily without the mold pushing out at the bottom. So you would still have to erect that obelisk to be upright at some point. And when you go to Greece, the largest
Hold on a
stone
second.
obelisk is
Hold
still
on a
lying
second.
in.
That cement
Wait,
is easy to. Hold on a minute.
I was still finishing my point, but I was just saying that the largest obelisk in Greece is over 1,000 tons, and it's still lying
Doesn't matter how much it weighs.
It's still lying in the quarry. It's still lying in the quarry, so they can do length times breadth times height times by the density of that substance, and they can get pretty close to the weight of that substance. But that thing is still lying in situ, half carved out of the rock face in Greece. And you've probably seen pictures of human beings standing on top of it. They look like little grasshoppers on top of this ginormous 1,000-ton, it's either a block or an obelisk. But there it shows you them carving it out of the rocks to then be transported. So to say that all of them are poured, then you're denying that evidence of.
I don't think that was carved out of anything, and I don't think it was taken anywhere. Clearly, it was left there. Clearly, it could have been the first one they tried. It could have been a practice one. It could have been like, hey, let's see what we're doing with this material and see if we can make stuff. Okay, look what we can do. We can make this. Okay, we're getting better. We can do this. Okay, cool. We can get better and better and better. Look at this one. Okay, now anywhere we want, we can pour and reproduce this anywhere we want. After we stand it, before it dries, carve away the mistake. It's perfectly beautiful. Just like a wet sand
There's
castle
this
right before it
phenomena
dries.
worldwide.
Hold on.
This
Just like a wet
phenomena
sand
is
castle right
worldwide
before it
with
dries.
Sorry, D-Mark, I didn't get the end of your point.
I said it's just like
You said worldwide?
a wet sand castle before it dries. I can take it, and if it has any little imperfections, just rub it with my finger right before it dries, and then it dries. Lo and behold, solid. Look, now I got 1,000-year-old pyramid thing that my aunts don't know how it was made, supposedly. No. Yeah, the story that somebody took it how you guys think it was taken is just a story. I don't know that that's the truth about that. I don't know that they chiseled it there and like that. All I can think is that they poured it right there and we're practicing there, and they didn't care to move it anywhere because they didn't want to. They didn't have to because they can pour it anywhere they want now. Just like
Yeah, and even the fact that they call it the Bronze
I don't know what.
meaning that they only had tools, and the bronze tools means that you would have gotten about 10 good hits with a chisel before it was blunt and needed to be reshaped.
What are you
So
talking
now
about?
imagine trying to carve that thing where you have 10 hits, and at that point your chisel is completely barreled over because the copper is too soft
Well, imagine
to actually go through the granite.
taking a pile of sand and mixing it with water and pouring it, and then when it dries, it becomes that, and you didn't hit any rock on anything. What now?
That pile of
Touche.
sand would not have lasted 1,000 years.
Hold on, man. Don't even try that shit. We got cement buildings right now. There's buildings right where I live that are made of sandstone, the exact direct thing that the pyramids are said to be made of, and it's no different than cement. It's no fucking different. What are we talking about now?
Yeah, we have things worldwide, phenomena worldwide, where there is solid rock that is cut in weird formations, fit like that game Tetris, and they fit so tightly you can't fit paper through it. And this stuff is
Hold
worldwide.
on.
It isn't
Who told you
just
they were cut?
It's actually better than cement because
No,
cement
who told
starts
you they were
degrading.
cut?
Cement starts degrading as soon as it cures.
Come on, no bullshit. Everything in the world is
Because
cement.
it's porous.
Every material has been made by the Earth's compression from a material that was fucking nothing but sand. Everything is done this way through
And are
smelting.
you going to add millions and millions of years, or was this something that was
No,
done fairly
no.
quickly?
Are you going to add
Okay.
lava? What's you don't know, right? Do you know? Or is it
My
all
voice chat
material?
dropped out, so I don't know what you just said.
All I think all he was saying is that concrete is slightly more porous, which it is. It can absorb water.
No, I
And
wasn't saying
therefore,
that at all.
granite is less porous. No, I'm saying the other guy. He was saying this to you. Is that
Oh.
concrete is more porous and granite is less porous, and those structures have stood, quote unquote, thousands of years, because we also don't really know the age.
Oh, your ideal of the difference of the material is that granite's made its way because it's been compressed for a longer amount of time than the loose rock, that which is sand. Of course, that makes
Correct.
sense. Now, what about the heating process that is contained with the vacuum seal effect of all the dirt in the earth that sits on the material and makes certain materials what it is? You can do the same thing yourself. What is a smelting plant when you produce gold, diamonds, or anything else from any other sand?
You're melting ores. Yeah.
What I'm saying is it's all poured. We create metals this way. We create glass this way. Everything, cement, everything is poured, melted, is made this way. I don't care. You can do it with granite. You can do it with gold. You can do it with cement. You can do it with every material. So to think that we can't pour a fucking sandstone castle or building is ignorant.
I've seen some of the videos that UAP put out, or whatever his name is, about the structures being poured. It makes sense.
If all material has a melting point, what does that mean to you guys? And I rest my case right there.
Like I say, I think you put this argument through really well. I have to look at it a bit more seriously. In terms of melting points, I thought that rocks were immune to that. Till I also studied this and saw that rocks can melt. You can actually use a Fresnel lens and use concentrated sunlight to melt a rock. And certain types of rocks will obviously melt sooner. But when you see a rock hard substance turning back to a liquid, it kind of defies logic because you think the rock has always been that state, and then you link that to lava, where obviously new liquid is being deposited.
Why
What are
couldn't
you actually
you make
doing?
liquid rock?
What else can you do to make liquid rock besides just like that Fresnel lens? I mean, it's actually the same thing as a Fresnel lens. I'm sorry, but a different. If it's different, but the same. It's like you ever seen TV antennas get real hot?
Yeah,
Yeah. So if you can take a frequency and
microwave.
focus it at
That's
that rock,
microwave energy.
exactly, you can get that rock to react and melt the same way as a focused microwave energy fucking beam, hard, whatever.
Not frequency. That's the amount of current that's going through the metal, actually, though.
Oh yeah, it's frequency too. Yeah, it's all same shit. Yeah, it heats it up. It's the amount of energy you're putting into it. Like to melt that rock, it's energy. It's getting super fucking hot.
Difference between resonance and then flow. So it's the
Well,
flow of the
resonance
current
is like a
that's
focus.
making it turn hot. It's not the resonancy of the frequency that's making the antenna turn hot. It's the current that's flowing through it.
Resonance is like the reaction of something happening to it. Yeah, I get you. The current flowing through creates the resonance. Hell yeah. And the resonance is output from the center out.
And technically, what is a solid except a bunch of particles all stacked together? And then as soon as you impart energy to the particles, then those bonds start to weaken. So to turn a solid back to a liquid state, like you said, is the melting point. And all things have a melting.
Yes, they do.
If
I mean,
the
that's what
theory
made me
of
think about it.
electricity and atoms, if keyword there, if it's correct, it's
It's
not
not.
the resonancy that's causing the metal to get hot. It's the friction from the flow of the current, man. I'm telling you, like I'm an
Adam,
electrician.
hold on.
I understand what you're trying to say, but
Yeah, no,
there's
you
a
don't.
difference between
No,
friction
you
and
don't.
resonancy.
Hold on.
There's a
If you
difference
just
between two things rubbing together, creating heat, than it
shut the fuck
vibrating
up. Stop
by
yelling. That
itself
doesn't
and
actually
creating
make
heat.
sense.
It's two different things. I'm not yelling.
You just said atoms. You said if, right? Am I wrong? That was the first start. Then you said atoms and particles and protons, the way they explain electricity. You said if that's true, right?
Yeah, but there's still two different things between some friction,
Hold on a second, please.
two things rubbing together.
Those aren't true. Now where do we go?
It's still friction and causing heat and a
So
frequency
if
because of the
those things
vibration
aren't
of the
true,
item. It's two different
still what you're
things.
saying. Hold on a second, please. You said if those are true, then what you're saying is true. Now I said, what if those things aren't true? Now you're saying you're saying it's still true. So basically, all you're telling
No,
me.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Please.
You're creating a straw man because I
No,
said
I'm
something
not. Shut the
earlier,
fuck
and
up for a
then I
second.
stated something else. You're
I
going
ain't
back to the
finished my
thing I said
sentence yet.
first.
I ain't finished my sentence
You're
yet,
still
really.
creating. You're still
So what
creating a
I'm
straw man.
saying is, I think what you're trying to say is that what you see happen is what you see happen. Now the explanation is another thing. But what me and you see happen, like if we see the light switch turn on or flick up and the light switch is on, we can agree that's what we see happen, right? So you're just telling me about the reaction that you think that you see that you can explain, right? Am I right? You're just telling me about the reaction that you see through the electricity that you can explain, right?
I'm just arguing that the frequency is not what's making the antenna turn red. That was my argument.
Frequency's not. What's frequency, buddy?
Frequency is, if you're looking at it on one of those machines,
The oscillating
the wave
pattern.
and the link. Yes, what he said.
The oscillating
It's what?
pattern. What he's saying is the voltage or the power, the actual like the so voltage. When we measure voltage, that's like the flow of water through a hose. And then what he's saying, yeah, I'm gonna maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I'll
There's no
paraphrase for
difference.
you. If you take that hose and you pinch that hose, you create friction, you create pressure. So, like for instance, if you have
Resistance.
electrical connections and you hook up your wire to an electrical connection and that connection is loose, you actually generate heat from that, and your connection can melt. Because I've done wires for 20 years myself, so I kind of have an idea of what he's saying.
I'm saying that the current's not able to get out of the antenna fast enough, and it's causing friction of some sort.
Well, that sounds
resistance.
way better than talking
or
about fucking resonation or something vibrating or movement from like sound or resonant fucking movement of something of the reaction. You know what I mean? That can just be like left in the wind a lot. Like it's kind of like vague. That's all I was saying. It's left to too much interpretation. What you just said sounded way better. I mean, it just sounded way just now, just without putting in the resonation. And you see what I'm saying? What you just said was way better.
How are you distinguishing the difference between frequency, which is vibration, and exciting of molecules, which is vibration?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You really can, because the deliverance of a frequency through the fucking air to get your sound, to get
It's a
your
vibration.
radio, to get, yeah, it's all
power
frequency, it's all
power
vibration, it's
versus
all current, it's all resonance, it's all the same fucking thing.
So it's like, think of it as a punch. So if I punch you at 10 psi, then that's the power. 10 psi is the power of the punch, and then I punch you, once every second. So that's 60 punches a second. If I increase the punches to 2 times a second, then that's 120 punches per second, but it's still only at 10 pounds per square inch punch. Right? But if you increase the punch, so what he's saying is the punch is what's causing it, not the frequency of the punch. It's the power of the punch.
Yeah, the amount you focus into it. So if it's less or less resonant or less frequency, it's going to be less. If you focus more, put more amplitude, more wattage, more voltage, more power, it's going to be more. I'm 100%. Or if you break it up into little spikes of such, I get you. Depending on how you break it into the intervals, but you're just talking about intervals and amounts. I mean, how does that mean that sound's not going to give you this reaction, or electricity is not going to give you heat, or this, or all those reactions anyway? I mean, whether you zap it one time little or zap it a lot, you're still zapping the motherfucker, right? You're still punching, whether you punch it a little or punch it a lot, you're still doing that punch. That punch is the initial reaction.
So
Electric
the
heat
point,
strips generate heat via resistance. So you have a current flowing through, and you generate resistance with the coils, and then therefore you have the heating element for your heat coils.
The resistance
and
of
you have
the
loss.
The
yeah,
resistance
the
of the
loss.
flow.
when
So
the
you
punch
pinch up
comes
the
away
flow
from the
and you
belly,
increase the heat.
it goes towards it, back
You
away,
pinch up the flow, you increase the heat.
recreate a
So,
vacuum.
but the whole idea of amps and volts is also just our subjective interpretation of an effect that we see.
Right.
So
Yeah,
we
it's
see the
just an
cable,
explanation.
we see the cable get hot. We know that, okay, well, we only had an 8 mil or a 10 mil cable, and therefore the amps flowing through was too much, and it caused this heating, or the amps couldn't flow like you were saying from an antenna, that it's sort of storing some vibratory energy still in the antenna itself. And we just see the cable get hot aspect. So both are going to generate heat, and the heat is the vibration. So therefore, both power and vibration lead to that heat. But yet for our understanding, we like to put things in one category. So then we either say it's because of power increase or because of frequency. But it's the same way that, like, we see Brownian motion on small little molecules, and then that gave us the idea, well, it goes back a lot further than that, but it gave them the idea for atoms. And then we create this little model of how these electrons orbit around this proton or this nucleus at the center. And effectively, that's the current idea, but it's never been shown to be the case. So when it comes to frequency and vibration and exciting molecules to generate heat, I still see them as very similar. I also work in power, solar energy. So we do a lot of DC and AC. And like with DC, with battery run, you're using 50 mil cable, 85 mil cable, 135 mil cable, because the DC amps are really high, whereas the AC amps going to the board are very low. So, but again, it's only our framework. It's kind of like GPS. GPS is placed on top of the earth, and then we think that this location is that GPS. No, it's not. We chose to assign that location, that set of numbers, in the same way that we chose to assign why a cable heats up. We chose to assign amps and the flow of amps on the outside of the cable as causing the heat.
Right, and the idea of atoms and electrons flowing through fucking certain shit from certain points to certain points have to going back and forth and travel these fucking and do the way that we've been explained that they do. If they don't exactly work like that, it's not to say what happens doesn't happen. It's not saying what you're saying happens doesn't happen. I'm just saying that what we've been told about electrons and protons, I don't believe is exactly what's going on. So, and you're breaking up a little bit too. So I'm not trying to like argue against you guys. So it might sound like I'm arguing against you. I'm not. I'm just saying there's lots of ways to interpret or explain how fucking some crazy humans might have set forth what might not be right that we have to undo.
Yeah, and the flow of electrons through a cable, then what happens when you come to a step up transformer or a step down transformer where the cable terminates and there's simply just two coils with a gap between them? Now they say, well, it induces a potential in the next line that causes that line to now start flowing its electrons. But that's ludicrous because the other line doesn't have a reservoir of electrons to start inserting into the line once it gets the signal to start sending electrons. So, but the axiom of electrons flowing through the wire is what the main.
It's the insulation and the tension, and then everything becomes ground. Once you block something off from another thing, you create what's called potential because you have a resistance now. And if you become the medium between that, so let's say like you stab something in the wire or whatever, or like you poke a hole in the hose of a garden hose, you got the liquid going through, that's the potential. Once you poke that hole in there, that shit can squirt out. You see what I'm saying? When you poke the hole, everything becomes ground on the outside. As soon as you connect the outside to that, now there's not the differential is like the resistor is broke between the two, right? And now the differential is like from the hose to the little bitty spot, creating a certain amount of power in that amount that's going to spray out. But it's just like electricity. It's going to try to find ground or try to leak out to force its way out, high to low, hot to cold. You know what I mean? Ground, positive, negative. Anything you do, if you go by another thing that has current and that thing isn't grounded and you are ground, you can get zapped. You will get zapped. So that's all they're doing with the wires and the medium. I don't know if electrons and protons are jumping around like crazy. I think electricity is just everywhere. And how you create the fucking differential or the resistance, and then how you release that to ground or not, If you whatever you make the switch to ground is going to become power. It's going to become the battery, the energy, the receiver of that shock or whatever. But they'll explain it to you some other way and the way they do other things, but they're not going to tell you the truth about alternators and grounding out.
You're not far off with that whole flux capacitor thing.
I'm telling you, I promise
I
you.
So I retail super capacitors as battery storage technology that's sort of been introduced in the second half of 2010, 2014. And capacitors have always been used in technology to stabilize the voltage. Sometimes you need a startup current to turn the machine on. So they would use a capacitor inside with the right voltage.
You fell out, man. We can't hear you no more, Solar. Still here, right?
Yeah, you're still here.
There's a mod. Maybe you can disconnect him so he don't just keep talking to himself.
Come back, you're breaking up, man.
Mic check.
And a lot of things are lost in translation, like vibration, resonation. You know what I mean? To me, resonation, like, kind of is the same thing. Might not be exactly, but I don't know. It's like movement and a wave. You know what I mean?
Mic check.
Sound good.
Yeah, man.
Oh. Mm. Still seems weird though. So if I like rotate 1,000 pound rock and 1,000 pound rock on a stick, when's it easier to pick up? So if I have a rotating rock on the ground that's 1,000 pounds and a steel rock on the ground, you're saying the rotating rock is going to lift up easier? I don't know. I just keep picturing a drill with the drill bit rotating, and the drill still weighs something. So I got a big ass drill, like super big. It'll make you sore. Just because the end rotates doesn't help you with the weight of it. I'm just wondering if I have a 300-pound drill bit sitting there, 300 pounds, then I have a 300 drill bit and I spin it. Is it still a 300-pound drill bit? No.
He shoots, he scores. That's another in-depth reference to the Flatters. Shoots, he scores, man. And when we're at hog pucked, we got a hug puck out here. I'm just a puck. What? Just bounce around the fucking ice, man.
Only Canadians care about
How you
hockey.
doing, bro? How you doing? Right on, man. Yeah, I do. You know, it's just in your blood, right? Like, I don't follow hockey. I'm glad you realize that. How you doing, bro?
Good. I'm power watching a mini excavator right now, so probably pretty loud. I don't know. My mic's pretty good about hiding the noise, but when I'm working around loud stuff, people get mad, think I'm yelling at them. I just can't hear myself talk. It's so loud.
Oh man, mini excavators, those are the best. You got a little ditch rig there going on. That's good. You keeping it level? You keep it level on the plane? Or you going to the curvature on that?
I use the front scraper to keep it level.
You can go bigger, right? No shit. that's 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 the whole fucking reason for it, man, right? You gotta keep your level. Love it. You're scraping their dirt. You're scraping dirt there, sir. Doing some shoveling, some leveling on the land.
We were digging a pond.
Whoa. Oh, good old dugout. Oh, those are good for the cows. Man, this time of year, you must be very south, sir.
It's just we're in the middle of a drought, so it's the perfect time to do it.
It's a drought. It's winter, man. Like,
Well, normally we get a lot of rain, but we haven't gotten much rain this year.
well, China had a nice sunny day, right? Didn't China have a nice sunny day that day? They made sure of it, right? They sprayed barium all over the clouds and shit, aluminum. They made sure they had a good day. I hope your day is better, man.
It'd be better if it was summertime right now, just because there wouldn't be as much steam from this heated power washer. Can't see crap. You got to spray a little bit blindly and then pull it away, wait for the steam to go away, and see if you did work the trap.
Well, you're really working. I mean,
Nah, this is easy.
you're running. You're running a tractor. You're plowing some fields, there, sir.
What?
You run a tractor. You're plowing fields, or
No, I was just digging a pond. I do a little bit of everything.
oh, Lewis. Oh, a little
I'm
dugout.
I'm pretty much this multimillionaire's bitch.
Well, that's cool. We're all
I do
are,
whatever.
right? Yeah,
I do
we
whatever he
all
wants
are.
me to do.
Oh man,
All,
at least we
kinds of
understand
stuff.
what we is, right? Man, I can't believe you said that. Fuck, really?
Well, well, that's pretty much.
At least
I
you
don't
know
know.
what it is. Like,
It's pretty
they
cool
own it,
though.
right?
He never asked me how much anything cost. He just tells me to do
Oh
it.
no, just keep digging.
Oh no, I don't dig for a living. My craft's electrical.
Oh, you're in a front end loader. You're an electrician, and you're in a front end loader, fucking clawing up the fucking earth of the
Yeah,
soil.
whatever he wants me to do.
You're fucking insane, dude. What?
Change motors in his trucks, move whole
Wow.
businesses.
Oh, Whitney. That's why they're rich, right? The rich, like, and they're rich because, like, fuck, they won't pay. I
No,
mean,
he just
not
likes me.
against your skills, not against your skills or what you do, man. But you know,
He doesn't care how much I cost because he can tell me to do anything and I'll get it done.
and that's beautiful. I mean, and that's that's regardless, right? And that says a couple things, right?
We were
Dedication,
talking about
loyalty.
driver's license the other day, you know? He knows I
What?
don't have a driver's license and he tells
What?
me to take
I
a
don't want to ask why.
38. Oh, I just let it expire in '09. It's expired. It's not suspended. It got me to
You're a
haul a
beautiful person.
38-foot, 20-ton,
Oh yeah,
trailer to
oh yeah.
Louisiana.
Ain't
If
nothing.
I'd have got pulled over,
Ain't
they'd
nothing.
probably take me straight to jail.
Oh, for sure, dude. You got more time for
Supposed to have some
yourself, right?
special kind of license to drive that trailer.
That's beautiful. Oh, you know it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah. But you'll do it anyway because you're a good old cowboy. You're a good old fucking hand. You're
Oh
a good
yeah, I
man.
don't care.
You're a good
He'll
man.
pay, he'll pay to get me out.
I'd do it. I'd do it. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Go to speed limit. Most likely not going to get pulled
When,
over.
when, I,
Maybe at the state line though.
yeah. When they pull us over, we're gonna go up and down on our little jig.
What?
Well, that notorious. I'm sorry, but I'm thinking about that notorious video. The guy going up and down on his little J lift, up and down, fucking with the cop. You don't see that? You ever saw that?
Say it again.
He was going up and down on his little J lift, his little sailor lift. You can't
Oh
pull
yeah,
me
telling
over.
it to get me. Get
Yeah,
me.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. Yeah, yeah. Just keep on getting me. You know, man. I'm glad you're doing that. That's good. People are doing things. People are doing things. Flat earthers are doing things. Flat earthers are out there tilling gardens in the middle. What is it? December, January? Where the hell are you farming in December? That's insanity. For where I come from, there's no way. We grow nothing but ice cubes.
It's it's supposed to be like 84 degrees tomorrow.
I don't understand your Fahrenheit, sir.
I don't understand your Celsius. You'll have to ask Google.
We're gonna have to ask fucking Alexis, right? She's a bitch. That's beauty. Yeah, man. Good. Yeah, I got fine later here. I don't have an Alexis. Wish I did. Okay, how does the farm in those fields there contribute to your flatness of the world, sir? Yeah, silly a question. Who's just fucking flat? He's farming. Dude, I gotta get later. What is that? Is that me? No. So, yeah, I got later. Oh, I found back on land. So maybe we keep this cognitive dissonance. Yeah. All right. If we're not hauling a trailer down a highway through the abyss of never ending flatness, say hello. I guess. He's like this place. I do like this place. That's why I keep coming back. It's fucking gross. We're just doing this way. Hey, I swerve the 11 a.m. and here's shout outs. I'm just like using one eye on this reading. And Mr. DeMock. How you doing? Boom, 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 boom. Was a beautiful day. Long was gone. You one away. All right. I'm glad we're really up to date here. That's good. The morning show's going to show up. Thank fucking God. But, I mean, until they show up, this is our time to really demonstrate who the after hour show is. And what mean by the amateur show is what the real fucking deal is. Oh, look, we got a bing bing. Bing bing. Yeah. How you doing, brother? No. And make sure you something here. He actually made himself. Oh, but, yeah. Putting off in the pocket doesn't have anything to feed off. You're really not giving the puck much to like chew on. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. It's cool. I love it. That's the way I like it. Hmm. Any good realization this week? Anything new? Probably not. Yeah. I've been a flat earther for like 12 years. Like maybe wrong. Show me different. Show me different, man. Prove me wrong. I've been a flat earther for 12 years. Prove me wrong. Is it that long? It's a disgusting long time. I still haven't seen a curve from any perspective from where we stand as human beings. Yeah. It's all make believe, really. It's the only time I ever seen the perspective curve is within a make believe world, man. Prove me wrong. There's like far out people out there entertain. No, don't entertain that. They're getting tired. Hello, trolls are getting tired. Hello. Let me just shut up. Hello, this is the fucking mid early morning hour of the Flat Earth Talk, and all opinions are thought about and be confiscated and obfuscated, and they can be picked apart, and you probably get owned. But I mean, please do. No, let's see. No surprise. Well, where was Flat Earth Munich? That was pretty cool for check one here. I have to hear some of that. Get down the real people are enjoying life. Oh no, oh no. Hey, don't let them enjoy themselves. Hey, you better stop that. People are enjoying their lives. They don't understand the world that we live in. Oh, yeah, you better shut that down. Shh. Correct. Um, right. I had to play music. We had to literally sing though. No choice. Turn the page or something. Turn the page. What? I can't play music in here. I wish I could. I really wish I could. But we got it. It's fun. I've never showed up here. It's so fucking so dismal. No? Nothing?
Can I get a mic check? Can I get a mic check?
Breaker 19. Radio check.
Yo, I couldn't get in here for anything. I thought you guys changed the format or something. What the freak is going on here? Why can't I get in a live stream?
I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, I think I was hitting the wrong thing. I don't know. I'm going to freaking voice text and what the hell, sending messages. Oh well, Earth is still flat, by the way. I see things are exciting over here. That's good news.
Opinions vary.
How's it going in other states? Because in New York, boy, they're really pushing this mask. You don't have a mask on, you can't get in anywhere.
Here in Texas, it's like nothing happened. You can just tell who the staunch liberals are. They're the only ones wearing them.
Thing is, it doesn't do anything. Show me what it does, and I'll gladly put it on. The only thing it does is constrain my breathing.
Pretty sure you're preaching to the choir in this area. I haven't wore one not one time.
America is over. It's over. It's been over. I'm just waiting to see when these militias are going to start moving. Come on, I know he's got a bunch of them in Texas, Michigan, Alabama. When are they going to say enough is enough and start rolling in and redo this government?
I don't know. It's pretty chill here.
What part of Texas you in?
Closest town I'm near right now is a town called Waxahachie. It's about 30 miles south of Dallas.
I've been to McAllen. Not saying that that's anything. That's like a freaking hole right near the border of Mexico, by Reynosa.
Yeah, I hardly ever get more than like 300 miles from my city.
Dude, I remember the first time when I went there. When I got off the plane, everything was great. Now it was the summertime. As soon as I stepped out of that airport, I stepped right back in. It felt like I went into an oven. And the guy that was picking me up was laughing because he gets that all the time. People from the north step out, they step right back in. That's how hot it is. Unbelievable heat. I could not believe it.
And you were where?
McAllen, Texas.
Yeah, the humidity, man. It's what makes it horrible.
I don't know what it was, but it felt like I walked into an oven. From an air conditioned airport to an oven.
People from Arizona and the desert and stuff, they're like, oh, 100 ain't bad. Like, yeah, 100 here feels like 135 where you live, man.
Yeah, that's hot. Arizona's hot too, right?
I'm trying to load a mini excavator on a big ass trailer. It is sketchy. I'm a bit nervous.
What are you trying to load?
A mini excavator on a big ass trailer. It's not liking it. The incline's too steep. Even the tracks won't go up, are just going nowhere on the trailer. I'm like, what the heck?
At least you're working. My job got shut down because these morons that were cleaning windows were doing it with freaking ropes, swinging back and forth like monkeys. No freaking no harnesses, no scaffolding, and a guy fell to his death 2 weeks ago, Friday. And they shut the whole job down.
Woo! I'm gonna have to take a break after this.
What do you drive a truck?
No. No, I don't drive a truck. We just used this excavator. We were digging a pond here on property I live on.
Oh, you doing work for yourself?
No, I got a client. I live on his property.
Okay.
He's got lots of properties. Dude, it's crazy. I can't believe that this excavator won't go up these ramps.
Now let me ask you a question in Texas. You got property, right? And you want to build an extension on your house. Do you have to notify the authorities and ask for permission? Or do you just
Technically, in most county, you're talking about in the county or in the city?
wherever, do you have to get permission anywhere? Because I know in New York, even though you own a house, you can't just put a deck, let's say, in your backyard, coming out the back of your, property. You want to cut out the window and make a door and put a deck. You have to get permission and you have to get clearance. If they say no, it's no. You can't just build.
Have you seen that meme where a guy said that the HOA doesn't allow decks, and there's like a barge boat? What do you call a barge? Not a barge. A pontoon boat sitting there, and that's his porch. That's his deck.
No, I didn't see that. What I'm saying is, when I went to Alabama, I was out there for a couple of years, and I ran into this kid in Home Depot. So I seen he was getting flooring product. So I was like, "Listen, I do floors. You need anybody to do it?" He goes, "No, we got somebody. I'm just putting this in. We built another house on my property." I said, "What about all the plumbing and stuff like that? You need permits and everything?" He said, "Permits?" He goes, "This land has been in my family for the last 300 years. I don't get permits for nothing." I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Really? We just do what we do and that's it. Let somebody come here and tell us any different." What do you say to that? Good job.
I say his family had balls back in the day, and most of our relatives didn't. They stood up for what was right.
I'd say you're correct.
I'm about to teeter totter. It's gonna be scary. I'm not gonna lie, man. This is the
Focus.
most nervous I've been in a long time.
Focus.
That's all right. I'm not going. I got the bucket. back on the ground, and I'm using it to push me up. I'm gonna tell my client he better not do this drunk when he goes to unload it. Unloading it'll be easier. I even kept myself from teeter-totting. Woo! All right, I think the rough part's over. Oops.